top performer, but no one's really calling the shots.
That's the biggest problem, right? I was on a team where we didn't have an IGL for about like 2-3 years in the beginning of the game, right? We just got one when we got poised. And man, the difference when we actually got an IGL was insane. It's just miles ahead. There's no conditioning that you have when you have everybody calling on the attacking side. You're not thinking of the longer term picture, right? So they're kind of just going off a feel, but you're not actually having a game plan towards how you're setting up rounds, et cetera, because everyone is just
What's good? Is anyone home yet?
Play here, this is great, but there's no bigger team play picture.
Because most IGLs, like Coach Payne, they're going to be like structuring a half, at least like the first 6,
Let's
7 rounds, and finding those little wrinkles
that
and
like
util of
that,
the information you're showing to the enemy team.
Exactly.
And what you're hinting at is like when you have different people calling round to round, that just goes away, right?
What's up, Mike?
So your overall macro game takes a big
What's up,
hit.
boss?
Like
this is a really big game, actually.
Most things now rely on macro.
Oh, thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
And
that's why we've seen them struggle.
One of the best at the macro.
This is crazy.
Fallon and Josh build halves, will adapt within. They are super adept at
This is like the worst situation for KRÜ to be playing into right now.
I think this stylistically is actually probably one of the worst matchups they could have because they are playing against a team who is so structured, has such great attack side calling. With no IGL, it's tough to beat one of the best IGLs.
Yeah, well, you heard from our America's broadcast team here, but let's actually go ahead and hear from our LATAM broadcast team because we have Geek Heavy actually standing by with Dryad to get her thoughts heading into this matchup and KRÜ's chances.
All right, joining me right now, we have Dryad of our LATAM broadcasts. So I got to ask you, let's just jump right into it. What's been the community sentiment in regards to KRÜ's change to MTA?
So what I've seen the most of the community talk about, they're saying this is either the best decision ever or the worst decision ever.
Yeah, energy can still call, yeah.
The community has always been very judgmental of players that struggle to perform, and so there's this idea of
I think G2 has the edge
to the promise of LATAM, but also understanding that he doesn't have a lot of time to adapt, so they're kind of 50-50 on it. It seems like they need to see more.
Yeah, so speaking of which, I want to ask you personally, like, what's been your take on MTA's performance?
I think he is doing the best that he can in his position. He was called to fill for Clouds in a matter of 5 days now, so it seems like he's trying his best to give that support, but he does, and he has admitted that he's uncomfortable. He's getting used to the new roles, the roles that he has to fill, the lineups, all those things. So I think he's doing the best that he can right now, and he just needs more time.
Absolutely, and this call was made, mid-season. So let's talk about KRÜ holistically.
I like this segment right now.
Well, how has the team been performing in your eyes during this split?
They've been struggling, and what has been most surprising to the community is that for split 1, when they were winning all those matches, you would see them smiling and laughing, and maybe they were losing a map, but they were still, it seems like they were having fun. And now you see them on the second split, even from the first match that they had, and they seem very serious, kind of, not having fun. So
I don't know. Kesnet looked like he was having a good time out there last week, right?
What's going on that they're not having
Remember
fun
we were like, oh, fuck, when he showstoppered,
at the end of the day, this is a game,
man,
so
who
they
was
should
on his
be
team?
having fun,
Might have been MTA.
So what do you think is the setback that they might be facing that's kind of like, I guess, stagnating them during stage 2?
Oh, thanks, man.
The
Appreciate
coach
that
Adam
comment.
talked a little bit about it on social media. He was saying they got lost in the losses and in the
why are they interviewing Dryad?
We
well,
willing to do anything.
Dryad is
whatever it takes to win. So I feel like that also connects
pretty
to the
close to
of this player
KRÜ.
who is so hungry to win and to get those matches, and it seems like he can be, at least energy-wise,
like she has a pulse on the scene, unlike anyone else that could probably interview.
Brilliant breakdown there from Dryad as well as Geek Heavy about what
Wait. We got 3 minutes, dude. Holy fuck. 3 minutes. I was doing this on the other screen. All right. For the playoffs for energy, dude. Derek said I was fake. He said I was fake if I don't pick EG here. Do you guys think I'm fake if I don't pick EG, or do you guys think I'm fake if I don't pick 100 Thieves? Just don't tell Derek. No matter what, don't tell him I did this. Because I told him Oh, I wasn't gonna do.
Oh, my bad. I forgot. You're not even on the game, all right? You're not even on the caster desk. You're on the endless desk.
Do the next one.
Go for it, baby.
All right, big money, no whammies.
1,000 team. We're about to.
Oh, I got NRG. Oh, I got NRG.
Yeah.
Okay, NRG. Finesse masterclass. One way or another, he's going to be a part of the playoffs. Will it be co-streaming? Will it be playing?
Oh,
Guys, I got my microplastics.
That is like the
Whether or
least
not energy's
common
involved.
argument I've seen.
No, but
You could be like, they just took down KRÜ. They're gonna snipe another team. Sorry, I'm doing your job for you. It's my turn.
All right, Ender, what you got? We got 1 minute left. Oh,
Did he get a haircut?
Solid spin.
I didn't even notice. Where'd it go?
And
Is
it's
it
so
Cloud9 or
easy.
100 Thieves?
It's so easy. Taking a deep
Cloud9,
breath with
right?
me, okay?
Yeah.
And now.
Oxy, I knew you were gonna say it.
Oxy. Easy set.
All right.
Did
Hold
we
on.
learn anything?
No.
I'm gonna take a spin as well. Let's see what I got. Oh, that was a good spin there, brother. Cloud9.
Oh, you got
KRÜ.
KRÜ.
Oh, KRÜ. Kesnet is going to Kesnet all over everyone today, and that's how they get in. That's my analysis.
Okay, I don't think any of us
This
said
was not
anything
very
of value.
compelling. But I'll say that C9 just need to win a game, so they're gonna
They do
they're
need
gonna
to
beat
do that.
KRÜ because they have to play KRÜ, and I think
That's
that's
true. There was
good
just no
matchup.
way that I could pitch that, but I tried my absolute best.
Really? I think he looks exactly the same.
Overall, good segment.
You think Baby Bay looks different?
Let's go ahead and get this show started. We got playoffs in just 11 days, but today is going to be G2 Esports facing KRÜ Visa, and then it's going to be Loud taking on Leviatán. VCT Americas starts right now.
La información, sin embargo, un impacto. ¿Qué hace?
Ooh, if I had to make an all-star team, fuck. Well, what would differentiate the teams? I guess it depends on like how you would differentiate them. You know what I would wish that they would do? I guess you can't really do it with like how Americas has like 3 areas. Fuck.
Salido finalistas, lo mismo ganarlo.
They could've-
Son fuertes.
Oh, they're talking about G2
They
being really
can
strong.
only go up. I feel like their skill cap is very, very high, and they have some of the best like individuals in the region.
What's up, TK?
But we're just gonna have to like keep our eyes on them. We don't know with the new meta changes how they're gonna play it.
Like I would love to have like an East versus West NA or like Latam versus like the Brazilian players or Brazilian players versus the NA players. But it's weird. We got like three groups. If we had 4, we could do like a sick fucking all-star game. When did my setup change? I don't think it did. It didn't. You guys said you liked these like vibey lights last time, so I just put them on again. It's honestly better for me. There's no ring light on, so I just said fuck it and did it again. But if you guys think the ring light looks better, I'll just turn it on. Yeah, that would be pretty sick if they did. Yo, that's a fire idea, Amploom. You know how in the NFL they'll randomly do like games in London and shit? What if they just did like a week in Brazil, like in the middle of the season for like super week? That'd be fucking sick. Out of the Brazil office instead. That'd be sick. These issues would cause problems. Oh no, why would you think that? I mean, they literally just did lock-in last year. I mean, the players are traveling all the time. You can't not do something because of the exceptions. just out of fear.
G2 Esports and KRÜ Visa both need this win here today. For KRÜ,
That would be pretty
it has
dope.
been a struggle
Like,
to be
I
able
never
to
really
pick
thought
up the
about
dub.
it.
And G2
Like
has
playing matches like on the road in the different regions, just so that way like those teams can like get exposure over there. That'd be pretty cool. But it would have to be more than just the games. It would have to be like a whole event, or like the players going over there for like additional content stuff that they could do specifically there. You know, like there would have to be reasons other than just like one regular season game. But they could make it work. That's what I'm saying.
Change anything up, or maybe just
Ooh, it's
try
a
to
new huddle
continue
for them.
to
I
refine
don't
it.
remember
How do you guys
this.
feel about it? 'Cause I didn't really love it.
So Neon is very difficult to play on a map like Ascent, but it's very niche. You can bust it out here and there. I don't even know if they'll do it two games in a row on it. You know, it might just be a pocket pick that they run against certain teams. And certainly Icy didn't look as comfortable on the Neon as he does on Jet on that map. But in general, this team just seems to, on the defensive side of Ascent, just always take games and close them out on it. It's so hard to break through their defense.
Tika.
Yeah, in particular.
I feel bad for some of these like fucking Brazilian players and like Latam players when I would see them in the halls, dude. At the end of the season, I could just tell they were just like kind of sad, you know? They're just like grinding, you know, they just keep their head down and fucking grind. But I could tell, you know, like they probably miss their families and their comfort foods and shit.
Really testing extremities, whether or not you can find lurk timings of using doors. Like, I think this is probably one of the
Our region is very big. Yeah, that's a good point.
And that's the part that I'm worried
like
about.
in Europe, it's in Berlin, and I feel like all the Europeans could just kind of get to their homes pretty easily.
But KRÜ must make adjustments.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one, without a doubt, for KRÜ, who, coming out of stage one, were looking like the best team in the Americas region until playoffs hit, and then things started to fall apart a bit more. But meanwhile, their opponents on the other side of the stage, G2, has taken that KRÜ momentum and used it for themselves and have ridden that the whole way through. But you guys are right, as far as compositions goes, we're not getting anything too crazy.
I don't know about a whole split. Then you're literally taking away the product from the region that would support it the most. You're kind of flipping things upside down here.
Problem I see here for the side of KRÜ is that you're running a mirror against a team that is fundamentally
moderation,
sound, right? And
things are best in moderation.
In favor, in my opinion, of G2. They love Lotus. They love Ascent.
I don't think the players want to live half their year in a different country. I don't think Riot wants to pay for their living, and like, there's a lot more complications actually.
It's been a minute since we've seen the duo.
There's a lot more complications.
Together, so welcome back, fellas. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Great to be here, and what a match to kick things off with playoffs here in Stage 2 on the line. We have maybe the best caller in the Americas region, the smiling puppet master, going up against KRÜ, who now apparently are calling by committee. Is it a well-oiled machine or a kangaroo court? We're about to find out.
A kangaroo court.
Valen right now is the best IGL that we have in Americas, and you could certainly argue that he is the best.
The Wyatt Ubercast is about to go
insane.
Be
a field day for him against this rudderless KRÜ team. Kesnet.
Wyatt Ubercast gonna go. Oh yeah, I didn't tweet. Yo, Mika, thanks for the 5 months.
Best to do it as a community to work together.
And we've heard that Melsa has the last word in a lot of those situations, but there's a lot of back and forth. So let's jump in here to the pistol straight away. KRÜ attacking Viper Lurk Wall setup, and a lot of players congregating here. The spike being held back.
A little bit delayed on.
It's going to go out, but it's not going to catch a single player, given how passive KRÜ have been on this open.
It's a little bit of an adjustment from G2. Jiggle probably.
Mound as well. Icy has a crack at it.
There you go.
Valen opting not to swing with. They'll allow the door to
shut. Holds on to his blind. Very smart.
And with this passive
be sure not an auto.
Positioning from G2, just back in tree. Unless they open that door, try and get a peek.
Wyatt's been doing a lot of casts in challengers actually.
Could be that KRÜ are pushing up there. They don't know, but there is the door opened and is smoked down as well. And obviously KRÜ, they're working towards Mound now. And the C site pretty open.
G2 did get the re-clear at A, so now they can re-establish their resources elsewhere. Prowler obviously meant over on the B side, but it's C side rather, but it's Leaf that you're trying to get through.
Tweet out, boom.
One of the toughest nuts to crack on this roster. Paranoia goes whizzing past his right here, and he opts to give the space up as the smokes come down.
No option but to play for a retake, and these are situations where G2 thrive. The team is so
Oh my god.
Shy tries to peek as he knows Kesnet's facing
the damage is traded out though.
Can't finish the kill. Smoke up on side to break it up.
Defender
just a little bit more is Heat would hope to
Blind should be very good. Yeah.
Paranoia connects with MTA.
Oh, it didn't get the heat, though.
It's a reckless push there from Kesnet. He gets the one and it's traded out instantly. And out of the Shine Heat. Still in this post plant. Here's Leaf, swinging it at Heat from the high ground, able to get him, but gets taken low, and now it's up to Shy. Valen v Shy, and Valen gets the better of him.
Big pistol.
That's how D2 want to be starting.
What a lovely reposition.
Both of these teams are very good on Lotus.
Getting that jump up.
I'm not gonna lie though, I don't know. Have we seen the new crew on Lotus? Did we see them last week?
They're always going to excel. This
Maybe
is a team
did.
where their core has been, they've been around forever, years at this point. Only making a couple changes in those years. Bringing in Leaf, bringing in Icy most recently, and it's that foundation.
Yeah, we haven't seen their new team
one
here.
One of the best teams that we have right now.
Speaking of changes, Coach Adam from KRÜ, tweets out, he says, keep your expectations reasonable for MTA. He's filling some big shoes, some new roles as well. How many?
Yeah, they played it against Sentinels, but Klaus was playing, and now MTA took Klaus's spot.
Right, that's not
played
so some new rules
and,
here.
He's talking about wanting to give him a bit of a chance to grow into this flex role.
They don't have time.
He was a duelist in LATAM, but they don't have time.
They are
had
sitting on that haunt. They're using it like 10 seconds late.
And the stakes here are obvious.
Maybe an anti into KRÜ.
They are in playoffs.
KRÜ usually don't mince words on these saves. They usually go straight for the jugular and try and make something happen.
I don't know, Illusion. I don't really like it right now. I don't like the Klaus bench right here, right now. That does not make sense. KRÜ was looking better than ever in split one.
Lingering over towards that B side of the map. The lurk wall keeps Valen at 8 for now.
A little smoke from Valen offers a one-way opportunity for Jonah as this hit's going to come in.
Oh no!
Yeah, Leaf caught out there. Guardian finds
Merges. That did not look very good. Oh, fuck. What an adjustment. Oh my god.
He is hit home.
They will always do it. They will spend the cash to give Kesnet a Guardian or even a Vandal, a rifle on rounds like this, and it pays off massively.
Melser on the wrap. He bided his time over towards B, and it pays off now. It's all up to Valen. That's 2. Not
what a disaster, bro. Kesnet one off ult. They have to save. He'll have that ult for the first true gun.
From Kesnet,
Fucking
starting
hell.
off hot right now. He was statistically, for essentially all of stage 1, up there. Him and Osbos, the top 2 duelists.
Yeah, the hero guardian right there. Who the fuck buys hero guardian like that?
That is just outrageous. Economy is going to
Man,
be swung 3
that's pretty cool. We've been seeing quite a bit of those weird buys, like the hero outlaws, the hero guardians, the hero, like random shit on the second round will just be like fed into the star player. But this is the first time it's like fucking worth like that.
Absurd.
Aggressive
Goddamn.
posturing from G2 with the A side here.
They really have a chance to snowball the game after that round.
The options for KRÜ is it's going to be MTA hoping to play passively. Gives up the space here.
Messi be like, wear the shirt.
Comes knocking.
Actually, it's upstairs.
And off of all of that pressure, look at the rest of KRÜ. They know that they can just walk into C here. So likely that on an anti-eco round, the defensive side will be stacked up together. Now that is
Jonah
the case,
opens
but
a door and takes out the KJ.
Maybe make a miracle happen and eco them right back.
UTL-wise, plenty for Valen.
Okay, so immediately when the Killjoy dies, they're like, okay, we need some space. We need to get something. Oh, fuck. Bro, he's getting 2. He really doesn't want to use this. He doesn't want to use it. Okay, he doesn't have to. If Melzer dies there, he uses it.
No time ready to work with.
Fuck.
Nice call from
So
KRÜ
close.
so far. I like how they're playing this attack half. In that 4v5, you want to get proactive.
Good afternoon, Mr.
Some of
Jinx.
that space into
What's
walls.
up, man?
Fight those eco weapons close with your superior guns. They do just that.
Any idea why ISO isn't meshing into the pro meta? Well, I said it initially when like I was talking about ISO in pro play. The problem with him in pro play is that you probably need to pair him with another duelist. And when you do that, it's going to make something that's typically strong and a fundamental aspect of the map leave your comp.
Odin just spamming away towards A main. It's so common, of course, in tree, the paper thin walls.
So like teams would need to really redesign how they're taking areas, how they're clearing areas. Really good timing.
Horn catches nothing. Takes the standard challenge, and that's going to be smoked off, allowing KRÜ here to scale into this part of the map through rubble.
Yeah, that attacking side crew yet to really burst out of A. They're taking their time.
Oh, fuck,
ready
Angie,
to
sorry.
absorb some of that G2 utility if it comes and then push up. Crucially, though, again, eyes on Kesnet. He has got that showstopper so early into the game. The first buy round for G2, their economy could get cracked if they lose this round to KRÜ, if they lose this round to Kesnet with that ultimate.
Jonah and Leaf potentially positioned to double up if the spike swings back in that C direction. It looks like that is what is afoot here.
Leaf is going to take that first contact. Oh, Nightfall to fake this? That is a huge investment.
Still though, embedded
Oh
is
god,
Jonah
it kept 3 there.
around that corner, he hears all of this. G2
They're
know
rotating
all
back.
about this fake. He's selling it.
30 seconds
But they might have to
We
actually
can't
commit
get
in
him.
after. They've
Fuck.
given him that A side.
They're running all the way back. They've only got 25 seconds. Jonah is already on the flank through
Valen
spawn.
could get the
They're gonna
spike.
get flooded on by G2.
Valen was hoping for a timing, but he gets paranoid off the angle. G2 have to give up stairs now. Play the
Icy
retake
gets
on
one,
A.
he has
Give up
the
all
ult.
the map, but Jonah at least has a flank timing.
Not able to get in fast. Our G2, the
Doesn't
paranoia
it
extended
still
as
his
well.
ult
Basically
though?
no utility to
That's
play with
brutal.
for this retake.
So brutal that he still has it.
Central gets Icy onto the side, but he's
There
spotted
it
out.
is.
Here's that showstopper with
Here's
his
Icy's ult, maybe?
Kesnet
No.
finds one with the nades, one with the showstopper. Melsa did fall.
Wow.
3 to work with for G2, and Jonah just can't win it out against Shy. Ugly now, his Dread has nothing to do but stand and deliver. Valen comes up with a 1.
I was worrying when KRÜ decided to go all the way back, feeling that it was open because I don't think the Nightfall connected with a single player. But that could have gotten seriously scrappy for them. But that showstopper, look at this paying off. The nade, into the drop. That's the freest kill you can get. There's nowhere for a player there to run. Catches the second, and it's Kesnet off to that hot start. Turning the game in KRÜ's tides on 2 rounds now. That crucial anti-eco and the first gun round.
KRÜ have a tendency to push into stacks sometimes. They feel like they get close to the end of the round, they got to go for it. This time, no, not punished, as all the space gets given up. So passive from G2.
More aggressively for
KRÜ's looking solid here, yeah?
And it's going to be KRÜ.
I really liked how he held that ult.
Mound. Perhaps there for a second considering accelerating, but they're going to take things slow. No reason.
Who we rooting for?
Throw any lives away needlessly on
I don't know, actually.
The game is so much in your favor.
KRÜ's losing this round.
G2 so disciplined.
Is the Jinx that strong?
Maybe
just
erring on the
light
side of
compliments?
in this game so far.
And with KRÜ off to this great start, I'm thinking about the fact that they even picked this map in the first place. It's always been a rock-solid one for G2.
Surely I clicked submit on my pick'ems, right?
It was a very close game, and of course,
yeah, okay, I hit submit. Scared me for a second. Okay.
I was thinking going into this, maybe KRÜ would pick Icebox. They like that map. It's a weak one for G2, maybe split even. But it's a bold choice. They're facing G2 on one of their strong maps.
Prowlers here to delay this push through tree, but it's going to be coming one way or another, and Valen is tapped up already. The Molly, scary prospect, unaffected by it for now, so we can actually maintain this drop position. Could be decent to take the attackers by surprise. Valen needs to find a timing and may have just given himself away there already. Poison Orb, Bloobs on the high ground, and Valen, yep, he's got to pull the plug.
I know he's here, he TP'd it. Or he pinged it, I mean. They pinged it up top. Oh,
MTA waiting for that one from the
high
low ground.
load.
Double face by KRÜ. Jeez, we're not in
Damn,
position yet.
they're high load guys, and these guys are high load too. There was one here and 2 high load back here. This is an insane post. And then the turret's holding their lane. Bro, that's an incredible setup that they just fell into. Holy shit.
The Melsa comes knocking. And yet another for KRÜ here.
Rifles retained, and the economy is already getting outrageous for the LATAM side on attack. It is the favorite side of Lotus, and certainly so.
Do I know how VCT points work versus final playoff placement? Yeah, so there's 11 teams in each region, right? 6 of those teams are going to make playoffs. Just combine the groups. The groups are like pointless when we start thinking about playoffs. And then out of those 6, 3 teams qualify. Now, there's obviously going to be 8 teams left. So the team with the most points out of those remaining 8 will qualify with the 4 spot. That's the points. So I also miss LCQ. I don't like this very much, but yeah.
Is that almost gets a catch there. And Icy will be embedded right in this corner. Trent, of course, with the Odin can play off this to some degree. Spray through these walls.
I love
slowly
LCQ.
inching forward. That's the door. Timing's good for
It probably
Ice.
didn't get
They'll
as
take
good a
one back away
viewership
behind the paint
as
shell. Takes a big hit though through that Viper wall and needs to
maybe
fully
Riot would like.
extract himself.
Fight a
Nicely done
guess.
from Icy, just gonna slip away with that satchel, get away with his life. And this is a crucial moment actually for the Odin. Look at Shy, he's one off of getting the lockdown, and he knows that if he taps that orb, there's gonna be hellfire bullets coming through that wall.
Yeah, it did really fuck. Like when we won LCQ, we were fucked going into champs. Like low key, we were fucked.
G2 with a syncopation here though. They take that kill, Icy backs away. They slow the round down again. Trent hoping to catch something here, firing in through tree, but Ice for KRÜ turning over towards B now at 30 in the round.
Great paranoia for delay from Valen.
Melso has to turn and deal with the turret. KRÜ now scrambling over the site. And patient for Valen, holds that angle, but can't get the better of Kesnet, who's having a game already.
Such high awareness on that peak, dude.
Proactivity from KRÜ and another post plant, the push up.
Oh
Again, Kesnet just going for
god.
it here, really leading the charge. Being very decisive on some of these little
Kesnet
individual pops.
is doing such a good job of isolating these fights. Look at this shit, bro. This is crazy.
Can clean him up. Melser and Shy here, the ones standing
His peaks
front
are so
center.
good.
And yeah, they're gonna win it out.
Just lovely holds on the angles there from Shy and Melser.
Wait, did he say just lovely holes?
Man, disadvantage that Icy had gotten.
The fuck is Wyatt
a
saying
lovely
out
little
there?
play early into the round.
The fuck is he saying?
The proactivity is beautiful from KRÜ there.
Oh,
I don't know
hold,
who's
okay.
calling that. It could be any of the 5 of them. I'm going to assume Kesnet, since he's the one taking point, taking space, taking frags, but what a nice
2
way
Gs?
to
Yeah.
convert around.
It's feeling like it. It's feeling like it. I'm not gonna lie, KRÜ looks better than they have in fucking a long time right now. Like they're really clicking. And I don't think it's because G2 are playing terrible. That's a good point. That is a fucking great point. I'm never counting G2 out, actually. I will never count this team out. I almost forgot, actually, until you said that. Dude. Yeah, you don't count this team out. That's a great point.
Planted, and they have not been able to do that so far. And frankly, on one of those earlier rounds, I believe round 4, they were definitely given an opportunity to do so. It was the one where Heat had sent that Nightfall into A, and they were gathered up around it. But they've been slower in those moments than I'm used to seeing from them, and it's given KRÜ this opportunity to really, you know, take the bull by its horns in those moments, beat the team that's.
I think if G2 lose today, I don't think it's a must-win, but it's. I mean, 6 wins will get you into playoffs, chat. 6 will get you in. 5 is probably going to put you in some kind of weird fucking tie in this zone. I guarantee you 5 is going to end up in a tie with teams in the zone and out of the zone. And just like how Sentinels didn't qualify to Shanghai because of like 2 rounds, some shit like that could happen again.
Get that showstopper out of Kesnet's hands. Get Shy to.
Except let's up it to champs instead of.
Situation. Kesnet is on fire, man. This is absurd.
Oh,
What is he at? 12
no.
kills already, 12 for 3, something like that.
He's playing with giga confidence. He needs to be.
Kesnet that we know, the Kesnet that was.
They need to like
taking
punish
over
this
in stage
aggression,
1 and
otherwise
KRÜ
they'll
on that
never get to like the real
five-game
KRÜ.
winning streak. It's been downhill since then. What is going on? I mean,
wow.
He is doing his damnedest to bring them back into a winning position.
He sees the hopes of playoffs glimmering there. In fact, funnily enough, KRÜ's sort of backslide recently started with that.
As an
loss in
NRG
the
fan,
upper
who do we want to
bracket
win?
of the playoffs.
Oh, I think if you're an NRG fan, you're probably just rooting for them both to lose at this point. Like, you need some crazy shit to happen. Like, I don't know. You're hoping for like it to land on green. You know, in roulette, if you're an NRG fan, you're hoping for green.
Just smack them around in the playoffs. Such a
I
clean 2-0.
don't know actually
Kick
about the
them off
NRG question.
mountaintop, and they haven't been able to
Truthfully,
climb
that's a good
back up
question.
since.
That's why I'm memeing on you because I don't know the answer.
Again, we'll have G2 set up here, looking to perish to the blast. Want to find a quick and easy meal as KRÜ start to back away from this site here. And going back, I mean, the last losses for G2 on Lotus were top teams. I mean, Heretics, Gen G, I think Leviatán before that. So
Yeah, they're both 5 and
generally
3.
been very solid on this map. But now they're going to feed themselves to the beast. And the hunger's definitely there for KRÜ. 6-1 here. It's been a great attacking half thus far.
I mean, as you just said, yeah, G2, they only lose to the GOATs on this map. They've only lost to Gen G Heretics, the finalists of Shanghai, where G2 made their run one that no one expected. You know, we would have thought the KRÜ could have been, should have probably been after stage one of the teams at Shanghai, but it was G2, a team that most people counted out of that race. They make it all the way to top 3.
Look for something.
They just need one win to make the playoffs. And this rejuvenated KRÜ may just stop them.
Okay, is the 3rd time the charm for G2. Looking for a gun round.
Just a random Season 8 in that field. That's so random.
Just not bursting out of
Who the fuck does that?
Just take, you know, that utility in from G2.
They just wanted to show some presence there. Get counter util out
if they want to, but right now gathered up outside of B. Dispatching us all of that utility, but also Jonah P. What an entry from Melser.
Holy, dude, that looked like a fucking snake, dude. He like literally held, like fucking coiled, bro. Like no one peeks him, He just knew for a fact, because they mollied this left corner out. So the way he swung that with so much certainty.
Well and truly away from the action. He's a showstopper. Though Icy trying to make his way in. MTA though. Nipping at his heels. He might try and make a pincer of this, and G2 can fight their way out.
What?
Melser all alone. He was a long way from the action. Now they're in vicinity to intervene.
Oh god.
Paranoia over towards the spike, but from above it's Fallon! That's beautiful! One more and he's got the job done. Train is half. Back through the smoke, he goes and he receives.
Well played, Trent. Well played.
Now G2 can do something with this, but they would have loved to have brought a couple more guns into the next.
Absolutely.
Also looks like you out there.
Best in that situation, and he
I don't know. I don't know if you're talking about the good play or the bad play right now.
Invested a lot into that retake. Trent as well sent in that Nightfall. Icy invested that showstopper to get the first pick, and it was a crucial one, no doubt. It allows them, you know, more space in that baby door where all of KRÜ were gathered up.
That baby door.
That investment is massive from the side of G2. And look at the state of their economy. If they lose this, they're going to be on a tragic eco just that fast.
KRÜ, however, are playing with house money. Immediately, Viper's Pit here over on C, wanting to funnel KRÜ maybe in towards his Killjoy utility. Prowler will check briefly.
Yeah, he threw out that haunt towards Mound as well, so they know they have that control there. And he does have one more Prowler, which is an effective counter to the Viper's Pit. It can seek out Jonah P, get the information on his position, try and spam him down, or, you know.
Why did they bring MT back? I think his individual form is probably actually higher than Klaus.
They're going to have to use that Prowler. You have to clear.
He might be feeling a bit of nerves here.
Prowler from Trent.
That's in response to a nanoswarm that got thrown by Shy into the Viper's Pit here, implying.
I don't necessarily agree with like the route they're going though. I do.
Again, really
agree with what you're saying here,
They're going to
chat.
give up much of this, I'd say. Trent's going to get some action here though.
And that one way over the tree from Fallon.
Fuck, dude.
Damage coming through, but that is crucial. They're going to have to wait that out because they don't have any Prowlers to go through it. They can't just throw away their lives there. So further delay from the side of G2 to fight for A with the clock getting low. 22 seconds left.
Paranoia is still up here for Valen. You can absolutely play off that.
Yeah, just there's very low lighting, so the lighting's from
got thrown through, and finally Icy chooses this moment to appear from Baby Door. Attacking Viper's Pit now set up on the side, but they're still going to go for it. Here comes a Nightfall, and immediately Kezen is brought down. Lee tries for another one. It's Shy and MTA
that was
to try
a
and hold
crazy
it down.
swing.
And Trent is taking his time.
Shy. Big fight here. Icy's aware.
Well, you see Icy's dome here as he swings around. The timing might not favor him, and it doesn't. G2 get themselves now in a 4v1.
Well played. So well played by
Better to be
G2.
effective than clean. Gets the job done.
And all of a sudden, things are not looking too bad for G2. They get 4 rounds on the board. That's not bad for Lotus defense if you convert that second half pistol round. They're starting to get into the game, and honestly, it's Icy doing it. You know, a duelist that, frankly, if you look at the scoreboards, if you look at the stat sheet, pales in comparison to someone like Kesnet, who has been one of the top duelists in the game since the dawn of the game.
G2 is so resilient.
But it's the impact kills from Icy. A few first bloods already.
And the contrast is crazy, right? You have Icy, the system duelist. He's locked into the structure.
They're not doing bad.
Versus the maverick of Kesnet.
How am I a
He's the one
KRÜ
that is
fan?
making these decisions, trying to be
I'm rooting for both G2 and KRÜ. I don't have like a rooting interest today. My KRÜ fandom started during like LCQ when like no one bought into them. And in the first game, I was like, yo, if KRÜ win LCQ, I swear to God, I'll do like the eyebrow slits like Kesnet. I will literally do Kesnet cosplay. And so I just watched them so closely in that LCQ where they won every fucking game. And when I was watching them, I grew to really enjoy how they approach the game. They run a lot of these like spread out defaults, and it's super counter-strikey. Like it feels like I'm watching a CS leader, like IGL a team. Just how they get map control, but then they sprinkle in like a lot of these like aggressive plays and freedom through Kesnet, right? So the way they like break out of like the structure molds is allowing Kesnet to make a lot of plays. I really dislike how they fucking got rid of Klaus though. I thought one of the best things they did was bring in like a second fragger, which is Heat, to go along with Kesnet. They had a Senti in Shy. They had all of the right pieces.
Again, aggressive posturing here, but Melsa punishes Icy. System duelist down.
I'm not buying into this roster change right
through
now.
The wall means that yes, KRÜ still want to go for this. They have to expect some more Baby Door presence, and Jonah P mowed down as well. One after another, G2's defensive architectures are being torn to pieces.
Smoke from Valen to control tree. That was the first time he really burst out A and fought very aggro early. No one from G2 were ready to break that haunt. A misplay, and it cost Icy his life.
So they're just holding, right? They have Shy jump spotting. He just recalled this turret. And what they assume is going to happen is like, okay, well, someone has to hold C eventually, whether it's a turret or an alarm bot. Someone has to hold B eventually, whether it's a turret or alarm bot. So that would anchor Killjoy here. And then we can just go A. And max, there's 2. Max, right? The absolute worst.
Valen off this angle. Now Tree under the control of KRÜ, and they are far from done. Valen able to find a good little peek there. Leaf getting involved as well.
Shit, bro, this is not.
Trevor the C's by a bit of time now. As
this is not so easy for KRÜ from here.
Lovely setup.
Standing.
There it is. Okay, Spike goes loose and it's Melsa. Started the round well. Now has to
salvage it. What the fuck? Melser's on fire today. And he gets ult with that.
Hoping that noise cut would cause some kind of rotation, but for G2, unnecessary. They're in a 3v5. Let's take a little bit of a risk. Let's go off of a read from Valen that we can just be steadfast in this site. It was almost the undoing of KRÜ. That's from Melser just having such a round. I mean, look at that haunt again. It lit up all 3 players. No one prepared to
favorite one.
Just a fundamental error that puts them on the back foot. Some energy for these KRÜ players finally after a dismal first 2 weeks.
He's playing entry on that A side.
I'm gonna go Dizzy on this one.
I think at this point has even overtaken Kesnet on the scoreboard, which is pretty wild. And now KRÜ are back to that slow start towards A. You know, they have that KJ turret, watching for any push
they
out
lurk
towards
out with
Mound, which is something G2 really have
and
they win the 5-0 again, KRÜ.
Hard to see what the plan is there for G2. Standing out in the open as much as that util drops down, they just straight up lose their duels. Wise man once said, you got your shot, you die. G2 now down to 3.
The front line.
2 players from stairs for G2, and they're going to rely on pulling Leaf out, maybe playing from upper A as a third.
And what do? Do they go for a 3v5 with the economy in this dire of a situation? Do they want to be on eco?
G2 seems like they're... Oh, what the fuck? G2 seems like they're having a really hard time reading them right now.
Last couple of rounds have been as good as it's gotten, and it's still not been enough. Leaf makes the swing, finds one. That's the best he can hope for, though. And now they're stacked up for Kesnet, and he has a feast on him. This is getting out of hand.
Wow. Indecision there from G2, and frankly, you just have to go for the save. 3 players alive.
Okay, so this is like one of the scenarios where I actually think that the removal of Klaus has worked massively in KRÜ's favor, because G2, a very strategic, structural team, I think they have an incorrect read on KRÜ right now and like the things that KRÜ want to do. Like they are not set up properly. They're getting caught off in these weird fights. And I think that they have KRÜ as like slotted as a certain pace and they're off that pace. Like rarely do I see G2 look like this. This is so rare.
Now their confidence.
This is like when they weren't good.
So proactive swing together that's throwing them off their game a little bit, but you know, you expect better fundamentals here from a team like G2, frankly.
They have the unmitigated confidence of your average reply guy right now, KRÜ. They do not care.
Yeah, let's see it. Let's see it.
Here it is, Satchel for Icy. He tries to posture at least some confidence to convince
MTA heard
himself
you guys
to
were
get
talking
smashed.
shit, chat. You guys were
That's
saying
not
something?
good for the mental. Not great for the
What were
round
y'all
either.
saying?
And those G2 players, they don't even feel confident enough
Holy
to try to
shit.
swing, try to get that trade. And I mean, frankly, that is a good decision. Look at the firing
The
squad
boys,
from KRÜ.
the boys came
Crosshairs
over.
trained on that angle. It wasn't just MTA close, it was the rest of them towards Mound. And there was a Prowler to re-clear towards A. Just feign like they're going to head towards Rubble, re-clear all that space, maybe go for the hit, but it's all about getting into Mound here. Kesnet with his 20th showstopper of the half, it feels like.
Here comes Kesnet. It's got to be at least
Right
the
there?
30. Will he
No.
check his right? No! He gets it in time. 21 HP in a dream. Guy's got plot armor today, folks.
Oh,
Serious
17.
protagonist energy.
What a flick shot. Shades of Rafa there, Mitch. Little old man reference.
What?
To the 5-on-3.
Is anyone else in the I do. That's the sad part.
That's such a fucking
goodness.
legendary reference.
Most forward player set up on that ramp here. Smoke towards Halls is going to cut Trent out of the action for now, but Shai just sits and bides his time. G2 steamrolled in that first half.
I mean, that is the best crew that I have seen so far in this stage.
Definitely 100%. That is the best half of Valorant KRÜ has played in well over a month. Well over a month. That was insane, dude. Great crosshair placement for the Raze.
They chose the perfect time to hit that area of the map hard. Really catching out G2, making them look so out of sorts.
And the confidence is there. It's absolutely brilliant. Kesnet 17-7, Melsa 14-5. Much more to come from this series in general. The second half of Loyals will be up on the other side of this quick break.
What? They're sending us to a countdown? They don't ever do this. What the hell? Anyway, what I was gonna show anyway during that was look at the head-to-head. Look at this shit. Oh, the list. Let's see this list. Oh my god, you've asked a lot of fucking people. A lot of wingmans. Let's see, who is picking Mosh, dude? Because Mosh is pretty terrible. Lothar, typical. Goddamn. Proof. Trust me, bro. There's a lot of trust in that list. Dude, so G2 has absolutely owned KRÜ lately. This is just this year. Like twice in kickoff, once in stage 1. So this is feeling pretty fucking good for KRÜ right now. Like they're not used to this. Let's see, Sunset. I know they played on. There it is. I thought they played on Lotus before. Surely they have, no? I guess I just never got to it.
That snowballed a lot for them.
Exactly, because then it's shutting G2 down, so they can't buy in round 3. Then round 4, they've got their buy again, but Kesnet has ultimate already online. He uses that to win another round. G2's econ is broken again, so it's a string of 5 rounds in a row for KRÜ.
Yeah, especially in the state of Valorant right now, it's so snowbally and there's so much momentum involved into it. And I guess he did wake up saying to himself that he was ready to play.
I guess that interview was
real. So yeah, I mean, you know, that's the benefit of you know, running something like this where you don't have an IGL. You really do have the freedom to do whatever you please, whatever you want. Yeah. But honestly, they looked like they were doing things good. It was
yeah. I mean, especially like how they were playing together in their post plants was lights out from.
Well, now we're flipping.
I did know
the
that,
switch here.
Bossman.
Let's
Yeah,
see what KRÜ
Bossman,
can do on the
Bossman,
defense. We're going to send it back over to Uber and Wyatt to call the action.
Absolutely ruthless opener to this series by KRÜ. Kesnet was 7 in the first half.
And now it's his job to IGL on the defense. They've talked about that community calling style on attack where Melser will make the final decision if there's a bit of back and forth. But on defense, it is the Kesnet show. And frankly, their defense in stage 2
All right,
so
little
far,
B aggression, off an aggressive and
alarm
alarm ball.
against Sen on this map. They were throwing
One
some
goes
rounds
over.
away in tragic fashion, losing 4v2s. And throwing the map away because of it. It was a 13-11 loss. Jonah
Wow.
again with that
Is that a
shot.
jump spotter?
That is long range through that lurk wall. He's created an opening on the A site here. KRÜ starting to filter now across through B.
Oh, he hears all
G2 aren't
this.
committed to heading to that
He
extremity
hears
yet.
all that. He's pinging it.
In fact,
They are working their way back towards MTA, the new addition, who's been solid so far. Will he try to escape? Wow, lovely tap.
No, no way.
Chance to get his
Bro, that
confidence
is
up.
more than enough, though. That is a lot, bro. Oh, God.
he always has one, but Kesnet's ready.
What?
Levi puts his head back, frustration, I'm sure. He felt like he had the soul read, but Kesnet doesn't have one.
That's a line. What the fuck?
Silently, it's
Oh, you got the
G2
soul.
just creeping into that B site. Jonah P pressed
God.
up. He's already got one nice shot with the Sheriff. He's going to have to do a lot more with Icy this low on HP.
No util to work with. Here's the double swing around the corner into a 5 HP target. We know how these go. Kesnet, check your 6, son. Okay,
Ooh.
1 for 1.
One kill though with 5 is huge.
Jonah P here with a big iron. That's one. 50 HP in a dream. Heat not looking much better with only a ghost to work with. Gives it a tap. Here comes Jonah. He gets stuck on the corner. Slowed up by those shots, and Heat finishes the job. Could have gone either way, but
Good read
KRÜ,
by Heat to just
that's
tap
almost a
right
death
there.
blow to G2 here.
Looks like he might have even hit that scroll wheel as well to his detriment. Awkward little jump at the end. You know, probably, I think if he just tried to strafe out of the way, he might have made it, but I think that was just a bit of a mishap there.
He's not professing out there.
Kesnet with that read
Professoring.
onto
What an
the
opener.
awareness,
By
that single shot. Oh my
Tragic
God,
they lost
that
this
is
round.
filthy work from Jonah for the entry, and unfortunately that was all for naught.
I feel like it was all an MTA at Mountain.
Oh, yeah, just caught on the masonry there. Yeah, that was after he thought he had
He
a
said,
time.
wow.
Kesnet did leave. Pushed up towards Link. G2 are running out of time. Valen tapped up as he
Ooh,
tries to
TP
TP
forward.
behind this lurk wall. He's going to go for something harebrained here. Wide, I can feel it. Gets caught by a Prowler.
Oh, that looks like the perfect nade. Valen just
How
around
the
the
fuck
corner.
did Valen get out?
Of course, it's the star of KRÜ, Kesnet. They are always going to get that upgraded rifle for him whenever they can. Round 2, full armor, Vandal in his hands.
He's on one right now. It'd be crazy not to serve him up whatever he asks for. Now G2 slow it down. They don't fully pull it out of rubble though.
Could we want to quad fight this on the
Man,
eco?
they're taking so much poke. Jonah now down to 35 as well.
And you know, despite talking about
Oh,
how
there's been a
against
little mobile
Sentinels,
here.
KRÜ's defense was
That's very
lackluster,
proactive right
a
there
lot of
from
silly
KRÜ.
mistakes, thrown
Just
away
taking the
rounds.
fight with 4 for a second, immediately falling off, shifting left. They're just constantly like reading the map with this little, with these aggro lines. They're able to read the map.
I see what you're doing. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Oh, fuck.
G2 slowed up there. Snakebite Poison Orb combination says no.
30
We're down to
seconds
29
left.
in the round. Still very distributed across the map. Our KRÜ, they're not sure that G2 have committed
What's
to this,
up,
but we know
man?
that they'll be ending seed. MTA steps up for one.
That's
Gets
not
caught
bad.
out pretty
That's
easily
honestly
now.
not bad at
Helped
all.
away, but a little bit slow. Shy and Kesnet to play through waterfalls.
Oh,
Leaf
too
sprays
high.
wildly through the masonry at them as Kesnet caught out by a Prowler. And Shy tries
How
to
can
run
they
to the
plant,
left.
bro?
Finds
What is
nothing.
this? This is
Force
crazy.
back. Kesnet wants to
Okay,
hold
that'll
his ground,
help.
but it goes 1 for 1.
3v3.
Shy can get the trade. Weaponry though is good for KRÜ. And that's a 2v1.
Not about eco, but 11-3.
Shy for 4. With arguably the weakest weapon board in the round by KRÜ, but that's a side note, and they have converted 11-3.
Shy and Kesnet had me sweating there. I'm not going to lie. The duo was close to the C site, so they just tried to spill their way in, but their other two
All right.
teammates were so...
Buckle up, dude. This is going to be a long fucking game if G2 want to come back in. And honestly, knowing G2, they just fucking might. Like, they actually might.
Oh, that could have gotten so bad for KRÜ.
They don't look like they're capable today, but I've said that
That is
before.
beautiful from Shy. They kind of disrespect the smoke thrown behind them. They're
I've
just
literally
stacking
felt
them
this
out for the rest of
exact
their team,
way
so essentially
about
makes it,
about
two instances
G2
of
in a
2v4
game
there
for them to
KRÜ.
come back and win.
Shy, they're built a little bit
It's
different.
happened like 3 times
There's a chance
actually.
here, I think, to put G2 under the microscope a little bit now. Is that Going to have one real chance here to have a successful gun round to stay in this map. A map that they have only
We can count them out.
Americas
Okay, I've jinxed them.
They look.
I've jinxed them out of the server.
I'll say that much.
No, they really didn't on that defensive half. I think they're going to have a serious mental reset after this map. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but this lead just feels insurmountable, and it doesn't feel like their heads are in the game right now. Josh RT, their long-standing coach, going to try to fix that. The man that's been with them for, what, like a year and 7 months now, you know, brought them to that Ascension tournament, got them into partnership, has been such a great coach with the team, but with only 3 on the board against KRÜ's 11. How much can one coach do?
KRÜ don't bring many weapons back into this round, so it's a little bit of an underpowered bonus, but boy, do they have a buffer of rounds to work with, Wyatt.
Meltzer heads up, purchases that Outlaw G2, all light armors. One shot from him that connects will result in a kill.
That's why Meltzer's playing an off angle over towards Mound here, not the usual one, but he won't see any action this early.
KRÜ are really stacked up towards C right now. You know, perhaps a little bait play. They're hoping that Meltzer maybe gets that first contact, teleports off, and then the rest of the team try to push in.
The read is good. G2 have done this quite a few of these attacking rounds, right? Pop towards A, pull out over towards C. Meltzer is waiting. Spinning the web, but force off the angles here by the Prowler. He'll have to fall back now behind that smoke here and give control of Mount to G2.
But do they dare commit?
Dude,
does Valen have the
we've been seeing these blind C stacks.
Commit to their own peril.
Does he have the cojones for this?
They have double lurks out of A, surely not. With double lurks out of A to like sniff stuff out, yeah.
Keep some presence on C. You know, keep Meltzer's attention there. Perhaps
Being there for IGL Masterclass.
KJ is going to be there. You could see him trying to clear out that utility. While the rest of the team.
I'll say that they definitely changed their pace
a little too
in
wise
that first
for a play
half.
like that.
The hourglass is running.
I think G2 looked a little stale. I don't think it's an aim diff. I just think G2 is a bit too predictable.
Nada. Zilch. But space has been created for G2 to get a post plant set up here, and Fallon finds the right side of Meltzer on the B side.
And at this point,
ideally,
just dealing as much damage as they
G2,
can
you want to see them make a comeback here and look good in the mid round, and this is an excellent example of what you would want. Oh no! Why have I talked?
Nobody's looking for there. That was ugly
spray.
Oh
God!
Giving up a gun there is going to hurt. The rest of the cleanup should be relatively elementary.
Oh.
For KRÜ, still more damage to do, and that's all Kesnit wants. He wants to rattle the cage. Rouse a bit of a rabble. This is all he's going to get for the round here. Kesnit will be bowing out as G2.
Damn.
Oh, give up another
That's
gun.
20
oh,
for him.
Man. It doesn't get any easier, Wyatt.
And already even going down, inching closer to getting the showstopper activated again. In the first half, he had a 3 rounds into the game. And he's almost about to do the same, just 3 orbs away now. Shy with all those kills earlier, close to the lockdown. And frankly, Mitch, this is the trouble with trying to make comebacks happen in Valorant. Eventually, everyone is going to be able to press Q, and probably when
I do like Reach, yeah.
Probably get to 12 on the board.
Yeah, so you have like 1 or 2
in this meta, I'm liking it. Yeah.
In theory, per half at least. And that's all KRÜ really need. Still.
Little C's nade.
Now KRÜ make the buy. Decent conversion off the bonus, I suppose. Damage-wise.
He got out so fast, but he's in the haunt. The haunt is delayed. Oh, that's a masterclass. That's a masterclass.
These are the mistakes that you would never expect
no,
from a team like this.
I don't think that's a mistake, dude. That's not a mistake. They were fucking scrambling. There was nowhere for Valen to go. Like, he needed to TP, and he thought he could go in the open, but the haunt was delayed. Holy shit, wait, still maybe?
Right now they look
no, they need that kill. They can still get it, actually.
Prowler's pass like ships in the night as G2 are still grouped up
no, they
towards Rubble,
can't.
and
They cannot
says,
get it.
Don't mind if I do. Flawless here for KRÜ on the precipice of a comfortable map 1 win.
And just this
damn, bro.
Dude, flawless here.
I'm pulling up that Rubble control again. That was clean.
Being shown there from Heat, more Prowlers. Look at this on, and then it brings up another player there. Easy spray from Meltzer.
Okay.
Oh,
so from here, we could probably go like
the start of these rounds.
yoink. Playback speed 0.25. All right, so you can see the C's is in the open.
Keep them coming.
The nade is right on top of it. He has to go out right away. The haunt is literally like on the way though, and he's about to get pinged by it. It's behind him. That is so sick, actually.
They pulled out to trend towards C.
What a fucking take.
This time they linger a little longer. 2 Vandals bought into the round. And cobbled together by shambolic for G2 this game has been.
2 sheriffs for them. Trent is 1 orb away from that nightfall if they can find it somewhere. But that's going to be tough with his presence from KRÜ on this A side.
Oh, bro. These guys at Rumble are getting punked. Okay. Held it down.
Spike on the way through. Heat under pressure here with the C's. And the rocket from Kesnet lands true. He knows there's someone an upper.
I thought Trent was safe.
It's Icy playing safe with nothing but that sheriff to work with here. And the spike is still heading over to A now.
And I like this heat. Kesnet staying doubled up. Fighting together, double facing. Lovely fundamentals.
G2 can't break this baby door position. They struggle with it all round. All the util in the world, all the King's horses, and men couldn't get them in there. And now Valorant has to turn tail and run, and he won't be fast enough.
Man.
What a drumming. And what a way to make a statement to start the series with playoffs
Holy
on the line.
Shit,
KRÜ
bro.
deliver on.
That was such a dominant ass map from KRÜ. I haven't seen G2 get spanked like that in a second. Let's actually, when was the last time G2 lost a map like that? I mean, they won this 2-0, so that's not it. Let's just look at the scores, actually. Really? That's all they played is 2 best-of-3s before that? Guess that makes sense. It's probably that Heretic series. These wins are convincing as fuck against NRG. Cent vs Cloud9, 13-11. I guess 13-5 here. Oh, this looked raw. This looked bad. Okay. This was... That's a little scary for G2 that they've shown that now twice now. In like 2 weeks now, they've looked very flat. On 2 different maps, actually. They had like a good streak going. They're showing some cracks now, yeah? Their Lotus, their Icebox. Those are typically quite good for them. And then, yeah, they destroyed them on Lotus in the second half. That was the game where Cloud9 had like 9 kills or some shit. What did they ban today? Let's see. They banned Sunset. It's so great. They used to insta-pick this, like around the time of kickoff. They have been picking Ascent though a lot lately. KRÜ used to be good on Ascent, but I feel like every time I watch them now, they kind of like fizzle out. I don't know what else to say. Like they have these like moments. They definitely know what they're doing on the map. Like you can see they've been playing this fucking default comp forever. So they know what they're doing. It's just they're never like good enough to beat the great teams that pick it against them. They're never that good. They didn't used to permaban it. Like, see, they used to play it quite a bit. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, this is KRÜ's page. I'll show you G2's Sunset. So, yeah, I mean, they were picking it a lot. I remember, like, around this time, like this show match, they were really enjoying it. I think here... Actually, Sen picked it right there. When did they pick it? Maybe here? At some point, they were picking Sunset. KRÜ picked it there. I'm just going to open a bunch. Here it is. So they picked it against EG in kickoff. And then they picked it against KRÜ also in kickoff. And then they picked it against MIBR. Yeah, there was like this stretch where they were like very sunset pilled. And it wasn't really like great for them. Like you can see they went 1 for 2 here. They might have even picked it again here. No. Let's see, like Sen picks it and they respect Sen's pick, but I did not know that. Gamer, thank you. All right, let's get the coach interview.
La información, sin embargo, con impacto. ¡Keznit! ¡Contra 4K y el ace no!
Really, Dan? Like on Twitch, or like are you like gambling?
Joining me right now, we have Coach Adam. Now, Lotus was KRÜ's map pick, and y'all pretty much just ran away with that map. So I'm curious to
Keep
know,
it together, Tay.
what are the plans going into Ascent? How do you
it's still
plan to keep up
happening.
that momentum?
It's still happening. We didn't see it.
That lately, the team has been focusing too much into the negative stuff inside the game. And I think that today we successfully were able to just keep thinking about the positive, about things that work for us. And that's creating a really good environment in the team. So the plan is to stick like that for Ascent, and maybe we can close the series 2-0.
Awesome. Well, best of luck on map 2.
And KRÜ managed to take out G2. Their map pick 13 to 4 on
What is
Lotus.
this?
G2 had no opportunity to really get
No
back to
loyalty
that
at
series
all?
because, well, I mean, to be quite frankly, KRÜ
None?
never
God
really
damn.
gave them an entry to begin with. It was just the Keznit show from the beginning, and then they just kept on adding to the pain.
Yeah, I mean, that first half was just so dominant. G2, I think, kept going for these like early
What
game
hoodie,
control
K-Dubs?
ideas on their
Which
defense,
one?
and KRÜ was
Tell me.
owning them round.
You talking
after
about the KRÜ
round
one?
with these fast
That
recalls.
Adam had on?
Keznit in particular
Which one
was
you talking
playing
about?
incredible, and they just snowballed that first half like crazy.
Yeah, and it's because KRÜ kept winning the critical buy rounds,
Oh, baby.
right? Every time G2 were down to $0 in the bank account, they're losing those
I know it's a
rounds, and
pink one with a
think it wasn't
graphic on
until
it,
round
but
7 or
I didn't
8
really
that
like
G2 were able to win one of those
analyze
and
it.
actually get a
Yeah?
couple
Didn't really think
back-to-back.
much of
The
it.
biggest problem to me was that on some of those critical
That's such a
rounds in the
filthy
first
kill,
half,
by the way. Just
G2
aim at
had
that crack
options
and
to
free
save
fire
with
when the
2 or 3
paranoia
players,
comes through.
but played those rounds out, and it just kept spiraling out of control.
Yeah, and the reason why they had to save in the first place was the proactivity on the post plants. That's something that we didn't get to touch on in the first half. But still, it was insane, the double swinging together, stuff that was really lacking these last couple of matches from KRÜ. And it's nice to see them have their mojo back. I guess every single time, you know, they get counted out of the punch, they just
Everyone has to stop believing, and then they're the best team in the world.
Yeah, they're the best team in the world, right?
It's crazy.
It's insane.
But what you're talking about like the post-plant proactivity, that was really impressive to me. The protocols on when they were fighting, when they were falling back in the
395
post was
ACS.
great. So
What?
much of that was Keznit. But I think you do have to bring to the attention how
It was
often
that
on
crazy?
the defensive side, Icy was getting set up to try and go for these early
I
fights.
didn't
and he
realize
was
that
getting left
250
really far
damage
ahead,
around,
dying
dude.
first to Keznit and giving these
Wow.
big advantages to call around in the mid-round.
Yeah, and it's a
Wow.
tough situation to be in because, like,
I didn't realize
don't
it was
know,
that crazy,
they can beat a
actually.
Keznit that's actually playing on that
he's
board.
going
I don't know what you
crazy.
can do because he was absolutely dialed in from the get-go. It was an unreal performance.
And I didn't think it was possible.
I do
In
not
the
like
first
the
half,
MTA mood.
we
No.
were planning on like, oh
memeing
yeah, Keznit's gonna be great.
It's your
It's
twin?
great. But normally
Same.
G2 is a lot
Yeah.
better at shutting down star
Same.
players. But today they're having, I think, a little more
Just
issues
like
with
me
their
for real.
microcoms. There's all these little things that compound against a Keznit who is playing incredible Valorant, and you get a result like that.
Yeah, it's actually quite scary there if you're G2. And honestly, if you're all the talent, because let's take a look at the predictions.
It's not actually.
Yeah, it is. Here it is. Because none of us predicted KRÜ to do anything. And
Golden Boy,
What
the
have you blame us?
series isn't over.
Can you blame?
Bro, how? I guess, man, it's obvious how we got here, right? But dude, these are still 2, 5, and 3 fucking teams. Like, that's insane. That's actually insane that it's like full G2 when they're both 5 and 3. I know G2 went to Shanghai. They looked really good. They also made the run in the playoffs for Split 1. But man, like, are they really that much more favored? I guess the roster change.
Oh, they're really familiar with the comebacks, like you're saying. But I think the big question is this Ascent. They were playing the Neon last time. They did get a win there. I wasn't totally convinced on the comp, so I'm curious to what they're going to bring.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and jump over to the G2 camp and see what's going on with Josh RT and the boys as we have Geek Heavy standing by, getting ready for map 2.
All right, I'm joined right now by G2's coach, Josh RT. So it seemed like that map kind of got away from you.
The way
he
is fucking looking is so funny. He's not happy.
I think we forgot how we wanted to play, and we kind of gave them the
He's
openings.
fucking
thinking
pissed.
that like they wouldn't hit the shots. We weren't reading the map state correctly, and we made a lot of errors in like how we move as like a duo or a trio around the map. So I told the boys, like, let's tighten up, let's play coordinated, let's play disciplined, let's play the game that we know how to play, and we'll take map 3 or map 2 and 3.
Yeah, hopefully we'll take this to a map 3. Best of luck.
Yeah, thanks.
You wish you were Josh's water.
It was the problem. G2's striving.
I don't even know what you're imagining in your head.
They were bad in map 1. I think that is
Keep
something
that shit to
you
yourself.
can
No,
lock in. We know they're good to find that mental reset. They're not out yet.
I'm trying to sleep. You guys are fucking
one concern that I have here, which is something that we saw that play out very much so, is the individual capability of KRÜ, and we constantly talk about G2 not really having those X-factor individuals on the team. Great players on the team across the board, but you don't have that person that
I seriously love Josh.
I would hard disagree.
I have a lot of
because
respect for
there is a
him.
man
Going
with
back to
big,
CS
poofy
days.
hair, name of Leaf.
And that's fair. I agree.
I would further say that on a map like Ascent, there is another guy who usually shoots around this dart that tells you where the enemy is. Trent dominates on this map. I actually would go the opposite direction and say this team has a lot of players that stand out map to map.
No, that's completely fair. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, especially considering, you know, the talent that's on that lineup. I think the only reason why I said that is just because it's kind of been a point of conversation with G2 over the course of the last few months, no?
And I think what you're getting at is in the duelist line. For sure. The Icy, the newest player on the team, his pop-ups are a little bit less extreme than a guy like Kesnet on the other side that's dominating every game.
He's going back to the Jet, though. I thought that Neon put him out on his own way too often to take just straight up 1v1s that he was oftentimes losing. He's really comfortable on this Jet role. It's a standard on the map for a reason. I think this is a good shift for G2.
Yeah, but so is Kesnet. Very comfortable on that Jet.
And this is his map.
And this is the problem for G2.
Some crazy Kesnet rounds. He's starting defense. If this guy gets an op, they win pistol. I mean, that, you know how scary that can be, Drag.
Yeah. Jet off on this map, it just takes over, especially on the defensive side. The problem is, KRÜ in general on this map, the last couple times they played it, have not looked great.
Yeah, they have not looked great, but they look great in map 1 and picked up a massive 13-4 win. Can they do the same thing here and end this series 2-0, or would G2 force us to a map 3? Let's send it back over to your casters. You got Uber and Wyatt for the cast.
Only so much time did G2 have in between that first map and this
God,
one here.
I'm literally, I came in my room chat and guess what? I saw that it was the default comp and I was no weighing. When I came in my room. It was crazy. It was crazy.
I don't think perhaps this entire year, certainly not since the Stage 1 playoffs, that was very out of the ordinary for a team that I look at and think of fundamentals. I mean, a testament to that in that game was that they only converted 2 of their 7 first blood rounds. That is shocking from them, frankly. This is their map.
Wait, they didn't put. You baited me. Oh, you said not putting Leaf.
One for them to get back in the game and take this thing to split.
G2 back to Jet, no more Neon for Icy. That was touch and go at times for them in their previous game. Here we go, set up towards B. This one going to be pretty expedient, I dare say. In behind the R drone. And they pull back. This is reminiscent of the
I do have bad news, though.
And funny enough, this is exactly how G2 started their pistol round the last time they played Ascent against C9. Identical so far.
I tried to get Leaf to get some pressure there. He just got sat
but the
so
here
hard.
From KRÜ got pulled in the direction of A after that exchange. Against NRG, KRÜ really took a beating in tree around this area. That's where they suffered. As FNS really unwound them round after round. That is huge info, though.
All right,
followed up with a molly.
Okay, wow, okay. And they got the smoke on door. So KO close it. They take this ground. They clear heaven with that. All right.
That heaven pinch. He's gonna eat that entirely, and he asks for seconds.
That was sick.
Fallon delivers now. Shy is going to make a little bit of noise heading to heaven, but Jonah P's not ready for it. It's Mills operating from the 7th circle there in hell. Trent deals with it. Player advantages. Shy just throws himself into this here.
Shy?
Avoiding the recon. Now can play off MTA and upper, but Valen in A main is going to be the
oh my god.
Here. Now it's MTA V3 and G2. Okay.
What a fucking mid round.
They got the pistol on Lotus and then it fell apart.
I'm not getting ahead of myself, but that was very cool from G2. They started that round the exact same as they did the last time they played Ascent. They go for this B main control, feign like they might just be fast heading into the site, and then slow pivot into an A split.
I like how they scrapped whatever strat they initially called when they had leaf pick tree, and they knew they had to like audible. So they let Jonah pick that first, then they smoked door. Or actually, they smoked door before the pick. They isolated that fight, and then they did a heaven split with one main with flash. So really good mid round.
He takes that over towards the B side extremity there and holds an angle briefly before conceding it. G2, no one loves to slow it down more than they do.
Yeah, that is a fact. They like to take their time.
I got you, Tay. I'll submit your application to Josh. Although, just a warning, I think he had a partner at last champs. I'm not 100% though.
Just over a minute now, still to play with. Mid essentially given up here as KRÜ opt to try and stack the A side.
I don't fucking know.
Can this be read by G2? Aldrone certainly will try it.
Only spots one though.
Shock dart, though, they are starting to trend away. This will be checked, though. 2 caught inside the 0 point.
No way.
G2 do know there's a heavy tree presence as a result.
Valen getting up close here.
Enough noise to wake the dead.
That was champs, though.
Falling off. And yeah, G2. Classic round here, taking the time, working the map. Finishing up mid now. Gonna pivot into B, where it's just Kesnet.
I don't fucking know what people are doing with their lives, dude. Who am I kidding? I'm just making shit
will
up.
say embedded in mid here. I don't know if Shy's aware of this. Icy cleans him up. That Phantom brought up here, finding value. Jonah! Okay, had a chance to respond after the first shot. Kesnet's very low. Trent eventually just gonna pepper him down through the wall. Leaf tries to challenge Melsa, wants that weapon badly.
They swarmed that so well.
Icy with the big gun. Holding that market angle. A bit of damage.
Damn, the spam off contact.
Yeah, just has
oh my god.
Trent so solid on this map. A real knack for using those weapons with a high bullet pen.
Oh my goodness, okay.
And there it is with the Guardian, and no doubt you were going to see that with the Odin when the side swap. I mean, maybe even
Trent's just going to cheat this one.
It is useful for that counter spam onto the enemy Sova. That battle on B is incredibly important.
Melza here has a crack at it at least, but Trent leaves around with a brace of 4.
Already, I love how G2 are working the map. Valen has so much experience here, and we saw another experienced IGL, FNS on NRG, just working.
Bro, this round from Trent is wild. What the hell? What a fucking sick round. He got 3 spam kills.
Sort of reciprocal match that rather.
What the fuck?
Absolutely. KRÜ really need to step things up from their performance that they just sent the other day.
Oh, wow.
Defense was their weaker side.
That's crazy.
Couldn't get in that game either. So far, he's been astounding on Lotus.
Just an absolutely average
setups, a lot more proactive taking of those extremities.
Very important to like protect your turret.
Game, no doubt.
It forces people to take this risky ass fight that they don't want to take.
Really work out for KRÜ.
Right? The difference between taking that fight where a Jet could be ready to peek with an AWP behind the turret is so different than just winging a fucking molly over the wall and seeing if anyone breaks it. And when someone does break it, it gives you info on the setup.
Leaf though could take him down through the middle part of the map here.
That was
getting
sick.
thrown out. Icy trying to get ahead of it now. Kesnet though, what a timing out of tree. Not bad. Now 3 versus 3 as MTA tries to hold his ground.
Holy fuck.
Even as it gets. Kesnet a little low, gets a tickle from that shock as well as the wall comes down. We want none of it. He'll break through that instantly. Giant descends from heaven now. Trent
whoa, hey, what's up, bud?
2 for the killjoy and KRÜ on the board.
Nicely done, KRÜ, with so much pace getting back into that site, not giving an opportunity at all for G2 to try to scale in there, get the spike down in a safe spot. Kesnet with that pick onto mid though, finding Leaf, you know. Obviously, frankly, everyone should have an idea in a situation like that. The KJ will be in tiles. They'll be walking towards mid on the A hit. I mean, we've seen this millions of times at this point on professional Ascent play.
I feel like the epicenter of this defensive setup for KRÜ really is around Kesnet and Heat, who do want to play towards that tree side, and Kesnet wants to, you know, move between mid and maybe even heaven if he gets an op. Those two pivotal here to KRÜ's strategy.
MTA now the one picking up the Guardian over towards B. Again, it's all about that high bullet pen, finding opportunities to spam through that wall, deal damage, get a kill if you're fortunate.
They did get an alarm bot towards mid this time, KRÜ, so Kesnet probably doesn't need to be nearly as vigilant as he's being about that part of the map, but he's determined to jump spot it.
Jai here just
high little
contact off the turret.
Chair.
Common for the defensive B main hold.
That's a good idea. That's a cheeky idea to molly him out the drone.
Al drone, the Sova was affected. Okay, 0 point doesn't really tell anything new to G2. Just that the Omen is over towards that tree side.
The map.
Now burst of speed from them here.
Give me the context that you heard it in.
For a dash from Icy, and he goes across. Looking to test that switch maybe. Two players grouped up in Boathouse now, and Kesnet might be able to find a push out of CT here. Looks like through smoke he dealt with Jonah. Here come the reinforcements, but they're all grouped up in CT.
I think when you hear someone say stuff like that, how they define that word is often
He will swap it out.
very different from how someone else might define that word. That's what I'm asking you.
No one to deal with in B main. They're going to clear that. They get the info.
That's the last flash, but well used to make sure they're not going to get backstabbed. Still a bit of time to work with here, but Kesnet doesn't
Very
really
disciplined post here from G2. They're not giving him anything.
That's not going to be bothering G2 whatsoever. They're having to split around that one. Kesnet gets one, forced away. Melsa on the side, pushed up. One smoke to the right-hand side of Boathouse means that G2's options for swings are limited. It's Melsa giving it a touch. Kesnet approaching now at 40 HP. And Leaf wins it out. It's all up to Kesnet.
Well played.
And they hold it down. G2 under extreme pressure. Convert the round.
Leaf gonna go down to the spike at the very end. Will have some significant damage to their economy from
All right,
that
hold up one sec.
But overall,
look what choices he got. Gotta stick around for that. KRÜ were gonna go down with the ship happily.
G2 did such a nice job just...
Yo, chat, if you were a captain of a ship and that shit was going down, are you going down with it? Or are you just saying, yo, it's just a fucking ship? Like, hypothetically speaking, are you going down with the ship?
Later, that nothing util-wise later on.
I think I'd say fuck the ship. It's just a ship. Why did that saying start, bro?
From Melser over towards
I'm saying fuck the ship, Loki.
So standard. This is so good.
I am not going down with the ship.
We're on a save. Better go mid.
Why did that become a saying?
Whether it be flashing out of a smoke like that with multiple players.
Whoever made that saying must have really hated like fucking a certain ship captain. Like, just remember, Brad, if the fucking ship is going down, you absolutely must go down with it. And if you don't, you're a huge pussy. And you will never, ever show your face here ever again. Like, what was the fucking... How did that get started?
They have the firepower.
How did that get started?
When they're at their best, they have more than enough confidence
like,
to do it as well.
It's a fucking shit. Who cares?
The null command here. Not exactly reinventing the wheel at G2, but it's quite effective. Here comes Icy. Only good for the one, and the pistols for KRÜ are starting to sing. Now, though, Trent tries to slow things down. Melsa from Heaven could be an issue. He's forced to back away, but MTA catches him out of Jonah down inside null command.
Left.
So Leaf has to come in.
Full HP,
There's no
2-on-1.
chance to bring the KO back into the fight. This is a bona fide 1v2.
I don't like that.
Risk of getting thrifty.
He fucking stared at that.
Swarm into the back of the site. Goes over the head.
Please, RNG, just give us a hit anywhere in the
money's not
fucking...
great here either for G2, and he still tests it. Leaf feeds himself to the beast.
KRÜ have been destroying G2 upon their entry into this A site, have not found success there. It's that active fighting from them.
Oh yeah, that is why. It was women and children first, and then like the people that were okay, yeah, that's actually how it got started. That's actually okay. Now that we're on board here, okay. Yeah, I'm still letting the ship sink. I'm still letting the ship sink. Cause yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and let that ship sink.
Economy has been stunted. They do at least, Wyatt, pick up 3 attacking rounds here after winning
I still don't
pistols.
want to die,
All doom and
actually.
gloom, but KRÜ have finally managed to get themselves into the saddle.
And in their last game, KRÜ, when they were up against NRG on defense,
Reminds me of that like Dimitri Martin joke though, like drowning. It was some shit like drowning sounds really bad, but unless you're. But what if you're thirsty? And it's like not so bad for a little bit. You know, like you're really thirsty. Like, oh, it's too much, too much.
Applying them so far.
Bro, that Dimitri Martin's so fucking funny. His jokes are just so goddamn punchy and fast. Like there's like a million one-liners.
Regardless, you don't need a ton of rounds on attack here to win out. It typically is that defender's favored map.
Some key ultimates on the horizon here for KRÜ.
I got you, Sled.
Hunter's Fury, Null Command.
I'm part
Lockdown,
trolling.
All crucial and all build arounds when it comes to
Part being
your winning
serious.
strategies.
That is indeed why I'm not a captain. Not trying to be though.
Leaf going to have just enough to get a hero guardian here, actually.
All right.
Hasn't been able to do much so far in this series, and for the most part has been on a heater in stage 2. Always a standout for the G2 squad. But so far it's KRÜ, they've just had a read on him, like that round where Kesnet just caught him with ease on his attempts to go for that lurk, a backstab and a post plant. Maybe this is a round where he can get things started, that lone rifle.
Looking like a
So
mid
here he is
B.
again. Early probe at A, take alt orb, then pull out. Couple players posted up in mid here for G2. They're
Odin.
hoping to capitalize on KRÜ trying to contact peak out of cat.
Is dart primed.
Pretty standard setup here from KRÜ,
One
but it
off.
is effective. It's standard for a reason. Again, that turret to take contact, but rather than someone swinging close B main,
If the drone
it
were to
takes
spot
contact,
someone, he would
and TA,
blind, but
Odin
it's
in
not
hand,
going to
ready
blind anyone.
just
Or it's not going to spot anyone, so.
spam down those players in B main.
Okay, they know he's there, but the Guardian with the high 10 isn't
good night.
here right now for G2. Oh, buddy! This could get ugly. Jonah riddled with bullets there. Kesnet, he has a timing, and that's the gun taken away from G2. The one they were hoping to capitalize on here. Kesnet now just gets to kind of bloody
Damn,
sway
dude.
through the remainder of G2.
It made the hit so off time and bad.
None of it.
He makes the smart decision.
That shit was so disjointed.
Self-preservation instinct kicks in.
And it's about damn time because, listen, there are a lot of moments with KRÜ over the past couple weeks where Kesnet is looked to be reverting to the old him, where he's doing way too much, taking
True,
way
Trikey,
too
yes.
many risky fights. And makes the better call there. I thought he was up to just dash in and into eco players, but he does not.
Fun map.
That's a good sign.
The shoulder angel finally had his attention for long enough.
He chose the light path. Nicely done from MTA there. There's something to be said for G2 struggling to break these recon darts and aunts though. My god, that's another
want
one that
Kesnet to
gets so
aim.
much value against them.
And they're looking awfully readable. KRÜ are at least able to make a lot of the right
KRÜ
choices.
have
Right
read
timing
them
there from Kesnet to find a
up
fight
to
was
this
huge.
point quite well. Played off the. I don't think he got hit. I don't think he did. He didn't. Okay.
Of the range.
Oh man, good trade.
Kesnet in danger, and Icy brings him down.
That's
Okay,
the
G2's
fucking
duelist gets a little piece of
Kesnet
the action.
fearless factor
Now
right
trying to
there.
go off the side, he gets in. Only MTA
Okay.
through CT,
Very good, very
and
good.
that smoke will stymie him for now.
Tagged up as well, Stray.
Got to be a Hunter's Fury play, right?
Just going to fall out of there. Yeah, if he can
Chat,
get the
when was
tag,
the
he
last
might
time
try
you
to
guys were
even things up.
stymied?
Maybe this recon will reveal a G2 player.
G2 break the ball.
Susceptible.
What an odd way to fucking
Here we
use
go.
that word.
One tag comes out. MTA now under some pressure. Oh, this could be rough. Trent!
Silver diff!
That's a match.
Silver diff!
Sove is going out at MTA with far less experience under these conditions. What, 41 rounds of Sova played before this match. And KRÜ down to 2 players now, and something we didn't see enough from G2 was the save. Something KRÜ may be considering here, but the money is very good for them.
Yeah, I was going to say, look at the state of the economy. So good for KRÜ. Dismal for G2. Kills really matter. For them.
They've got to get out with these guns. They need them.
Player standing.
And yeah, the spike will go up. But Jonah's likelihood of getting out of this alive, slim. Just playing at the edge of the explosion. One gun at least brought in as G2 get back in the lead.
Wow.
Of course, you're never going
It's
to
with a Y.
lose the gun round, but a small consolation prize. to
Prevent or
KRÜ.
hinder.
G2 on this
I did know this one, but I did not know it spelled this way. I've never seen the word spelled actually.
Send them on to a full eco.
And Kesnet's playing that differently now. He used to have a turret to take contact for him around logs, and he would play B-man against NRG, but he could always overpush multiple times in that series. Now they're playing back, also playing off his teammate. So a bit of a variation there for Kesnet that's much safer, much more effective.
Yeah, it was another situation where he actually tried to get out. Shy tried to get out.
I just never spelled the... You ass. You fucking ass. How dare you? They need to get this util out of MTA. Because every round it's the same shit. It's they try the molly. They need to change up how they approach these early rounds and have more effects. Like, this ain't working. They have 4 rounds, so they're fine, but right now they...
This man has only played 40 rounds of professional level Sova.
Actually, they're kind of making it feel like their default where there's not 4 here. But the problem is that on that default, they actually take main and come back. So they've now landed into that timing. So the fake mid control.
Looks like Heat was tagged up and forced off of it. So 3 players over at A for KRÜ for the time being. Heat surely wants to beeline over towards this site. Just now about to feel some pressure. Okay, TP in from Melser, so they've reinforced it. Lockdowns for both sides.
Surprise, Melser's
counter lockdown is nice. Will G2 try to accelerate to break it? It looks like they will. They've wasted too much time, though.
They didn't hit shot with the paranoia. Oh, that could have gone way worse.
No, no shot.
Well,
2 on 3.
Nobody caught by those.
No way.
G2 with 2 players to swarm over B with. Now operating from a disadvantage.
That was fucking criminal that they just got 3.
He has 1 flash available as well. Kesnet with the operator. Love that little switch. Melser, the weak player with the op. Bogdan's low.
Holy quap is right. I can't believe they just got 3, man.
I think. I see. I like the idea. Melser misses the shot. That could hurt them crucially. Eventually, IC is going to be brought down, though, as Leaf can't really find purchase on his swing. And it tends to fall apart there for G2.
Bro.
Maybe overheating slightly defensively.
Okay.
A little more.
They're still not doing terrible, right? Like 4 rounds on attack right now this early into the half. It would be terrible if they just like fizzle out though. Like and end with 4, it would be so bad. If they get 2 more on, come on. Just 2 more. 2 more rounds, G2. Just split the rounds out.
Seconds of hesitation
50%.
might have been their undoing. It was an awkward situation for them. And it was an awkward situation.
They get 2 more. They're so good. They're fine.
I feel is pretty underrated and has been stepping up, anchoring the B site so far.
G2 have clawed 4 attacking rounds here.
KRÜ's attack, whenever I watch it, very reliant on like the pistol and like early momentum. When they don't get the early momentum on attack, they have rough attacks on ascent.
A bit of a bait setup here. Melser inserted into wine, 1-way smoke down, going to peek off of it. And G2 will back up. That bad weaponry, at least for now, waiting it out.
Jonah has the molly for this.
Melser
has to move quick. I think they need to swing on this defensively. They do. He catches out Train. Here comes the dash. Jonah P deals with the omen.
Okay. It's good how like crazy they made it on the eco.
Tough position to break.
They take those.
For the defenders.
They take that every day of the week.
Rare whiff in this series for Melser.
3 here.
Really been
out of range of this,
so
surely,
far.
right?
Should have had at least 1 for free.
Sure.
Going to get 1 rifle away to G2 as they reposition, working towards catwalk, smoke deep mid. Are they going to venture forward into mid, try and break that alarm bot? Because right now it's the signifier for KRÜ that there won't be a B
that
split.
That is out of range.
He's still headed towards A. Heads up from Jonah to break that.
If he breaks that door though, it does leave the possibility of a market play open and might draw some KRÜ players away from A.
Oh, that timing is fucking absurd. That timing is fucking crazy.
Guess that they will wait. This is just raw contact from Icy. It could go wrong, but smoke comes up. Operator stifled for now, and Icy found heat there. Very low health. This is G2 trying to get value out of that Vandal. Leak now on the side, has to plant his feet, but Shy drops down.
Spike down A.
And it's Jonah with 5 HP to save it, and he only has a pistol. That's that.
And again, KRÜ are so fast at getting back in on A, not even giving them an opportunity to tap the spike.
Your chances of making it as an esports commentator increase if you have a foreign accent? It does seem like it, huh? Yeah, it does. I feel like Americans like accents. But I feel like everyone... Like, I feel like an American accent in EU would also get hired. You know? It's just how I think it is. I don't know why.
A lot on the line for G2 in this round. Everything invested. Trent with the Odin. Counter spam ideas
British, yeah.
from him. What? And Kesnet. Outrageous shot.
Yeah, like still.
Shouldn't be possible, and yet here we are.
No, I'm not signaling about still. I actually think Still's a great caster.
Tara's going to take contact. He should have been ready for that. And Trent was able to find two somehow. The spray is good. Now smoke towards CT. Kesnet could have had the shot there, but he's flashed off the angle.
Oh, that's so big.
Too much. 3 KRÜ players fall in quick succession as G2 lean into
Close
the
it
B site.
out. Just close it out.
The B site where success has been found for them. Unfortunately, you know, save for Shy making a nice play, anchoring effectively. They just have not been able to lock this site down like they have over on A. You know, perhaps.
But yeah, I've actually noticed that with like the accents too in the past. Like even in CS, there's like a lot of like British talent, and so like think like Vince, On Fire Vince, Anders. Semler actually had like an American accent, even though he lived in Europe. He was born, I think, in California. And then there's like, I guess CS has quite a few because there's like Launders, Sadikist, Scrawny. I don't know. But in Valorant, there was quite a few. There was like DDK, Pansy, Hypoc, Sideshow, Bren, Tombiz. Who else? I don't even know.
They've been getting caught, even when they got a first kill with Kesnet. He gets caught, Shy gets caught. The active plays and the anchoring have been tough for them.
0 points exchange over a day. I think only one player between the two. Lit. Now down mid is the focus for G2. They haven't been clearing the alarm bot with the shocks. That's something NRG.
To be honest, like I really enjoy like the Australian accent and banter. Like I love it. I fucking love it. It seems so unhinged. Like the Australian banter is fucking wild.
Shy gets backside as well to support quickly. Kesnet caught.
It's so funny. Like
again, raise its head.
And look at this patience from G2, just controlling.
I also
the
love
space.
Pansy's casting. Like the
pick.
way that she like builds her sentences and like
so excruciating for KRÜ.
Kind of hypes up rounds is
options for themselves.
Fucking special.
Waiting for that smoke to regenerate, and now MTA is cut off.
They don't have a smoke for market though. It doesn't seem to matter. MTA got blown to smithereens as he stood in CT.
Unawareness there from Leaf.
Now
What a
hoping to
reposition.
double up with Melsa. It's just the two of them for the time being. On the way though. He needs to get there. In goes Melsa. Can't win that one.
Wait.
Valen can't afford to bring
No
the
way.
back
Can't
though.
res. No way. Don't go for it. Don't go
So
for
have to
it.
settle for the
Don't go
spike here
for
in a
it.
1 versus 1 with 20
Yeah,
to play. He has all his util. Here it goes. Valen steps out of the molly here. Has to find a swing from Dice. He makes some noise.
Nice play. All right, they got their 6, chat. I said they needed 2. They could get 3 out of those 4.
Such expertise on these attack halves, working the
What
map,
a
calling
clutch.
nice slowdown like he did in the mid-round, waiting for that smoke to regenerate, to cut off.
Oh,
that
Bardolph.
Aaron's
Yeah,
ball,
forgot about him
making the
too.
right plays. Individually, so consistently.
Kesnet's trying to project anger against his shoulder ranger with that shot.
One enemy remaining.
Such a close miss.
And again, getting caught out by something that G2 weren't doing on Lotus effectively. But there they do, just a nice double face. The fundamentals looking cleaner for them on their map fit.
No, I've never seen that, but I might check it out. Smiling friends.
Now one way, of course, is up for KRÜ here. G2, though, don't fully respect it. So TP across the way. Standard protocols here at the start of the round in A main.
Little bait setup on Cat.
Operator watching towards A main.
All very tricky lines, right? This close line. This guy has contact, baiting in for the Omen as second contact.
Cut here from G2.
And then obviously the KO is great support over at A. All the KO would need to do is just like turn and molly A main, or turn and underhand a flash through the smoke. It's a super good pivot spot between the
Does he
two.
blow the door open? Certainly weighing it up.
And they have the right people being contact.
Job of
This guy's second contact. And like,
their
it's good that the Omen.
Leaf classic for you. Finds it timing up mid every time.
So now it's just
Turret thrown
pumping
in
the gas here.
Here's that defensive
Sticking
lockdown.
that? Sticking
Can they
that?
clear it? It's Icy pushing up to Shy, able to get rid of him. And yes, the TP in there for Valen clears the lockdown.
30 seconds.
Holy
A full
shit,
strength
man.
G2 now up against the last 3 for KRÜ to get their 7th attacking round on ascent.
Getting 7? The one way is in.
How do you lose this?
His gun barrel's sticking through though. We saw that in the overview, yeah? But they just don't even want it. They don't even want to go that way. They say, fuck that.
G2 certainly going to get 7 on the board. Phenomenal attack half.
What is that Vandal? This Vandal's kind of
The team
crazy.
do so much good work for Valen to allow him to just make fantastic calls on all of these rounds. It was only towards A where KRÜ were finding success. And 5 on defense.
Closing the mark
can't
door
imagine that's going to be enough. A
defense.
tall hill to climb when the sides
Oh,
swap.
market door.
Melsa here, just letting it settle in a little bit. The reality that KRÜ only able to get those 5 defensive rounds here on ascent. Rarely a good omen.
Wow.
We'll say that much.
Switching sides.
G2 with a great burst of
Yeah, I'm
speed.
not really
so
sure.
we
Sometimes
didn't see
teams
from
will
them
use
all
it
at once.
as
They're
like
decisive.
an extra layer of protection. So I kind of wanted to like go into someone's question about like mastering the map or solving. That was the word, solving the map. But I'll wait till like the map is concluded, I guess, to do that. And then closing the market door. I think teams will close the market door just when they want an extra layer. So think about it this way. If you're set up in a scenario where you're like 2 in B, 2-on-2 in any kind of way, the other team to break this would probably require like 2 to 3 people, right? And if you close this and then you like kind of push them away, like the second they break that alarm bot, you immediately like drop an omen smoke on top of where it was, right? So then they have to make a hard decision. Like, do we want to go through this omen smoke and then break the door? So you have like another layer of like stall that would require 3 more people. I don't know how to explain it, but it makes you more readable, but also it gives you like a different layer. Like you don't have to, when you close the door and you like say like refresh this area, once the alarm bot's broken, you refresh it with a smoke, you understand that if a pro team wants to go through this in this scenario, they're probably going to like flash or dart market or drone through from like somewhere in these angles. And you're going to be aware, right? You're going to be aware. So it's not like someone's just going to walk through. And it allows you to just basically like kind of cheat one of the sites with 3 players. You're playing very light on mid. Mid is not a big threat to you in a round like this, and you have solutions to deal with it. What the fuck?
Decisions on a general idea as well at the beginning of those rounds, and then everybody else is adding into the general idea. Oh, let's add this as well. Let's do what we did in the round before. Let's also be aware of these little things, and that's the way that the communication is going to work. Also, Kesnet is maybe the most vocal in those mid rounds. You see him always very animated, and when you see towards the end of the rounds, the Vice Merchant seems to be a little bit of shy, and also MTA celebrating all those rounds. Also make sure that if something went wrong, they're able to fix it for the next one. One more thing as well, MTA and Shy are working a lot together, so you get the chance to see them having the communication in between them as everybody else is having the general idea of those rounds as we talked about. There's some cool ideas there. The vibes are good, I can say, and Melser 100% the IGL on those big rounds and big decisions. This is everything that I have. Let's send it back to the casters for the second half.
That was a good segment.
Thank you very much, Dan Dryad. And now we have a great chance to put this calling by quasi-committee for KRÜ to the test. Attack side ascent, one of the toughest challenges for your calling game in general. G2 managed to navigate it with grace. Now it's up to KRÜ.
That never leaves the pool. It's a map where IGLs have so much experience, can excel. We saw Valen do just that.
Such a wrinkly map. Never leaves the
I make
pool.
a video on solving Abyss. Oh, I did. I think I made like a video talking about the comps that I would probably run, but no, nothing crazy.
Pressure on Leaf now.
Okay, Recon's going to be pinging Kesnet out. He needs to retreat to Logs.
Damn, no one to capitalize. They're rolling out though.
Away from Melsum, but it's going to be Trent exploding from stairs. Kesnet though bites his time. Was able to find 2 from Logs in the end. It's 3 HP left on Melsum, but Kesnet, oh, he won't be denied.
Unreal.
16 for 7 already.
It's a shame no one was there to capitalize on it though.
Icy and Lone Duelist.
What a great way for KRÜ to build up some buffer, having less of a successful campaign on the defensive side of this map. Good way to get back to parity here with a pistol round win.
Yeah, fantastic start. I love that position from Kesnet while the rest of the players are storming into the site. Just plays a bait position in Logs, expecting G2 to try to flood quickly out of that CT smoke. That's exactly what they did. Waited for a sound cue of a flash coming through. Swings at the perfect time. Lovely play. Expecting G2's moves perfectly. All classics for G2.
How many babies have I held? What?
But KRÜ don't really seem to care.
Probably not that many actually.
Pushing right past that one-way smoke.
Kesnet has full armor and a Vandal, by the way. Another day at the office for your superstar from KRÜ.
Got it off, but he got no pings.
Steps away from that recon now, and he might look to challenge Trent. A little bit of damage, he's happy with that, sidesteps it. And now KRÜ will embed themselves in the site. Ready to draw blood. Great molly. Oh, Trent just ate that for breakfast.
Flash as well, just for further delay. G2 would be happy with any damage here, but it's not looking likely.
Jesus Christ,
building
dude.
close to those
He is
knives
so
already.
confident.
Going to be cleaned up with ease, but it's after this anti-eco that the real test will begin for KRÜ, the test for their calling style with all the players contributing. We've talked so much about it. It's been such a massive shift for them. And against Valen, one of the toughest tests you can get for it. Such a fantastic IGL.
But not so far in this series, really, if you at least consider Lotus. We did not see G2 really look decisive at all. They really took the initiative. They gave up so much of the map. Let's see how they look here on what ostensibly should be a bit more of a comfortable setting.
And already Trent is on that Odin. Part of the reason that they just go with the classics. Look at the difference.
Oh my god!
It's caught on the cross.
Dude!
Just a sixth sense from Trent for the jump timing to safety.
Yeah, you move a muscle and Trent has that itchy.
Imagine that happening to you at 7-7.
Okay, they've come up mid though, so through market KRÜ
Fucking
have
punch your monitor.
2 G2 players entrenched in Boathouse. The rest of them on the way. Taking their sweet time though, this is pretty sluggish.
Fuck, that blind's crazy.
A lot of stock here in Trent to hold this ground. And
oh no.
Now it's a little awkward. G2 with 3 to play with from outside of the
Oh
site.
no.
Will be in a different bloody postcode.
Where were the KO flashes at, Jonah? Where were the KO flashes? Was he like suppressed or what the fuck happened?
Boathouse SMGs at a range like that work perfectly fine. Running and
Man, there was no help. Really no help meme.
Economy on the line.
KO flash with a dart, but no real
We saw
pings.
them in situations like this on Lotus, indecisive. Do we save? Do we go for it?
Oh, bruh.
This time, they opt to save, opt to not get caught, and bring the rifles into the next. Bonus round converted.
He was
rifles
suppressed.
Recovered as
I had
well.
a
Those
feeling.
SMGs exchanged
Oh man.
for the higher level weaponry.
Because, I mean, normally G2's util is like too good, right? So when he had both of those flashes like that in spawn, I was like, there's a reason for this. There's a reason. I didn't catch it, but there's a reason.
And how easily did they just waltz up mid through market, make that B split happen? G2 again giving up a lot of the map.
There was nothing though for those site guys.
So much reliance on the anchors back there, and frankly, yeah, you've got Trent with the Odin.
That's unreal. That how unlucky that was for
expect
sure.
those two guys to pop off. Trent runs this
Like,
map.
you gotta be fucking joking me, man.
Look at this, the running
Like
the
no
shot
omen
dart.
smoke,
Bulldozer
no
goes
fucking
down.
KO flash.
MTA was right
Nothing.
behind Leaf. G2
It
saved
was very well
for this
played.
round. They saved those 3 weapons for this.
3 suppressed.
3 spotted in towards A main. One way stepped past. Heaven will be reinforced here, at least for Trent, but he's only working with a sheriff.
And Leaf is pushed all the way into B main, so you can see G2, they are stacked and ready for this A hit from KRÜ.
Jonah tried to take his time again to flash himself out of the smoke, playing off the paranoia that came in from KRÜ.
Damn, I can't believe Trent held that dart. Well played.
Utility dragged out now from the defenders as KRÜ, they fall off.
This is G2-esque.
Work back towards Shy, who's just been patiently controlling B main. Leaf had that space earlier, but he's backed off. He's playing off of the turret contact.
Okay, so Trent does have a feeling that something's headed towards B, but G2 don't have ways of getting great info on that A side.
And how much support can he really offer? He's got the recon, gets broken, only has a Sheriff, only 65 HP.
Looked to hold that line passively, but was forced away ultimately by a Nano Swarm. Who's pretty good?
Excuse me?
Who is pretty good?
They have to go for another, then they don't want to take the 3-on-4 side.
And fight they will. MTA forced to get away from this one.
And that's a nice double face there from Jonah and Icy to find another in lane. Reposition from Shy, getting close.
Oh, the knife or close. So they know that someone is basically in this spot, or in main.
MTA full flash there. Shy not so
One
much.
of those three, and the dart got him.
Hit there though through the top of the matrix. This is ugly stuff. And G2 get it done. They realize that KRÜ want to fire on the site. They realize KRÜ actually aren't planning. They're 3 stacked on Speedway looking to fire towards market. So G2 back away and say, no, go plant first, then talk to us.
That is some outlandish activity from Leaf though. Anchoring back there. I mean, that should not be happening. What is that? 4 headshots with the Stinger close up. Strafing with mouse.
Sick hold by Leaf.
Held down.
We just saw Melsa pull something similar off in the previous round. Yeah, sigh of relief. I don't blame you.
Actually did
Just
save
like
them,
that,
yeah.
They are right back into the game. KRÜ's economy, though, the beneficiary of that bonus round win, so they're going to be able
KRÜ
to
has 2 people broke though.
as well.
Close to the Blade Storm, so he would be able to like drop one here.
Weapon upgrade from that Sheriff he was stuck with.
They could
on
buy
the
again
previous, so
next.
pretty standard setup here now from G2 as there's that one wave. Ooh. There's that knife and aim. Alan is facing it. I mean, how many first bloods has Melser got in
That's
this
insane,
series?
dude. Their Omen just walks up and does that?
From him and it pays off. Here comes the push. Icy backs away. Hit with a paranoia, so a cloudburst to buy him a bit of space, but he's lit by the recon. Still good for the spray down on Heat. He's down to 11 though. Dash across the site. No. Met by MTA, but from heaven comes Leaf, and Nelson now wants to try and accost him directly. But the Outrone's going to slow it up a bit. 2 versus 2 here. So much early action in this round. And Trent still has an Odin to play off. Leaf is 10 HP wide.
One shock dart for Trent. Leaf just catches Melser. Shy in the 1v2. Leaf low on HP.
Only a shock for Trent. No one at Gen. That was a off-angle plant here for Shy now. Into hell he goes. G2 have to unravel this. A game of Clue to find where Shy is waiting.
And how do they play this together? Does Leaf throw his life away? Just a little juicy piece of bait for Trent to trade off of. Just a little to cycle that recon.
A little amuse bouche for Shy. Oh, buddy, that's not good.
Wow.
Down to 17. Shy could have had it.
Trent is
It was right there.
unfucking real. Shooting through these
Leaf
walls.
serves himself up for the kill.
Scrappy, sloppy for a moment from G2. Those 1v1s being taken.
Oh yeah, this is Uber.
Those are so clean right
Please,
now.
yeah.
Icy trades one back.
This is Uber from Overwatch, you're right.
Too much as Jonah.
He's the GOAT. That's how he's
Regardless of
doing
all
it.
that, though, I appreciate the speed that Leaf and Trent were able to get there. Leaf, he did get that first trade to even it up 2v2 as well. That was the crucial one. That's a high impact kill.
And what did G2 do about the fact that KRÜ are routinely disrespecting this A-main one-way smoke? They are pushing past it.
Yeah, they just do not care. You can see them. They're trying to fight it aggro, though. You know, perhaps they're...
All right, G2 in the lead here, 9-8.
It would have been a bit better, just that tight angle being held. And there it is. They are fighting it way more aggro. There's that flash. But even still...
Melser does not give a fuck, does he?
And relocated towards Catwalk. They want to apply pressure elsewhere with this operator.
Oh, dangerous. No chance for a trade either.
That was a
Icy drops that
S-tier off angle versus an up sneaking out.
And Kesnet says, is there no one else?
Oh, he knows there's someone else. He
Slowing
knows.
things down now,
He knows for sure.
Can't be mad at that. Smoke is going to go down mid. You know, feign that.
He definitely knows someone's here.
Even.
No jet walks off like that with that off, especially a G2 jet. How does he clear this though? What are they doing? Oh, bait the... No spacing on the KO wall is a fail. Oh god. Oh god. Oh no. Huge by Jonah. Holy.
Biding his time. So patient.
It's just MTA now. Shock in his wake. And that on the faces of the KRÜ fans here. As they threaten to let another one go begging, and it's trapped once more to deliver the death blow.
And G2 finally coming to life on this defense.
Who said the professor wasn't here today?
You just take a convenient little spray through the smoke like Valen did, but I love that Jonah didn't press the issue.
Was he ahead of it?
You're watching. Oh, did just get a little bit of info there on Kesnet.
Yes, officer.
But the fact that Jonah allowed the res to come through, that is a great sell. They had
the police.
No expectation he'd be there after that. I mean, sure.
He's padding his stats. What are you saying?
Sure. Yeah, just allowing him to get res. Sorry, Valen. That one's mine. VLR looking good for Jonah.
VLR looking good.
That is such nice work from them. Despite Icy going down early, despite that first blood from Kesnet.
The patience here from G2. Kesnet was waiting for them to try and trade, make a later peak. Expecting G2 or hoping that they'd maybe start to get nervous with the lack of info they have about mid in general, but they had Trent set up. He actually, I think, lights shy with a recon. So G2 don't feel the need to overheat, to rush, they wait. And that patience, that solid characteristic of this squad again pays off.
And the thing is, though, with KRÜ throwing down that smoke in mid, feigning a potential crossback to B, that makes it quite unlikely that they're going to go for a B split, right? That they're actually going to be pushing up mid, otherwise it would have gone deep.
You're not going to push the smoke, yeah.
Our third is split.
You know, kind of giving.
I feel like G2 would be running a new split comp, yeah.
More of an idea for
it's been a while
to
since
call
we've
to
seen
just
them there.
maintain that setup towards A. There wasn't pressure from them in B main either, so you know, despite that man advantage, they perhaps
Paper
make it a
X.
little bit too clear cut.
Oh yeah, it's been over a month. Oh yeah, G2's definitely gonna have a different comp. Bro, I want to see this last map. Let's go.
Going to do now towards A on this round. It looks
Dude,
like
they're gonna have a new comp.
And if that connects with anyone, Trent
Yo,
is
what's
going
up,
to pop
Bag?
that Hunter's Fury, try to get an
What's
early
good?
kill.
Flash with the KO dart.
Early here.
Yes, yes, that play.
Well forward. That's one way, I guess, to try and answer
So they
that
KO flash with the jet going up there, with the dart, with the smoke, with the ult potentially.
Will be smoked off. The alarm bot will be broken too.
Very active on the map right now.
Big map pressure right now.
Re-clear with the Aldro.
Lockdown going
Trying to
go
get the
in
Sova
on
ult.
B.
Does it though? No, it's
pushed up
actually
into A main and is now
instead.
going to TP back B cancels.
KRÜ have market though. Kesnet might have had a timing here. He's trying to get ahead of it. He was hoping for the window between the two lockdowns to give him the space to deal with Leaf as he returned to the side. It doesn't happen, but Kesnet is still set up in a powerful spot at market here. Oh no. Oh no! They're not ready for it!
Good timing.
2 for Leaf there.
Perfect timing on that.
Sings out to funeral dirge for KRÜ.
4v3.
The side, though.
Omen blind on Valen. Ult on
Hunter's
Trent.
Fury going to go a little bit wide.
Oh
Giants
no.
trying to plant
Big
in
whiff.
an unusual
Big whiff.
spot. To his favor, he will survive. He won't get tagged. And now a smoke cycle for Melser will go down onto spawn. Do they want to play forward? Yeah, they do. That's MTA getting aggressive. The new man for KRÜ pushed up close, trying to make the play.
Solo fight here, 1v1. Man, that's a big one. Fuck that. Oh man. Good jiggle.
No need to go aggressive, and yet he wants to. Try to ping what? For free.
They threw.
They try to double swing. They get so aggro, and G2 were trained on the angles, crosshairs in the right
I want to
spot.
see what happened for Jonah. How did Jonah get everyone? What?
To make a move there, yet it was
what is to stop KRÜ from just holding that
How did
crossfire
he do it?
Oh, absolutely nothing. MTA already made.
What the hell?
Such a great play. This push-up totally caught Valen off. Look at that onto Icy. Prediction, seeing the dash.
Oh.
And then it's a 3 versus 2.
Oh man. They kind of tossed that. That first kill was pretty clean though. But that is definitely a throw by KRÜ.
This map was head in hands.
Talk about letting the game come to you. That is exactly what G2 want in a situation like that. And KRÜ Those old tendencies bubble to the surface at a pivotal moment. Still a buy here, but not much else to work with. Shy already down to 87, no armor. Doesn't matter, he can still click.
Leaf completely caught off. Kesnet just
Bro.
barreling through tree.
The lurkers just open the round up.
Turn up the heat here, but now it's down to 2. Jonah again.
Jonah!
Nice for Kesnet.
2v2.
Kesnet needs to cross this gap. One is good.
1v2, Shy coming main.
And has those knives put away for the time being. Oh, buddy, just a pistol. 1v2 for Jonah.
And some things are inevitable.
Jonah on 18.
Despite KRÜ being down, winning or losing, Kesnet is just going to drop a bomb. He's 20 and 11. What a shot that was with the Blade Storm.
Turret takes contact for Shy, but Jonah doesn't overswing it. Time now for a rotation for KRÜ towards B, but they stay at A instead. The knives are there, but Shy.
Good tap and double swing.
KRÜ get one back. Not a moment too soon either.
Yeah, nice double face, Jonah undone.
Ah.
Fair attempt from him. What shots from Kesnet? I mean, he was sending it through tree, full aggression. Shy catching Leaf on the walk down.
Every round is so goddamn close.
It's been a tough half. G2 looks stronger right now on this map. KRÜ are clawing. They are fighting. They are looking better than they did previously on Ascent. They are
I actually think this is a very high level game right now.
It's been close though. G2 won 4 rounds in a row.
I don't think it's like the team's playing bad. Again, we have this set play. Omen TP's up, Dart in the back, Smoke was ready to Sova ult. Actually, no, he doesn't have it.
Oh, buddy. No one expects that push to Gelato from G2. What a variation.
That is totally new from them, playing off of that recon.
Oh god, bait set up, chat.
Deep in that position, and look at this, already 3 stacked up for these players.
Good clear.
Not this time, Jonah P. Not this time, buddy. Valen able to trade it back at the very least.
Wow, snappy. 2v2 again. Like everyone must be a 2v2.
Got himself a Vandal.
We're down to a 2 versus 2.
Open plan.
Again. Heat has some quality utility to play with a flash, and that
if they break this door, he'll probably drone.
The
Actually, no, he won't. He's hiding.
Flipping the site, playing from heaven. No way, Trent expects this.
His glass cannon anyway. Tough fight to win on the best of days. And Leaf decides to.
He might drone heaven right now. That's too risky. He gets spammed. He won't do that.
Leaf is unarmored, lightly armed. Only the turret to work with here. Nothing but a dream.
Oh.
An MTA.
He took a weird trade.
Dagger into the heart. KRÜ find their 10th round.
They're playing with such a decisiveness on the attack right now that I love to see from them. Oh, and Meltzer trying to jump, he just gets caught. But it's that decisiveness that they lacked previously. That they
11 to 10.
In their first 2 matches of stage 2 on attack, where this IGLing, free-flowing system between all of them just often, you know, brought them to a situation.
Last time out for G2. Holy. Dude, this is literally the game. This is literally the fucking game right here. This is such an important timeout.
There's no counter calling. And perhaps even if there is a situation where that is coming up, Meltzer, the one with that final say, is putting his foot down immediately, and they are sticking to it.
G2, they're at least trying to keep a bit of a lid on the economy of KRÜ, as that's now 2 consecutive rounds that they have won, and G2 say it's time to take a sidebar. And what you can't see is that, at least for now, they have brought an operator into the hands of Icy, something we haven't seen a ton of yet. They are going to be essentially full bought, just with light armor on quite a few of their players.
Odin is going to be there for Trent as well heading into this, but I'm really looking at the state of the alt economy here. There are none online yet, but players just on the cusp of getting them. Crucially, MTA, 1 away from the Hunter's Fury.
Jonah P2.
Shy so close. So you could see a clash for the alt orbs. You could see a situation, and G2 are predicting KRÜ's attempts to get one in the hands of MTA. You know, be ready to spam that with the Odin, fight that in B main.
There is a defensive pot for G2 over at A main with 3 players. A very deep 0 point, maybe to try and scout out the cross to wine.
And that's some good utility dealt with already from the KRÜ attacking side over at B. They break that turret that players will swing off of, that gets that contact information when you're walking up into that area of the map. To get that recon out of Trent there as well. They're going to fall off now. And G2, look, they are aware.
Yeah.
They are confident in playing towards mid, focusing towards A right now.
Same angle here for Icy. Holding that cubby spot with the operator. Unlikely to see any action here.
Line up with 0.
Okay, that's the unbreakable knife that's going to let aim in. Jonah's been throwing that for a while. He got the Silva. He got the Silva ulting. Oh my god, that's so smart.
G2, that's dirty from Jonah. Oh, I see. You know you want to. Misses the smoke shot.
Got the sight, dude.
Kesnet those few rounds ago.
No one to capitalize on.
No plant quite get.
Oh my god, you're
G2
fucked.
Down to 3.
No.
The spray for Trent. Probing, searching, questing, finds nothing. I see with the operator here, Lee starts to soften him up a little bit. Kesnet a little low. Has seen better days. 3 players for KRÜ embedded here on the side. Trent strikes first. The jet is down. MTA trying to fire off from Gen. 2 players set up here, but they're both low. Melsa smoking his way, allows him to play from the blooming outside part of it. And MTA and Icy can only
KRÜ didn't
trade.
play that together at all.
Biding his time. Melser
gives it a tickle. Swings the edge of that smoke.
No, he had the perfect read, dude.
Melsa wins it out, and KRÜ.
He had the perfect read, dude.
Never would have expected that this map would be coming down to the wire in this fashion.
Shit,
G2's pick,
dude.
a pick in which KRÜ looked dismal against NRG just days ago. Playing with so much more gusto, so much more decisiveness. Oh, Melser stepping up, finding entries, finding clutches. The team looks an electricity that we haven't
I'm
seen
actually dual screen right now, like
stages,
my.
They won 5 defensive rounds.
The VOD should be on YouTube. I just decided to start streaming on YouTube again.
And straight away they're in the mid. They're going to trip that alarm bot. But again, we know G2 will work with so little. Just dregs. Fumes.
Wait, glazing too much? What are we saying? What are we saying?
Pushed up into B main right now is LEV.
What are we arguing, chat?
One off the lockdown is he, as is his Killjoy counterpart in Shy. Both of them away, just one orb away from that crucial ult.
We not focus on the 11-11 round.
The final round after this one.
I love when G. This is very NA pilled. Like this whole fucking KO over here at B with the knife out. I feel like Ethan is the one that made that big. Ethan and Jonah were always big into this play, like where the KO is kind of floating back lines. Especially when you have ult, because you can reach literally everything.
Straight through the smoke. Spike now loose. Kesnet forced to back up. He's suppressed for a moment, but he's already on the side. Valentine expecting him to be so deep.
Let's
Here
go.
comes Kesnet now to follow it up from heaven. Here comes the push from G2, but Heat receives the first. Is traded
Oh god,
out.
he saw him. He saw him. He saw him,
Kesnet and
right?
Shy.
Yeah.
Dynamic duo here. Have to salvage this for KRÜ and avoid getting thrifty.
Can Shy find the timing?
Oh, I love you, Icy. Holy. He cleared it even though his teammate ran out knife. Oh, what a goat.
75 HP planted for stairs. Playing back sight. He's been the star of this series. One of the best duelists that we have in the world.
Playing passive, fuck. Hardest read ever. Like literally more likely he's in spawn and that dart missed him.
Looking to start to build an economy for this last
More
push.
likely he fucking ran out and got B main somehow.
And they're going to be doubled up. Coming downstairs. Kesnet, though, has a feel for this. Here's them squelching through the mud. A shoulder peek. Just gets a look at Trent. Then tries to take the fight proper. Still needs to be safe about it as Icy's going for the defuse. Does he know?
Oh my god. Yes. Yes, Trent. You're fucking goated.
Take one important step forward.
Holy.
A masterful call from
Oh my god.
in that mid round. After they fought for B main, forced Shy back. A 0 point.
Trent played that so fucking incredible. And so did Icy. So did Icy. Like, getting off at half and just, like, letting him know on that tap, like, yo, by the way, it's halved. Like, you like, peek. You got to peek this, like, right now. And I feel like it allowed Trent to have that, like, refocus moment where, like, he's going to swing me, like, right fucking now. Like, you know, there's moments in the game where you just are so certain someone's going to swing you. And it's all so easy when you're in those moments. Trent ready for the Omen ult, be it. Dart probably in hand. Anti-KO ult. Okay, he's got the dart ready. Here it is. He's ready for this shit. He's reading it. Dart's too early though.
Fall back to the site now as a lockdown
They
is going to be deployed by
oh
Shy.
no.
And they're going to have to sheepishly get out. They're going to cross by Heat in doing so. MTA and Heat have the timing here. They have completely unraveled G2 so far. What lockdown timing going out?
And frankly, a misplay from G2. Do you really want to stab
a
that
straggler.
against the
Just kidding.
lockdown?
They've let it go. Okay, Jonah. Okay, Jonah. Down 3-1 with an 8. And KRÜ have secured themselves overtime. Null command and lockdown.
Wow.
Completely batters G2.
Wow.
What an attack half from them overall. G2 caught in the net of that lockdown. 3 plays.
I told you, man, this Ascent game is actually heat. Wait, no fucking pun intended. No pun intended. It's very good. These teams are playing at a super high level right now with the base comps. Like they're in pretty good fucking form. They're reading the game really well, and they're doing like slightly unique things with the default comp. Oh, this is actually sick. This is a sick game.
Woke up straight to playoffs after slumping in the biggest of classic KRÜ manners. They may have averted it here.
I've been waiting to talk to you guys about like the whole Ascent thing. I have my Valor plant ready. There's fucking shit everywhere.
MTA has been playing far more solid than he
I
had
can talk about it now. Fuck
in
it.
that.
KRÜ's calling timeout. That means we got about like 40 seconds. So, I mean, like the keys with Ascent and what you see the most of, I just did like the base setups, right? Like the reason why I put this out here is because this is like what you have the most flexibility from, and this gives you the most info on attack, right? Like the knife over right here combined with a potential KO flash. You don't need the knife if you use the flash, or vice versa. If you throw this flash, this dart pairs really well with it, or flashing over with this cannon dart, because then what ends up happening is the player that's here jumps away, gets pinged. It's a really good Hunter's Fury play, so you'll see that a lot. But that's why you see like a lot of like these clusters, right? Like this guy wants to be close for the one way. This guy sometimes wants to be off of what this knife radius is, like right here. You'll see people play off of that. So they're opting to play a heavy mid. So this is like, now we're in overtime, so teams are playing really far off what they would normally do. And you can see it on attack. They're doing something kind of similar, but they're changing pace big time here.
Leaf.
And they sit on the knife. They clear all of the site with it. They blind through.
I mean, obviously they are.
These guys are heavy as fuck mid. They're aware that the Killjoy is over there because the turret was up. And if the turret is up, that means the Killjoy is close. They now know it's 5-on-3 in the site, 5-on-2 in the site. They know the Killjoy's lurking. This alarm bot just went off. That's the Killjoy. Still 5-on-2 in the site. 4-on-2 in the site. Meltzer's distracted. 4-on-2 site.
Icy found one. In hell, make it 2. Kesnet though, threatening, pressuring Icy found 3.
Meticulous from KRÜ, a cascade of kills. They just come in and pick them apart one by one towards the generator. The util was lovely. The swings for each other were perfectly timed.
I hope that
G2
helped.
players isolated.
I don't know.
Sometimes the smoke came down.
Sometimes I struggle with like these explanations because it's hard to say things that are concrete when it comes to this, and I don't want to confuse people. I've said it before, but like just the way I operate when I think about anything is like a bell curve. Like it's almost always that way when I think about stuff. So there's, when I'm saying these things like definitively, I mean most of the time we're here. There's extremities where we're here and here, but it's less likely. Those things work, but you got to find the right times for them. And now that we're in overtime, shit like that A pop right there is the right side of the bell curve, right? It's just it's actually probably more of the left. It's like simplifying it a lot, not overcomplicating it, sticking together in a pack, making it kind of look the same with the Killjoy lurk. Meanwhile, on the other side, KRÜ went like the full right side, and they put the Killjoy side up on A, and they did a mid push, and they're getting a lot of advanced info super quick in the fucking round, right? They're taking the fight to it. So like both those teams went with like extremities right there on the bell curve. Like, yeah. That's something that you'll see a lot of in overtime. Okay.
Even make it. They fall to G2 in those upper semis and then lose in the lower bracket. And that's when things get a little dicey. Now a chance to rewrite history.
I've taken like a lot of math and engineering, so when I explain stuff, I know a lot of people don't think in these ways sometimes. So they were playing off of a KO knife. They progress forward. There's no KJ over here, so you know it's going to be very fucking all in. This is, again, way outside of the normal part of the bell curve. Like, way outside of...
Another flash, still Valen waits.
They're like throwing haymakers right now.
He's not there. How does he win that with such low HP with Valen ready on the angle?
They still checked it. Two flashes and they still...
Okay, so now they know right now that they just killed the smokes player at A. They know 2 more here. They know that these 2 are always over on B, but 1 will probably be leaning over. Let's see if their hit is powerful enough to take the side. Doesn't look like it.
MTA falls and then he backs away. There's a smoke in the way, but here comes Jonah.
This is so half-assed.
From the side itself, anchoring is sublime. And Melsa down to 4 after that exchange with Valor needs to make something happen alongside Heat. No spike plant, but the numbers are even. KRÜ, their destiny's in their hands.
Only 4 HP from Melsa. This shock darts. 1 stray Odin bullet could take him down.
And it finds him. It's just Heat in a 1v2.
Damn, bro.
Get 1 back.
Okay, so that's... God, I don't want to erase all this nonsense, but what you saw right there is KRÜ getting the kill on this Omen, right? They understand this Omen is out of the play. Immediately, they're thinking like, okay, one of these 2 are probably shifting. One of these 2 are probably shifting. And ideally, they might be in like a scenario like something like this, right? But the reason why they want to exploit this is because there's no Omen smoke for main because this Omen's dead. So you can have someone covering as people are running into the site. And normally you don't get that on Ascent. So that's like why they probably opted to do it. And it actually fucked up their spacing really bad. They didn't do it right. Like, even though they had numbers, even though they had a good idea, they didn't execute it well. And it looked like dog shit. I didn't get to sell that the first time around, but when I have time, like right now, I can.
And this is so cool. Just facing from Cat and facing from down mid, the Tori doesn't work for him.
Play with fire, you get burnt, motherfucker.
And again, finally, he starts to establish control of mid.
Wait a second.
Whoa. Doesn't swing off of it. The spray is very good though. Shy is limping away.
They hear it though. They hear it though.
It was a great opportunity for Trent. G2 are going to try to accelerate, get into the site. They will do so.
Double dive in.
No one posted up at heaven. No chance for Kesnet or someone similar to take that early push. He's going to try and spray here.
Holy!
Surprisingly, not very much damage. Gen protected G2.
I think that knife got literally all of them.
Aldrone sees nothing. Recon backed up with a flash, hoping to ping some of these G2 players, but they're all hiding.
Trent's coming in lit. Dart coming in. Probably like 3, 2, 1. Dart's on the way. Here it's going. Does it ping? It pinged Kesnet. Not really much of anything though.
And they've got a main cover. Decent setup for G2 in the post plant now, but it's going to be a trade. It's just icy. He dashes onto the sides. He doesn't know where to look. Shy with a defuse and KRÜ again. Take the advantage.
Too much shit was happening. I didn't know. I didn't know if Heat won that fight or the guy at main won that fight.
That was about to be the most, and it still kind of was the most KRÜ Ascent round of all time. They love going.
Bro, I swear to God, Shy looks at his mouse every game like, yeah, what the fuck? What is this thing? The fuck? The fuck is this thing? Why is this guy always looking at his mouse? I bet he has a button that changes his DPI. I bet he has a button that changes DPI and he's like all in his head about hitting the button.
Glass cannon operator. It paid off on their previous. Will it pay off again?
Just takes one sometimes. He'll be posted up in mid. A different look. Normally he takes an operator.
Me is pretty good at this game. Me do be on the kill feed. Me is fragging out for sure.
Melser in A main, and he'll be falling off.
Honestly, it's just like my game. My game is exactly the same. When I play Valorant, it does the same shit.
It is actually going to go down to a nice place volley from Shy.
Aldrone in.
This guy needed me every time I play. Gets all the kills.
Spotted now, trying to make his way through B main. That's going to force him to turn tail for a time. He still wants it. He wants to fight so bad. Dashes into his own cloud burst now, pushing over towards stairs. Are they going to be ready for this?
No, Icy, no!
Icy doesn't know what hit him. Trent at least is good for the trade, though. And through the smoke, it's Leaf.
No more flashes on Jonah, but the flood is here.
And our crew are in disarray. Down to 2. Spike was picked up at Speedway here.
Oh no.
But they're definitely worse for wear. Shy. A Gambit. Over towards Market. It pays off. He's able to deal with Leaf. And he had a timing there, but he can't quite convert. The 2 versus 2. Flash over the top here.
1v2.
And now it's just Heat.
30 seconds left.
Fakes a couple plants, but G2 far too canny for that. They see Heat, they bring him down. We're gonna head to a 29.
And that is just the difficulty of taking that B site away from Trent.
What a map. What a fucking map this is, guys. This is crazy. This is actually crazy. Oh my gosh. Okay.
They're so fast as a Team G2 to spill back into the site together, fight together there.
Tooth and claw have G2 been fighting to stay in this. Always seems to be KRÜ.
Tooth and claw? I thought this thing was tooth and nail.
Starting with that round win.
Never heard tooth.
MTA sees much there. As Leaf is playing pretty passively out towards B lobby.
Oh, animals?
And that owl drone just catching the KJ really doesn't give a lot of information. It's so standard for the KJ to just monitor B main passively like that with the turret on the
Aussies
roof
take our saying.
Wishful thinking. Kesnet actually takes a stray bullet there as he jump peeks
I
down
guarantee you, Kesnet's thinking right now, I'm buying a fucking AWP.
Now G2, it's a pretty
I guarantee you.
In fact, yes.
Like, bro, this Odin is literally just
want to
trying
face
to
it on his own.
fight.
Falls back to the site with Melsa.
He'll AWP next round, maybe.
Shocks.
Even though it's attack.
Okay. Give him a bit of a tickle. Melsa, those swings that left-hand side. It's going to be traded. He tries for one.
Fuck.
Doubles down. Fallon has that A main position, but is concerned about a flank right now.
Wait. Fallon needs to support ASAP.
And here's that lockdown.
It's going to force the issue.
The spray, though, it's good. MTA knew exactly where to look.
No.
Kesnet sees it up! And G2 lose a player. Now again, they have to play from hell. This time, though, they're good for
1 on 3.
Shy forced to drop now down to the 1 versus 2, and they are grouped up. How do you win this, Shy? Bit of spray.
12.
The fear have gotten him. 1. Can he find the second? That would have been extraordinary.
All right, G2 at 15. Match point.
Fallon was waiting the whole time.
Never revealed himself in A main there on that split.
Match point.
A lot of mid-presence shown from G2 into that A-side split through the tree. Got there.
No Let's see if I'm right, by the way. I think there's a chance Kesnet doesn't AWP here because he's on attack, but I'm willing to bet next defensive round Kesnet has an AWP if it's not this attack round. Just because of how Trent was shooting that Odin in the middle of the open.
So nice.
Okay, he doesn't have the attack AWP. Let's see if he buys it next round, if they can even get this.
This time around, Kesnet is not jump spotting mid. I imagine if we go back. I see
so
as well.
He's saying Sova's here. He's saying Killjoy broke this Molly, so Killjoy's there.
And he'll be there.
So they got a 2 count here.
Again, no glass cannon operator. Very much just going for the rifle here.
Jonah yet to use any util over here at A, so they have no true info that no one's crossed this.
Being this thorn in the side of anyone who wants to dare press up into B main. The Odin spam never stops. There's shocks coming in. As soon as that drone was heard, shock for the drone Sova position where
they have great pace.
They pivot fast.
No one's on the site.
For the A split.
G2 look in flux right now. They're not quite sure how to set up over on A. Icy's going to be forced back by these smokes, and there's no real heaven pressure. No angle.
All right, nothing crazy about this round for KRÜ. Oh, actually, what are you doing, dude?
The first OT round
what are you up to, Melser?
Vandal on the defensive side.
Really? They're going to challenge that.
Much better than an AWP. First from Jonah.
MTA living dangerously, real dangerously there.
Fallon's making some calls here. They're pushing, they're pushing.
Grass. Nobody from KRÜ shows up. We are in a post plan here. G2 do
no way. How the fuck did Leaf get that?
He wants to push up here. It's going to be Melsa and Shy. Verse 4. They've got to find the timing. That's a good one. There's still 2 players set up on Heaven and Shy trying to go for a wild swing. He gets it. Has to win this out.
Oh my god, they did it. Holy!
Their hopes of a playoff burst.
They did it, dude.
Clinging on to life.
The CSGO 16-14 El Clasico. Holy.
That damn close from KRÜ. Such an elevated level of play on the map from just a couple days ago against NRG. The proactivity,
the turnaround's unreal.
The decisiveness from them was just so nice to see. That turnaround, like you just said. But G2 finding their form, getting back into the swing of things after Lotus. They're able to deal with this rejuvenated KRÜ, an impressive win from them. That was not the KRÜ we have seen in the past couple weeks, in this stage.
Massive recovery, and we're in for a treat, folks. Now with playoffs here in stage 2 on the line, G2 and KRÜ are going to a third and final map in this series. It's gonna be split, so stick around for that. It's all going down here at VCT Americas.
This is getting so good, bro. God, man. What a map by G2. What a map. That was great. KRÜ can't put these guys away. They just can't do it. They have to be so scared right now. I mean, look at this. Look at this head-to-head, chat. KRÜ right now is just... You just know. Right now, it's like the Key and Peel skit. It's just... They're just sweating. They're just... No fucking way. It's fucking so ridiculous. You know what's so, I read something in a thread today on VLR. I bet this is that he's goated, surely. Yeah, of course, dude. Of course. Guys, C9 is the only NA org to not make top 4 in an international event. How crazy is that? Sen, obviously top 4. G2 just got top 4. 100 Thieves, top 4. NRG has gotten top 4. They all have, other than Cloud9. Cloud9 has... I never really thought about that. Like how... feels bad, I guess it's been for Cloud9 in Valorant. Like, they've always felt competitive, so I've never thought anything about it, to be honest. Man, that's a crazy stat. It seems like they're so close. Like, I don't perceive them as a dog shit team, you know? Like, considering what that stat is, like, I should think of them as dog shit historically, but they're not dog shit historically. They just don't place in these international events. They are actually the gatekeepers. They are the gatekeepers of the region. Yeah. If you can beat Cloud9 in the playoffs, you're probably going to be pretty good. Yeah, they're the gatekeepers. Almost dog shit. Yeah. Schrodinger's team.
La información, sin embargo, con impacto. ¡Qué hit! 4K y el ace no.
Still with the ult into this post, and that's how it ends.
Welcome back, everyone, as KRÜ Esports and G2 take us to a map 3. You can see the KRÜ guys getting their sustenance, getting ready to go as we dive into this third matchup here. And boy, oh boy, a great overtime that we saw from both teams, really digging deep at the end there. But it was G2 who pulled off the win. You got to give credit, though, out of the gate. I mean, you got to give the flowers to Trent. The man was unreal, taking advantage of those papier-mâché walls on Ascent.
No, I mean, Trent is always insane on Ascent, but the things he was doing specifically in this game with the Odin was ridiculous. The amount of just spam kills through walls, both off of his own utility, but also sometimes just off of tracking someone jump peeking through.
Yeah, I would definitely.
I would just,
yeah,
I mean,
YouTube
he was
chat.
about to get
It's
killed.
combined like this.
Really got someone right behind that wall. You didn't see it. That was because his POV, he wasn't seeing people, but he was still.
Chat, tell me that he's not talking about Cloud9.
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
I'm pretty sure this guy was talking about Cloud9. I'm pretty sure.
And I mean, that's more than enough to secure a match.
The guy,
but
he was talking about Cloud9 there.
There's a stat: G2 won 50% of their 4v5s.
The new meme, yeah. I actually went in my history to find it.
That's why they were able to close this
and
one
I
out.
think the two big guys
Also,
who have
perhaps
to credit
talking
for those
about
clutch rounds are Trent, who you were just
my
talking
mental,
about, who is
yeah.
insane with the spam, and also with these clutches, and also
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
Alive. He had so many massive moments on G2's
fucking
defense,
instant
anchoring and
classic.
shutting down these
Actually,
defenses for
instant
KRÜ.
I would
classic.
like to see those two players and also raise you an icy, because in the first 22 rounds of that game, he had 12 kills. He was struggling. In the next 5 rounds, he gets 10 kills. And is
I won't be
instantly
this
top
year,
of the
no,
leaderboard with
Spence,
Jonah P,
no.
showing really good game sense too. Remember that thrifty round they win in round 23, where he's waiting for a player behind him in his own spawn. Like, he showed up when it mattered, kept his team in the game, and that's why they got the win.
Yeah, and I'm going to be honest, we haven't really seen that icy in Americas. I think he had some great games in Shanghai, but for
I
the
can't wait
most
to see
part,
what G2's
it's
comp
been
is. There's no way it's the
yeah,
same
like
comp with
some
what they
unremarkable
do.
performances.
They've
But I
had
want
so
to
much
talk about
time
some
to
of these
cook.
kind of mid-round ideas from KRÜ. Obviously, they're adjusting to a new
gonna
IGLing
look
system,
very
and I think you
polished
saw
here,
that in some of their kind of errors in the attack side, right? In this round, they started towards A, and then they're really slowly rotating all the way back
if you're out
B.
there a
Give
lot, then
G2
yeah, for
full time to full re-clear mid, keep a setup on site. Leaf does well to get those two with the Stinger, but then this retake is ready to go. Players flashing back in with the Sova Dart combined with that KO flash and absolutely owning them. I think the fundamentals on retake were really good for G2, and they were almost always on that defense side, I think ahead of where KRÜ was trying to execute.
Yeah, I think that's where you start to see, right, as you had mentioned, Mimi, that coordination really starting to suffer here. And, you know, to kind of bring the conversation back to something that I had asked before, you're seeing the step up here. What you got, Mimi?
I mean, Kesnet dropped 28 kills and they lost.
Shy was right there with 27 as well. I mean, you got some fraggers on that team, but they weren't able to pick up the win. I was wondering, you know, were we going to see any individuals from G2 step up? We got just that. I mean, we didn't even talk about Jonah P, who also had a lot of great moments in that one, too. Yeah, so really, I think a lot of members of G2 have to feel really good about that one, but we got to really set the stage for what's going to happen in map 3 here, because we're going to split, right? Split? Yeah, there it is.
That's the one.
I had to look back for a moment there.
Doesn't even know the meaning of the word.
Definitely do not. And, folks, this is it. Winner wins this match. You get a clinch right to the playoffs. You get to go right in, and I got to say, if KRÜ had, with the way that this has all gone down, you got to be beating yourself up if you're KRÜ. You were 1 round away from clinching the playoffs, and you couldn't secure it.
Absolutely, but this means, I think, the most for G2. Their next match after this and their final match of the season is against Sen. If they lose here and lose that Sen game, it's going to come down to tiebreakers. It's going to be out of their hands with how good they have been this season, with their run all the way to Shanghai. If they're not cleanly clinching a playoff spot, if they're maybe having to rely on championship points or other teams to perform, that's unacceptable. They need to win.
And similar story for KRÜ. They have Cloud9 after this, not as hot as Sentinels, of course, but like for a team that only lost 1 regular season game in stage 1 to go abysmally and lose every single game. I mean, they literally have to lose every single game in stage 2 to not make playoffs. They have to be able to turn this run. After dominating on Lotus, being 1 round away multiple different times on Ascent, this team has to pick back up from map 3.
And do they even have that in the tank anymore? You know, after losing like that and so many overtimes,
I think they do.
With Kesnet dropping bombs like that, can he keep his form? Can he keep the momentum that he's acquired this entire series? He's 11-1 in this series in First Bloods the first
Insane. That's you just don't see that. The guy is an absolute talent, and it feels a crime to not see this team in the playoffs after what they did in stage 1, what Kesnet has done this series. There's a lot of experienced guys on this stage who have been with KRÜ for a while, have been with prior editions of the team before, but this edition is new, and I think this is really, like you're saying, a big test to lock in, come back from that map 2 loss, and find the series here.
I don't want to approach it from a glass half empty perspective. I'm going to approach it from a glass half full. Kesnet's going to start the game off popping off, because he has no reason to show us otherwise, right? He has been great this series, plain and simple. And I would be remiss if we didn't go into this third map, at the very least, feeling like Kesnet should be able to bring that performance. Whether or not the rest of the team can follow up with him, but I don't think that's
that is the big question.
It's always been the question.
Always been the question.
We have seen games where Kesnet pops off and KRÜ lose. Look at last map. It's not impossible. You need this to be a team effort.
That got scrappy at the end there, though, right?
Sure.
Oh, when you get into like overtime, extra hours, it gets crazy. It's a whole different battlefield at that point.
But there were opportunities even before overtime for KRÜ.
Very true. Very true, very true. I mean, like I said,
if you don't get thrifty, you're on match point.
Yeah,
that's
true.
That's literally what it comes down to. Making mistakes that, you know, maybe if you have an IGL or more cohesion as a unit.
They are saying that Melzer is taking over those ranks, but it's really tough to do that with so little practice and on a map that I think is really, even though players know it so well, it's still really tough to call the attack side of Ascent properly.
Yeah, it's tough.
This really does set the stage so nicely for this third map. I mean, G2 has been in a position where they win this, they move forward.
Wait,
if they
what is
don't
G2's
win
comp?
it, they
I
gotta
didn't see
beat
it.
Sentinels next week. And then if you're KRÜ, you were one map away from qualifying.
You really
the playoffs.
just shoved
As we
two
see the Asians
Blizz
starting to come in here, guys. We're not really getting that
Two?
much in the way of, you know, difference, but
it's interesting
Same
to see
comp?
them sticking
No
to that solo
way.
style. And most teams have been going to these double initiator breach comps that give you so many options on both sides of the map. That Sky doesn't have a lot of tools.
I can't believe they still
so I'm
have the
interested
same
to see
comp.
if KRÜ's just going back to comfort and can maybe lock in for this third map.
What's my prediction for the game? I have G2 winning this last map. I think they're cooking. They've sat on this comp now. I mean, I would have taken them on this map no matter what. I thought they would change comp, to be honest, but either way, they'll have a lot of new looks that I think KRÜ won't be prepared for. Same thing can be said in reverse. It's just, I think the util from G2 will probably like bog them down quite a bit since they're a new team.
Pick in this series, they just beat NRG on it. They almost beat Sen on it in week 1. And the last time we saw G2 here,
the only thing that matters though is Kesnet successful, because he can flip the game.
At Shanghai, so this is tough for G2. The form that KRÜ are in, it's their favored map here.
Lock it in, they're
They're
losing.
favored to close this series out and make their way into playoffs.
We loved KRÜ. They played very well against the double duelist style of NRG. They dealt with the trap plays
One for
effectively
round.
on those attacking
Smoked
rounds.
to deny all lines from elbow and screens, and they wall up. So there's nothing that can stop this, right? There's no info.
Quickly, look at this KRÜ pushed all the way out of B man.
And then they fucking run it down, Vence.
Interesting decision. It's all the way through Fence.
What a
meeting up with
strat.
Icy, who's controlling towards that A ramp.
Wow, this is a fucking strat and a half right here.
MTA.
And then the blind cuts through from heaven to elbow.
Down to the side, but not, of course, before
Man, they're really cooking.
to deal with this. Here's the flash.
Quad retake heaven. A lot of pressure right here on Leaf.
Can they route him out, or will Leaf find the timing?
Always the timing.
Out one.
Always the timing with this guy.
One for
Just
one.
one quiet, but that's gonna have to be enough.
No one else in heaven. All sight.
To elbow. This is gonna get ugly.
One fault line.
Melzer was quite far away, actually, watching for potential mid flank. So a little
Oh,
bit of
might be
time
coming
wasted
online
waiting for
soon.
him to meet up. They're going to smoke off main and now work their way, splitting from main, from
Only got
screens.
nothing.
Trent took a tickle there for sure. MTA out to the edge of the bloom of the smoke. It's going to be Icy now to step up in his stead, and he delivers two. The duelist now.
Damn, that second shot by Icy did it.
You gotta feel good about that start.
It's a big pistol.
Fully up mid into heaven. Convert on the A side.
Oh yeah.
Excellent there
I got you
from
with that
Icy.
combo.
Not always the flashiest duelist. We talk
Sometimes
about him
maybe
being that
good,
system
sometimes maybe
duelist.
shit.
He really
Your
is.
experience in the
But
stream?
he will have his moments like that. He will find high impact kills.
Sometimes maybe good
First
experience,
bloods for
sometimes
his
maybe
team.
shit experience.
In that second.
Wait, there's a gumbo.
Shot onto Heat there, trying to pinch onto him. Most of the time should be getting traded there, less for a crazy shot like that. G2 open things up nicely on split, and KRÜ again. An aggressive move early, pushing all the way down mid. Trent with his eyes on it.
If you watch two
This is the area. This is the area of the game where I would imagine G2 will look good. This reaction. So he knows right away that when that push happens, they can pounce on B. This guy comes back, just contains, only to make a play. Oh god,
Icy got around the corner before
I think
the
he
second
ran
stage
too.
of that nade hit him, but Melzer.
That's way too fast for Leaf.
Set up a mid there, brings Leaf down. Jonah P and Valen can play off this, can sit inside B main. Attacker smoke there, breaks up the side.
Breadcrumb.
Now down into hell. Jonah P checking heaven, but all of KRÜ have got boots on the ground right now. Nice timing for the fault line. Icy wants to capitalize, and he finds Melzer sat on his own in the smoke.
3 off ult. I would let Icy hunt here.
This, and they get mowed down. The stingers go to work. Putting the Hornet Queen to
Okay,
shame.
got one, so 2 off.
G2, that's second.
Nicely handled from Valen in the end. I like that decision to actually fight forward, not give up all of that space. You know, they were playing a dangerous game with that low HP that they had. They didn't want to give up any more weapons. There was...
They're making use of that breach setup.
That's crazy.
Saying, okay, we got a fault line here. There's no way
How
they're
the
not
fuck
the
did he get the last two like that? They just like kind of ran into it.
They're going to be stunned. We need to take at least one through this smoke.
All of those players from G2 were less than 100.
Is he gonna go with the TP up combined with the fault line, like the K Corp style? I don't think so.
Icy is close to that showstopper. They're gonna go and get him that orb in B main surely.
So lightly
I like that we got the overview.
Right, they have just MTA up in heaven. Still gonna contend with the tripwires here. Artichoke to try and clear that drop spot now, and MTA from Raft is okay. Icy segmented from the rest of his team.
Trip didn't break. I think I hit by it.
Close Kesnet is right now. Does he really want to swing that and satchel off? Bold from Kesnet.
So bold.
But he is feeling it. He has dominated both maps. Win on Lotus, loss on Ascent, doesn't matter.
This trip is a nuisance. Eventually that can be cleared. Poison Orb of course blooms, but Leaf has gotten through it now. He can be the cat amongst the pigeons. Can he get into heaven now as there's a bit of a fake over on B? Valen trying to sell it. Keith, KRÜ interested at the B side.
Meltzer just spotted the barrel. Knows that Leaf is there. Picks him off with ease.
I like the transition out of the low ground, but the cat's definitely
Very
out of the
flat
bag here.
bonus here. They wanted to go with the B pop, but they got stuck.
He expects contact directly through it, and he gets what he asked for. Trent falls, and now it's going to be all down to Valen. Spike is loose. He's got to fight through these smokes. And again, he's got nothing but a stinger to work with here. Diabolical circumstances, but G2.
Yeah, I miss split so much.
Now I'll be waiting on Valen to stand and deliver at some point. He acquiesces. 3 for Melsa.
The micro reads from Melsa.
Bro, I literally, I swear to God, I'm gonna fucking buy a locket, and I'm gonna put a picture of split. I'm gonna put it in the locket. I'm gonna wear it on my neck. That's how much I'm gonna miss it. I'm gonna miss split so much. No one will miss split as much as me. I'm gonna fucking have it on a picture on my nightstand, and I'm gonna look at it every night. I'm gonna stare out the window and think about split. No one will miss split as much as me. Fucking, I don't even want to hear you guys talk about missing split.
A bit crazy so far, and feeding him those alt orbs. Yeah, just that. He has the
what nuke
available.
On popped by Shy. Okay, now we do have G2 starting to trend upward. Perhaps KRÜ are anticipating a satchel showstopper plunge up mid, but Jonah has the fault line set up.
Me and Split, best buddies forever. Best
Here
map.
comes that showstopper. Icy is on the hunt. The fault line does catch.
The fault line's really good,
Slinks
but
away.
still got
Do we
away.
check rafters now? MTA set up there. I thought he was in cam. It's a trade.
How did he get out of his cam?
If you're MTA, not so bad when there's a rocket in your face. The site is going to be taken from G2 into this 4 versus 4.
He's going for that?
A lot of util for KRÜ to get back in. They have one flash from Heat, the Sky.
Nah. I am not going to stand for this
Jonah wants
split
to flash.
slander.
Shy backs away from it, respects it, but G2 slowly
That's
taking more control here into CT.
Absolute slander.
From the solo breach.
Ooh, good peek by Jonah. A little
45
swoopy.
HP, that's rough though. Eventually gets double swung. KRÜ's playing for the retake now. The
Big
wheels are
round for
set in
KRÜ.
motion. Flash over to the side, confirms play is sat in that corner, but Leap comes from an off angle. Now we're in the 2 versus 2 with Valen and Trent. And he hears all of this. All of it. He drops down out of the smoke.
Good
He has the
reposition.
challenge. And it should be a simple job for Trent here. Melsa makes a bit of noise. Trent does take a glancing blow from some of those shots here. Straight forward. Horn. Get. Oh, goodness, Melsa! Can he get the defuse as well? That is absurd!
That is absurd. There's no
What?
way he should be winning that against Trent. I mean, Kesnet's
Dude, no fight.
He's pointing at him after that
He's
one.
fucking pointing and
Crazy
laughing.
from Melsa, who stepped up
That's
so
wild. It's wild. That is wild. The pointing and laughing.
That little satchel there onto Jonah just to bounce him in the corner. Really nice from the KRÜ duelist.
Oh, mate. He sees none of that. Kesnet can't believe it. He gets jump scared by his own bloody teammate.
Outrageous stuff.
And there's some days that only bloody teams give you moments like this, right? Insanely volatile, but the talent is there.
And Icy now, early round so fast. They ramp take Melser force back, playing it passive, playing it smart.
So that makes him pivot back to main, but the rotate is already in by KRÜ.
Looking for a chance to maybe slow the tempo down a little bit. Definitely they were feeling on the hot seat after that previous round.
Okay, good.
Again has
Good
to
fall
clear
right here.
Pesky trip. Over and he goes. Okay. Can he make use of this?
Yeah, do KRÜ know that that's a
I
possibility?
think this Viper looks pretty aware.
Like to get
How this Viper's peeking.
Be able to jump over it. Perhaps that's some of the Cypher inexperience from MTA showing. He has played quite literally 21 rounds of Cypher professionally only. That was just the other day against NRG, his first time playing Cypher. And small mistakes like this can add up.
So this round is all about Jonah P manifesting a material advantage from getting on the other side of this trip, but it's still being checked. Maybe there's a sense that they know. The KRÜ know that this trip might not be set properly for them. LEV goes over as well. And now we're in heaven. Okay, Prowler going to take out the other trip over on the B side of the map. It's Jonah. He has the timing, and he's got the hot hand, folks. The man doesn't miss. Now Shy needs to salvage, and he's found
Oh my god, the trigger discipline this round is ridiculous. Holy.
And it's all up to Melson.
What a fucking sick round this has been.
Nasty crackbacks. 1 versus 3 for the man of the moment in the previous round. Melser at 6 and 2. Has to go large.
Oh.
Good for 1. No charges. Still Leaf and Trent though. Grouped up. In drop.
Doubled up. Surely Melser can't convert both. He'd have to hit a crazy spray transfer.
Do you believe, folks?
And there's just no way in hell. Do KRÜ realize the error in that round? I mean, surely they do.
I know now.
They definitely realize.
Because if they got World Star, 2 of them from
Wow,
heaven, yes.
the trip, dude.
A little bit shocked.
I mean, still, even if that mid trip is fucking low, I don't care. That's still a sick play to make. Your breach in that solo mid play made that play. And then, honestly, the only reason why there ended up being a second player there is because he said that he jumped it and Leaf came and did the same thing. Like, that's all Jonah. What a fucking play.
Ashen, buy round, eco, broke as hell. Somehow we're getting Kesnet a right.
Yeah, and he got the time. Yes, yes. Like, honestly, the whole thing was cooked by Jonah. The whole thing. That was an insane round. Every time they prowl like that, they learn that the trip is there.
Yeah, clear that close corner for G2. And MTA, Kesnet going to drop to the side here.
KRÜ rotate pretty quickly out of vent. They cross mid with the cloud up. Expecting that B hit could be coming through, but G2 slow things down.
So they activate their lurk now. He heard that and he knows he canceled.
Okay. So Melser joins the party.
So he knows that they have bad info. He's like, come back. This is going to definitely work. They just got bad info. So they fake B. They have Omen ult to get over there too. He's going to clear the site. He's cleared the site. Okay, free site. Haunt goes over just a double check, clearing all these lines too.
Right. I mean, they are on an eco, so it just makes it so likely that they're all going to be there. So long as Jonah P can win these duels out with the better rifle.
Damn, what a round.
This round up with ease.
G2 looking real strong here.
Yes, committed on an anti-eco. That's a pretty big investment, actually, dropping the pit.
Surprise Leaf did that.
How many times have they been thrifty by this team? KRÜ are rascals in that regard.
3 ults, 3 ults.
Kesnet, of course,
surprised they used that pit.
Here. The rest of KRÜ,
they didn't need that.
See no reason why they wouldn't try and find at least an exit here. That's what they're set up for, MTA in this position. Kesnet also, of course, can get away.
Yes! This is actually exactly what I ordered to have around my neck. Yeah.
In we plunge, MTA looking for something, a little bit of action.
That's it, that's the one.
Pair of shoes, maybe. Balan receives him
that's
now,
actually the one I
drops
ordered.
the Vandal, finds nothing for it. It's up to Melson to do some damage, and hey, that's not too shabby.
He'll take that. KRÜ desperately needs some damage there after G2 convert an eco. You don't want their economy to get out of control. And look at how bolstered it already is, but again, you'll take what you can get.
It's beautiful.
On the full buy, Kesnet has the showstopper available. We've had that for a couple rounds now, maybe just the one, but hasn't had an opportune moment to actually use the ultimate. And on a buy round here, surely
kind of a disaster.
Will end up being the moment.
Using all those ults like that.
There's nothing that G2 won't do to try and sell you a
all that said, you still got to win the round if you're KRÜ
they
here.
just sold Ice to Alaskans there.
Timeout. Coach Adam knows the big round.
Work out. so perfectly. It's going to be a KRÜ timeout. A timeout call.
Yeah, and the double duel Sarah.
They have ultimates in play. They're close to other ultimates, and it's a massive advantage in this round. We just saw G2 use 2 of them, and 2 big ones at that. 2 round winners in that Rolling Thunder and the Vipers pit.
The end was.
So now it's up to KRÜ to convert.
The end is what made it really bad. If they just got away with all the guns that like kept the econ advantage,
this is going to be their
pretty chill.
Investment round. Ults on the line, economy on the line.
And of course for G2, they have a reserve of money, right? Losing 3 guns in that previous round is not ideal. But a loss here,
that is like a pretty fiery emote.
They can always opt to save after the fact, but there's still a chance to keep momentum rolling. So they might even see, you know, KRÜ make a shock and awe play with some of these ultimates that showstopper. They might say, okay, let's save out of this round. Let's keep the money flowing in. Let's keep these guns being bought up. They aren't too far away from a Nightfall. That's obviously something that can give them some utility. So far, though, from G2, very smooth.
And right now, it's looking a bit passive from KRÜ. You can see Melser at B main. He's going to go and throw down that one way to control that area of the map. Some passive trips towards A. The cam for Heaven, it's that high up one that spots the toes when they're walking by into ramp. If that ramp does end up coming. You know, KRÜ can play for a retake.
Fake pressure taken over here.
Get in with that double satchel and the rocket fired off.
Looks like that's going to be the plan here, Wyatt. You can see G2 inching up on that A side of the map.
He knows 2 here. Heard the omen.
Okay, but like early walling of this, Leaf gives him a bit of leg.
They know no one's here.
Probably looking for the cam there, but no dice on the removal of that. And now all of G2 want to gather up around that offensive Viper wall.
I think they're going to ignore Heaven and go straight side.
Cypher set up to contend with MTA and Heat here. They try to anchor, they do. MTA slips in backside. He's immediately flashed.
Okay, this could be ugly though for MTA. Stunned up there by the fault line. Trying to find a way to recover here, but so was Icy. What? He was stunned. Okay, Valen able to find 2 though. Comfortably enough. Kesnet pulls out the showstopper and finds his.
Good crouch. 1 on 2.
Has
ult.
It's Melser. 1 versus 1 now. Here with that Nightfall, but Trent's still not quite sure where to look.
Damn, he had no sound. Well fucking played, Trent. Sit down.
Too much noise there. Trent was ready. Crosshair train. Perfect placement for that wide running swing. And I like how KRÜ played that though. They had that fast flood with the ultimate. They played to that win con.
Nice clutch.
MTA gets in backside to delay. To anchor
0 hesitation on pulling out that fatal too.
You just saw from Heat, but look at the flick from Valen to shut that down. And even then winnable if not for Trent. One of the foundations of this team, those 2 initiators, Jonah and Trent.
A little haphazard though, because Icy
KRÜ's
touched down on that
so cooked.
and was hit with the fault.
But G2 is like winning scrappy rounds, so honestly theirs isn't too far. They lose, they're saving.
But that was the pivotal round, Mitch. The investment of the showstopper, the full economic investment. No KRÜ's by. It's not a terrible.
That's a botch play right there. He fucked up.
Not when you get caught with the wall drop.
Man.
With the judge at that
he went from this smoke to this smoke, which obviously is he's trying to get more ground, but you gotta clear the ground.
Constantly circling back to check this. Cam now removed, so no way of knowing how they're grouping up.
My favorite classic.
At the very least. He's going to be forced forward. He's
Actually,
got no
I like
choice.
this one. My basic as Fark or
to get in
what?
their face. Icy able to bring them down eventually, but Kesnet with that big investment of the Guardians able to win it out shy somehow, some way. Delivers with the stinger. And now funnels G2 away from this B side with the Viper's Pit. What a timely ult.
Excellent from Shy. I mean,
Take
how
a
does
breath.
he win a 1v1 against Jonah there when Jonah has the rifle and he has the stinger?
All right.
The Viper's Pit is so good.
It's a smart idea to allow this to reset. Because you know the Viper's here, and then you know 2 people have to hold this, and this. And you just found 1, so you found the second. You know that the other one is probably at the other side, and you know this guy is, oh my god.
Covered up so much of this site now from behind the poison orb. He makes his stand. Valen and
They're
Trent
fucked.
encroaching, running him down. He's able to get 2 for 1 there, setting Heat up.
He has ult, he can get
to make
away.
this happen. Behind the box will Valen be. He doesn't know where the player is, but Heat gives himself away. Now wants to push through the smoke. Valen's waiting. Oh, he's too good. The man has been clutched time and again.
Oh my god.
Mere seconds.
Valen in 2024 is a fucking truth.
Kesnet overconfident, taking the duels with the Guardian. If he falls back.
Valen has been so fucking good this year. So good.
Expired in that round. They wouldn't have been able to win it out. They wouldn't have been able to find
It's hard to believe he's an IGL. Like,
shouldn't have even been close with the buy that KRÜ had. Goes down to the wire.
Bro's talking it up a bit now. Pretty despondent did G2 look after that first map, but now starting to win out of their sails. They're acclimated.
Heat 1-7 by the way.
Shut down some early aggression. It never came. MTA holding that corner angle here.
Poison's off.
Shy crosses to Mail and has a crossfire with Heat.
Oh, catches him.
That doesn't quite dodge that. Oh, Shy taking so much spam.
Another freebie for Valen.
They're gonna feel like they gotta. They're gonna feel like they have to make a play.
They take a beat.
Oh, what the fuck?
He is so lightly held right now.
Why
it's just Melsa in heaven.
What's that Prowler doing though?
He's about to get awful busy.
And this whole time,
so they think he could be here. They're saying careful, careful left side ram. Didn't clear it.
Make passage over there. Melser, who has been phenomenal for KRÜ.
They're actually dead on too with that ping.
Too shabby. Finds Trent. Can't get
what?
The aftershock threatens him. He can't get away because the paint shells first.
Bro, he wasn't getting away from that.
So far away from the action. Does he just try this?
Seekers are very early. This Cypher, I don't even know if the Cypher can do anything with that.
KRÜ are risking it all. 3v4. Economy on the line.
In for a penny for a pound, but Kesnet's caught in midair. He playing from the other side of that poison orb.
G2 seems so much more drilled.
But this is dangerous. Icy with a showstopper. Sees the Cypher and delivers.
Jesus.
Just Heat. Shoulders showing with the shirt there. Clearly nothing up his sleeve. Now has to make this happen 1v4.
The crowd laugh.
Well, we'll have those days.
Just not able to do the thing. KRÜ risks so much in that 3 versus 4.
I haven't seen Heat lose it like this, man. It's just gone. It's gone, dude. It's fucking, the aura is gone.
Back of them getting blown out by Paper Rex at Shanghai on split.
It starts off with that freebie for Valen, the spray in mid, and G2 don't take mid. They get a ping early, right? With that Haunt, go to a very lightly held A site and deliver. Beautiful stuff, a 5-round buffer now for G2, and look at what KRÜ are working with. A headache and very little weaponry.
Melser going to fall off back into the stack the KRÜ have put together here. Just taking the
wow,
tools against two of them.
Big fights.
Sometimes logic just weighs you down.
But the trades immediately come back, and now they're in a 2-on-1. Are you kidding me? And info on the last.
Left a little stranded now.
Wow.
Definitely has a feel there's going to be a rotation here, but has to respect this aftershock.
This breach here is this.
throwing the banana peel on his wake.
Oh, fuck.
56 for Shy.
The banana peel.
Under so much pressure, it means surely tested, but Trent can't really cross mid safely right now. He's kind of stuck.
Yeah, G2 have a lot of time. They just want to make sure that they can get together. The only way they lose this round to this weak Shy with a Guardian is if they offer up 1v1s.
What are they gonna do? They're gonna realize he's not here, but it might be too late.
Still be enough to.
And if they do realize he's not here, I don't know.
Meet up, play that double face to close out the round.
I guess he would go B, because Jonah's been in B heaven, and that whole route to B is very long.
Winning out 2 duels with a Guardian, straight up fight in May, no utility. Such an outrageous player.
And Shy may as well be sensory deprivation tank. He has no idea what's happening around him.
That's his second taunt of this, like,
long way from the action, but
West.
No choice to try his
like, he threw one from here, and then that was the second one. That just shows how, like, cautious they were.
But G2 are getting so far ahead. No util for Shy, no armor, no idea where G2 are set up.
Jonah's ready as well with the fault line. I mean, they are not going to risk the thing. They're going to wait for that tap, and he's going to pop it.
Shy has to give himself away, gets stunned up as a result. Jonah a little bit low after that, though, and the spin was good. Okay, Trent. Eyebrows at risk of disappearing into his hairline after taking that damage. Haunt, though, should spot Shy out, and it does. And it's a matter of G2 biding their time and waiting. The result didn't matter on those kills. Another round for G2. Marching on to a playoff spot.
The discipline on the G2 players is fucking unmatched, bro. It is literally unmatched. Like, the level of discipline shown between, like, Trent and Jonah all around in that 2-on-1 was insane. The jiggling, like how they played in mid, just so cautious with the haunts. Man, the end when bro thinks he's Os Boss.
For KRÜ.
Trent just gets spammed and just tanks it.
Of 6 in a row for G2. And again, some of these rounds have been very, very busy early on. G2 have been more than happy to match that aggression with KRÜ.
Can make you super
readable. Not give up all
readable.
this space. Not give up this map. Force themselves to re-clear it later at the cost of extra utility. And G2 are verging here on a showstopper. They're very close to that. Obviously, it's a buy that comes up at a very pivotal moment for them here. 2 more rounds left in the half. God, getting to 4. That's the best they can hope for here, and they're trying to cobble something together to guarantee that.
Wait. No.
And when we get back into this, Kesnet is going to be 1 orb away from the showstopper on their buy round here for round 11. Again, economy on the line for the team.
How do you make good use of that defensively, though?
I mean, listen, if I know one thing about KRÜ, it's that they'd love to go for an early round push. They did that a lot early, actually, into this half, but it slowed it down for the most part since. You know, perhaps we'll try to mix something like that in, but that's not going to be an option when he still needs that orb. So if he doesn't use it this round, maybe they'll mix that in, throw in an aggro showstopper in the next. But
with what guns to back it up?
Yeah, but if you can pick that up, well, that's if they win. But if you can pick that up, we will at least have it for a retake situation here to double satchel in, make that space. You know, maybe MTA, if they go B, he plays pass. If he falls off, they retake with the showstopper, double satchel in. But, you know, they're still trying to work.
Oh, wait, I think...
towards A now. Stacked up.
They heard that, right? I think they heard that.
G2. This is about to get awkward.
I'm pretty sure they're aware.
Oh, the 3 paranoia. Yep, Kesnik converts on that.
Perfect.
Bit of an early pop. Got the orb.
Yeah, don't need the orb when you get the first kill. That'll do it. Don't need to pick it up.
Cam is holding this.
And now, yeah, G2 with 3 to work with. They're definitely reeling over on that A side of the map. In the meantime, though, Jonah has been looking for a bit of action here towards B. That camera, though. Yeah, spots him out.
Jonathan? 39 months?
It's an open book for them. Melter can wait maybe for this push over towards A. And that only B presence, the sole player over there, is down for G2.
Icy going to satchel through, play with that one, but it doesn't clear the corner, so Melser at least
Does it work?
Gets
the
that
emote?
one.
Does missing split work?
30 seconds
All right, Trent now in that.
Did I learn how to make an emote on
Money-wise,
something?
G2 can have a decent last round of the half here. And Trent makes it a little costly. KRÜ get their second round in the last 7, I would say. Trying to mount a respectable half here on defense.
And maybe 4 can be enough. Maybe if they win the pistol round on the side swap. You know, to make it this close to a win for the first time in stage 2. It's just been a litany of tough opponents here in America's Sentinels.
I don't know. I think Osboss in a LEV jersey goes kind of crazy.
America's went the deepest at
But
Shanghai.
yeah, I guess.
And of all those teams, it's G2 that they're the closest to upsetting right now, making their way into the playoffs.
The Breach has really been very dominant. Breach Fade against the Solo Sky. I think that's where our key difference is here.
They're taking quite the beating on this defensive side, Wyatt. That is for sure. Okay, looks like Kesnet was able to avoid the Nightfall at the very least here, but he got taken down by Jonah. Fast play, I think, as Valen TP's into the back of the site. Oh, G2 are really going for it now. Behind this rolling thunder, it's Icy.
It's a fucking masterclass.
Sends a parting gift to MTA. And Leaf there could make it very hard to take control of Heaven here. I think
he's gonna big
trying to play around the fringes of that molly still. But G2 get the post plant. They leave Valen entrenched. Shy wants to challenge that, but of course it'll be crossfired. Valen doesn't need the help.
Bro is literally...
This is just an unlosable situation for G2.
No.
They planted the spike for B main. They've retreated. Jonah has his utility. If someone taps, he could have fault lined. Leaf on this deep flank. He's going to catch that one, but this half is done, Mitch. It's going to be a 9-3 KRÜ.
Excuse me, Leaf.
With a massive comeback necessary to get their first win in stage 2, to get into the playoffs.
That's so fucking funny.
They've only got one more shot to do it.
Heat. No time here to make anything else happen, but some flashy plays, a little bit of heroics. Maybe something to make the spirits a little bit more buoyant, because
he got caught with his wand though. I know, yeah.
A decider in this
Actually,
series.
he got caught with the wand though.
There's nothing more G2 than to show this level of mental resilience where they get blown out the first map.
It was KRÜ versus Next.
Win a close ascent game and then roll on the third map.
Cloud9.
Every series at Shanghai went, I swear to God.
I mean, Valen said, I wish we started stronger.
This is how every G2 series goes. You just cannot count them out.
Unreal.
They will always come back.
Some moments here from that previous half, of
This
course.
G2 script is so played out.
Rolling Thunder leaving Valen entrenched on that side, and he dealt with all comers admirably. 3 rounds, 9 of course for G2 on that attacking side. They've got to be happy with that. There were some variations in pace here and there, some good mid-pressure, but now we're going to head to a break. When we come back, the second half is split out of side of map to send one of these teams
what is
to
that
America's
emote?
playoffs. We'll be waiting when we return.
I don't even know what's happening. Why are they doing this today? This is so weird. Why are they sending us to break us at like halftime? They never did this before. Normally they would throw to like the couch or like an interview or something. Maybe there's some tech problems or something today. Lazy analysis? No, I doubt it. There must be some kind of tech issue. This is such a big game. They said it, but I'm pretty sure whoever wins this just qualifies for playoffs. 6 seems like it's going to get in, so it looks like G2 is on the road to potentially getting that. KRÜ has 1 more left after this against Cloud9. Cloud9 still has games against KRÜ and NRG. 100 Thieves has games against EG and who's the other one? Loud. So they have games against Loud. Wait, what did I do? Yeah, EG and Loud.
Excellent attack side on
It's crazy because there's so many things that can happen because all those middle teams just play each other. Those are like such important, like this game. That's why this game was so important, because it was 2 of those 5 and 3 teams, and one of them is going to be playing for their life next week probably.
Find the gaps in KRÜ's setup and exploit them. It was excellent from G2, and now they're only 4 rounds away from locking in playoffs. If they can achieve that, that means they don't have to rely on the Sentinel Series to get in, and KRÜ's chances to playoffs get a little bit harder.
It was getting a little close there for comfort for KRÜ and, for G2, but for KRÜ, they got to try and find a way to bounce back. Let's send it back over to your casters.
An evolution through this series for G2. Such a brutal start for them on that Lotus map. Only 4 rounds, and then they claw it back on Ascent. Looks like now finally they've built that head of steam. They have slow starts is what they do, but now they want to close things out. 9-3 as they go into defense on the pistol.
Cam from MTA will get that tag onto balance. So
Viper just solo lurking over here to breaks on.
Take B main for free. While Shy tries to work his magic on A. Valen taking that first peek into Paranoia.
Valen wants to play close here. Oh, great work.
That was a really good aftershock. But honestly, they needed to kill faster. Oh no.
All right, Leaf here from
the
Heaven.
Yuta was perfect.
Try and drop down through that smoke or wait it out. It's going to be renewed here for KRÜ as they don't yet have a plant. They don't yet feel it's safe to cross. The Prowls will confirm their location behind the pillar.
Shy considering a flank, but just going to meet up with his teammates. Playing that smart, playing to their man advantage, just going to try to trade this thing out.
Haunt now regenerated for Trent. Leaf still unsure about how to navigate the smoke. The kid's getting renewed and all. The flick had to be there. Great correction by Trent, but still a 1-for-1.
Might think he's flanking.
Now it looks like KRÜ feel like they're ready to go for this. Giant death footwork here. Leaf trying to cut it up into 2-1.
Wow, dude. There was so many opportunities here.
Much needed pistol to start their attacking side.
It always feels silly to say when a team is down by a lot that the pistol round is much needed, but it most certainly was. And I love how that was played initially by G2, that aftershock, and Valen immediately swung wide to the left off of it. But it just took them too long to convert that kill. There were just too many bullets fired, and Jonah caught reloading. Shy taking advantage of that audio
Okay, they got the
cue,
double vandals here.
and it gave them the man advantage to trade things out one
Couple
after
shares.
another. Nicely handled from KRÜ. And now, can they just convert this anti-ego in smooth fashion?
They know he's here. They double
All
ping
right,
him.
G2 assert themselves here at B. They turn the play for the orb into a bit more of a pop to take this map control, and MTA is... He doesn't want any of that smoke. Get out of my face!
My man is...
Oh, wow. That's so garbage.
Now Meltzer.
Oh,
The
okay.
stinger for the bait. All right, he'll get two, and Icy gets a
That's
couple.
not so bad,
Of
dude.
course, that is
This
why you
isn't
just
so bad.
run that one player with a
This
ghost.
is kind of
If
a
they do
fuck
go
up here
down
by
on the
KRÜ.
lurk, it's ultimately irrelevant. You're not giving up any serious weapons.
Oh, that would have made things spicy.
Spike planted.
Just Icy with a stinger now. Takes a decent licking from the paint shells.
It should be going down any moment to one of these
There's
KRÜ
no
players.
rules that a dog can't play.
Honestly, let
Okay.
Kesnick get that kill. Get
All right,
him another
bud.
orb. He's got the most.
Get him
renowned
rolling,
three.
you know what I mean?
Get him rolling.
Get
when
him
he
chirping
can.
up a little bit.
Get off to a hot start. Get that snowball rolling with the economy, with the ultimates to get back into this game against such a formidable G2, a resilient G2, who got destroyed on Lotus. It wasn't even close. They didn't look like themselves. The fundamentals weren't there. That team play that they're known for wasn't there. A team that has always been, you know, the whole greater than the
Damn.
parts. That's always
He,
been- that's
he's
always
really
been
just
the
like trying to
G2
get
way.
involved here.
And it wasn't the case to start this series off.
really
but
wanted that eco.
They are right back into form here. And for KRÜ to come so close against a team that you could argue is the best we have in Americas right now, and to lose in the final moment would just be crushing for them.
Yeah, it could have been over there and then. So pistol converted here for KRÜ. Now into their bonus, it is 3 proper rifles to bring into the fray. G2, of course, armed to the gills, ready to get back on the winning side.
Ooh, a flashy.
Now, one way, of course, would slow them up a little bit because it really respects these things.
I think so. I think they could get it to
Against
work.
this Cypherless, Sentinel-less comp that G2
I think they would
run,
pivot how
those
they play.
explosive hits, those fast hits can
They would
be
allow
more
a player
potent.
like that
You're
to
not
have
going to have
freedom.
Kisnet
They would figure
double
it out.
satcheling into a trip.
It wouldn't look
getting
like this.
sprayed down by a player in heaven.
To some degree, G2 feel they had to be proactive as a result, right? Play off the paranoia if they can. Get information consistently with those prowlers. They need to know where KRÜ are coming at them from. They can't get free info from a cam or something similar.
And G2, they do love to play for their retakes on this map. That is one of the defensive advantages of running the breach, getting back in with a fault line after shocking a position.
Heat caught inside the C's here. LEV was hoping to capitalize and spray a little bit.
Has the blind ready here for heaven. Misses.
Paranoia was male. G2 playing further back than KRÜ were expecting, though,
Good
not
fault line
affected
from
by it.
A.
The smoke may keep them contained
Blind was a
here
bit early.
on that stairwell.
Man, the stall util is fire. This is what I was talking about before the game started, chat.
This is slowing KRÜ up as well.
So much delay utility. The paranoia fault line in tandem. That
Does he have the
smoke
balls
again
to
from
find out that
Valin
it's retake?
allowed this rotate. Look at the top of the map
The
there.
discipline from LEV as well. He doesn't go into ropes and try and test this from the other
Snuck
side.
in.
No huge mistakes here for G2, and they're burning the clock down now. And they're starting to hold the torch to the feet of KRÜ.
Incredible
Running out of
hold.
time, and it's just shy. And the spike, of course, a long way away from him. G2 bide their time. They wait for a chance to get that gun round, and they reassert themselves here.
And the amount of times in this series, Mitch, that we've really seen on display that cerebral mid-round play from G2, calling from Valin, just a pure, silent contact back into the B site to set up lovely crossfires with Icy taking that initial peek. If they drop to ropes, Valin is there, picked up that angle. And then the two of them at the same time, double face to clear out the B main player that was, of course, going to come on that split. I mean, it's just lovely from them. So consistent.
Yeah, they really did.
Here's KRÜ, of course.
Not only did they let G2 rotate, chat, but did you guys think it was weird that both of those smokes heaven were attack smokes? Like the Viper smoke and the Omen smoke here were attack smokes. But the hit was through heaven.
The bit here for some more action, but again,
And they were
G2
both
will
popped.
pull back. Love to tease.
They just made things really hard for
To play this
themselves.
a little bit more passively. A smoke
I
from
think they
Valin
did
was
it to
actually
get
sent
by
all the way
this
across
smoke,
the map
but then they never
into
like dropped it or anything.
Now, a probe down mid from G2 would be uncharacteristic of them right now. That's what KRÜ is set up for, but they're unlikely to get that. Unless it's for 3, I suppose.
Again, just a silent clearing from G2.
And they just embed lead. That's all they do. However, neural theft might be a problem here. A wrench thrown in the works forces G2 to split. They get pinged out heading towards the A side. They might still head that way. They clear ramp with the Prowler. Oh, Buddy Melsa appears right in front of Jonah, who then follows up with a flash, disorienting heat further. Two players from G2 now spamming through that smoke in heaven. And it's only Shy again. The unenviable task of rotating into a 1v4 with the spike across the map. May as well be in Timbuktu.
Dude,
Unless for just a miracle from Shy.
Imagine knowing where every single player on the map is due to an ultimate. You have a character that can pick wherever you want to go on the map. And you pick a spot that you die. Imagine that. That's what just happened to KRÜ.
So much he'll get Trent. Is that enough for Shy?
That's fucking crazy.
Jonah now steps up, of course. Yeah, a couple of more guns getting taken away.
Melser waited way too long to do that. That
I want to point out the
Omen ult.
money though for G2 is good enough. That doesn't really
Yeah, he fumbled it. He fumbled the Omen ult.
No, absolutely not. I love that moment from Jonah. That precise,
With that said,
aware of
fucking
Melser's
sick round by
eventual
G2.
teleport.
Like, they knew exactly what they needed to do and when to do it. Like, they were rotating A immediately because they knew that's where, like, the bulk of KRÜ were positioned, and the two people that weren't at A were, like, in mid with them.
Yeah, we knew it would be a little bit ugly. They keep that rifle for Shy. KZ's going to get one, of course, often being facilitated. Smoke's traded here in towards B main. This is awkward. Okay. Trent gets caught out there by MTA. Do they know that Icy's been left behind? It doesn't matter. He can't get involved.
He does get the audio cue of the two players falling back, though. And now Leaf might get caught by Kesnit, and he does. Big player advantage for KRÜ. They have to convert this to make this comeback a reality.
Okay, Icy makes his rotation here. Maybe hoping to quiet the showstopper. Kesnit has to go up the road to this. He has to try and get value. Makes the sound. No one around to see it.
Well played by Icy.
Now they've truly cleared heaven. Icy having to
Really
do
well
Trailblazer.
played. Okay.
Buddy as well. He had his hands full
Okay,
there. Had to
chill.
back away. Now
Icy.
the KRÜ have gone. They are swarming over it. Player in screens. Two players still trying to fight into heaven, but Jonah's done well to make a way.
KRÜ have planted for heaven, and it's all about Shy on this reflank, finding a timing, not going down, but he does.
3 on 3.
One, one elbow, one in drop here for
Omen
KRÜ.
blind on
Decent
Valen.
setup.
He's about to launch that shit to
versus
sight. It's
three,
gonna get
G2 now
2.
in the retake.
2 people gonna get hit with
Full
Omen blind.
Can they capitalize?
He
One
has
hit.
the
Off angle, but Valen checks it. He always bloody checks it. Now he'll surge forward, but MTA sprays him down. It's all for Jonah to do. He doesn't have any flashes left, but he's able to take a 1 versus 1.
No way.
Kesnit overheats, and now the rolling thunder. It's gonna catch MTA.
Fuck, sir.
Nowhere to go. Nowhere to hide. You're on Jonah P's wild ride, baby.
Oh, bar, what a bar.
Jonah P winning clutches on split on A. How does he always do this? The rolling thunder is beautiful, and it was almost the newcomer MTA who were looking to step up, fill the shoes of Klaus, and be the guy for KRÜ, but just unable to do it. He tried so hard. That first Sheriff shot. Look at that. I mean, the speed there, the reaction time is just sickening. They can't convert the 5-on-3.
Bro.
Little mistakes made.
4K for Jonah P. And I love that Valen checks it right. He knows the fault line has got him covered on the left side and elbow. Pain for KRÜ. A paltry 5 rounds here so far. They bought up into this at least. 3 ults up for G2 though.
Leaf with eyes on mid right now.
Playoffs on the line.
Pushing
Of
closer
course
to
it's
there with Valen.
Addison. We've been saying it. Valen is...
Icy pops it, he's going for it. Who's set up in mid? Kesnit's already down. He sees heat in the classic.
Oh.
Tries to satchel Shy.
That spot's really no good on this
Jonah,
split.
so ready.
It's not like the old split. You have like no angles. It's almost like, what's the point of being there?
For MTA to clear. And at this point, G2, they have made the playoffs. Unless Shy and Melser can do the unthinkable. And it's only right that G2 do just that. I mean, we have 2 teams here who have been on the opposite trajectories. KRÜ stage 1, an indomitable force. They made it to the playoffs, knocked out by G2, who made it to Shanghai. No one expected that. And KRÜ so close to revenge against them. But it's just not going to happen.
30 seconds left. It's Melsa with the paranoia and the ability to re-smoke Heaven. They're going to take that first. G2 is so distributed across the map. They have Nightfall as well if there's an attempt at a plant. Trent can hold this line. He sees Shy.
Fucking use it. Nightfall that shit. Fuck it.
Strict discipline here. And that's going to be it. Shy! G2 return to
Congrats.
Remind the locals of who they sent to represent them in Shanghai.
Holy shit, man.
Another playoff berth.
There is no team I can think of that displays resilience like G2.
Can you believe that, guys?
No matter what, they come back.
They're like one of the first teams to qualify. Our team that came from Ascension, they kept their core. After all these years, like, they still got the core of the team. Like, 3 of them. Crazy, man. I can't believe they're one of these teams just already there. They're not waiting till the last game. None of that bullshit. They're just in. Meanwhile, there's some fucking look at these names down here. Meanwhile, there's names like Fury, Aloud, NRG, EG, 100 Thieves. Like, there's all these names that you would expect to maybe be up there based on last year. Jeez.
Again, a start to this series they'd sooner forget, and they do need to.
I said Fury based on last year, but yeah, this year.
Inexplicable how they struggled
disappointing.
So much on Lotus, but man,
disappointing.
What a battle Ascent ended
I did not say it. No.
No,
you guys wouldn't have bought in if I said MIBR. I'd probably lose like half of you guys in this argument. You guys aren't bought in. You know I'm selling you snake oil.
They've got to be tilted after a round like that. And they really held it together, especially on a day where LEV isn't just farming people, right? The depth now we're seeing from this G2 team on full display against the team at KRÜ, where we expected to be in playoffs, but they've got one more chance to get there, and it's far from a sure thing.
Just one more match against Cloud9.
You got bread on the bread.
For them. Again, G2, they have locked up their spot in this battle of a different approach to the game, different systems. KRÜ, this more free-flowing calling team right now, where all of them contribute on their attack sides. It's Melser making decisions, Kesnick calling on defense versus Valen, who has just been leading the core of this team for years now, all the way back pre-partnership, and then in Ascension winning, making it here. Without a doubt, one of the best IGLs in the game, and put on a
I don't know what to expect here with Loud and Lev.
Yeah, look at that fade, that breach, and we saw the macro, I think, for G2 really come to the fore here. Again, on top of some of those great individual moments, of course, but
I told you, Agent, you doubted me.
To see that. Even with MTA standing up as the newcomer here, he had a great round, but he couldn't quite convert. His G2, of course, heading to playoffs, and now we're going to head down to get Kevy on the stage for our Verizon post-match interview.
Man, that week 1 was ugly.
Yes, give it up for G2, Jonah P.
It's free.
The MVP on map 2. Now,
oh my God.
Start there. I want to start,
who the fuck was that?
2. Like, were you even expecting that to go to OT? Were you expecting
Yo,
that
Fader,
much of a
it's
fight
been
from
3 months.
Honestly, it was 12-11 for us, and I told my teammates, like, please close it out. I have to use the bathroom so bad. and then it went to like 16-14. So I mean, we knew
that's
we were gonna
cool.
win, but, you know,
fuck him.
It was a good game.
He's like, we knew we were gonna win, but fuck my teammates. So.
I'm gonna keep you here for this for a little while longer. Okay.
What an answer.
Let's walk things back though a little bit. Let's talk about map 1 because it seemed like things kind of got away from you all there. So I'm curious to know what was the issue there that you all were going through?
Just the classic slow start from us. They had a really good game plan for us. You know, it just felt like they were hitting all their shots and we weren't. Just a slow start from us like usual. And, you know, we had Josh like kind of grilled us after map 1, you know, like trying to wake us up, and it worked. So, you know, props to him for that.
Yeah, y'all definitely were activated there on.
I kind of fuck with that key necklace that Geekheavy's wearing. What do you guys think of that?
One split was Master Shanghai against Paper X. Y'all lost 11 rounds in a row.
What's it to?
Clearly, y'all managed to course correct this time. What was it that kind of like brought things?
Oh God!
Had a different outcome this time around.
I think we started attack this time. I think our attack is normally, you know, we flow better on that because we can control it. Especially Valen, he's a great IGL. So
I'm not trolling
just like
you.
in Shanghai
being
against
dead
Heretics, we were up like 9-0 on attack 2. You know, we were just in flow state, and you know, if a team lets us get
I like the shot, the camera shot.
We're gonna run them over.
Cool shot.
Well, next y'all have Sentinels coming up. What are your thoughts going into that match?
Yeah, they're a great team. They're back
this
in form,
shot.
it seems like. I mean, we're still in form. You know, no excuses coming back from an event. We're still rolling. Yeah, it's gonna be a great game. I think it's like a clout match. I think this win secured us playoffs, but you know, this game is still very important to us.
Absolutely. Never underestimate the
I think it
underdogs.
does.
Y'all are killing
6
it.
words
I
down.
don't even think y'all are underdogs anymore, in my opinion. Give it up for G2, everybody. Yes. All right, we're gonna take
Oh no, that's part of the shirt. No, I'm trolling. It did look like, okay, dude, it didn't look like it. I think it's just like a dog tag. It's just like a tag. Pretty sure the rest of it. You would consider this a cloud match? Do we consider Lev clouded? I guess so, yeah. Loud is very clouded, yeah. I don't know, man. Like, oh, you made day 2? Sheesh. I don't know, man. G2 is kind of pulling in a fan base at this point. Dude, at this point, I feel like they're gaining fans. At first, I was like, oh, they're kind of like a bench team. They don't really got that superstar player. They're going to struggle to really like bring in fans. But now it's like, man, they've been so consistent. They've looked so good. And even though they don't have a star duelist, I feel like if you enjoy watching like good Valorant, you probably enjoy G2. Like speaking, trying to put myself in someone's shoes, like in a different region, right? Like they just want to watch like very strategic Valorant, not like hard carry duelist Valorant, just so that they could learn some shit. I bet there's a lot of people that love G2. Like those are typically teams I really like to enjoy, because they have to get creative on like how they're opening these rounds up. And it's super unique compared to what a lot of the other teams are doing. Yeah, I think the team is so fucking good. Like they are so structured. Wait, how did I overrate the intelligence of you? Wait, what did I? Oh, I see. What? Just how you perceive the team is. Never mind. Dude, guys, you want to have a full degen bet right here? Does Sadok play duelist first map? Just full degen bet. And then we could start a new bet right when that one's over, which is before the map. You guys get double the gambles. Just coin flip it. Yeah, that's the whole point. You don't know the map, yeah. That's the whole point. You're fucking gambling. We're in the casino. It's full degen hours. Fuck it, let's go. The story we have against Loud is that, if I'm not mistaken, we've never beaten them. We've gotten their old core also from when they're one champions. They're definitely going to be a tough match. Bro, that ain't a story. That's a fucking... I don't think we can say that. If I talk, I'll get in trouble.
Ponto que se deve evitar com certeza é o Aspas individualmente, que se você conseguir anular ele para tentar fazer ele ter mau jogo, já quebra bastante o ritmo deles, porque o Aspas é um jogador que tem muito impacto na partida.
Easy kills coming through from Aspas. Headshot onto Zeppa, the third in a row, the updraft, and the I-Buy Power Ace!
Bueno, creo que definitivamente cuando nos enfrentamos a equipos anteriores de nuestro compañero, creo que queremos hacer como ese step up para decirles como ahora es nuestro y vamos a amasar.
Alright, dude, I'm definitely down for that. What the fuck? I'll order you a pizza if Loud win. And wait, you give 4 subs?
Loud taking on Leviatán. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here once again with Baby
like my
and
odds
Ender
here.
as we look to discuss all the latest and happenings for this series because it's going to be an interesting one. Now, of course, Loud is coming into this one a bit on the ropes, if you will, right? They lost to a Brazilian team for the first time ever. The streak.
So wait, if Lev win, you give me 4 subs, and if Loud wins, you buy me a pizza.
Shame. It's what a shame, right? But man, 25 wins straight for Loud, and for it to come crumbling like that against Furia, definitely not something I thought would have seen happen.
And I'm gonna be real, it should have ended at 24. This is
That's what I said.
I think has been really struggling to find.
No, that's exactly what I said. If Lev win, you gift me 4. If Loud win, you buy me pizza.
I mean, or excuse me, against Furia was the one that they ended up losing there, and.
My honest reaction.
Well, what do you mean a scam?
He doesn't miss
what do you mean damage?
He really doesn't. Absolute banger.
What scam? What are you talking about?
Gotta say, that is
heads I win, tails you
Loud
lose.
And you're at this point in
Isn't
the
that
competition where you're getting down to the wire and lose out something like that, like that's hard. For sure.
It absolutely is for this team. And I mean, I think that they haven't really found their identity since.
No. Okay. Seriously though, I'm taking the bet. I'm taking the bet.
Now put them in the situation where they
can't
lose anymore.
Yeah, they have to be flawless.
Yeah.
Which is going to be so difficult.
And it's not even in their own hands at that point.
Yeah, pretty much. It does not look like things are going to be all rosy and peachy over the Loud camp. They need this win today, but standing in their way is a bit of a juggernaut.
Actually, no.
He's standing by with Geek Heavy to get his thoughts on today's matchup.
Joining me right now, we have Leviatán's Aspas, always calm, cool, and collected. So I gotta ask you this.
Look at this. This is the face of a winner.
Against Loud, do you think you as a duelist, what are your confidence levels as a duelist going up against Loud?
I think my confidence is like always on top because if you are
the
playing
Shane is something
and you don't
different.
have confidence, you are probably in the wrong role. So always when I'm going to play a match, I'm super confident.
That's good. Now, historically, Lev have yet to beat Loud. Do you think today is the day?
Maybe today is the day, but we're gonna see in the match soon.
Exciting stuff, man. Can't wait to see it. Good luck.
Well, good thing is we have a duelist who is very confident in himself
Maybe a little
over the
too
course
confident.
of his career. You agree with what he said there, Aspas? What Aspas said?
Pretty sick.
I think the cool thing about Aspas is he's so level-headed, like Geek Heavy said, and also he's just so consistent and reliable.
That's a pretty cool
First of all, how can you not like him? Because he doesn't like the furthest extent of his trash talk right there was basically like, I'm always confident in what I do. So basically, it doesn't.
We could win, we could not win.
Oh, dude,
Exactly.
Batarinho is so
He
good.
doesn't want to jinx it. Like, he
there's
knows
one more
he's already
left.
the best, but he doesn't like.
I mean, he very
fully
easily
play
could
that
have
role.
gone up there and was like, yeah, I'm playing against my 47-year-old IGL.
Oh, wait. I forgot already.
As a 47-year-old, that's mean.
Sadak is not.
I'm just kidding around. But you know what though? You bring up Sadak. That actually is a great opportunity for us to talk about the struggles that this team has had, right? Sadak has talked about it quite openly, multiple times, about the things that they have struggled with. One of the things in particular was what's going on in the duelist role, and with Tui's playing more of those jet maps.
This is actually just making the poll so much better.
You got
this is
an
making the
interesting
poll
situation
so much
here
better.
playing out. Now, he of course says Tui's and I started discussing what we do regarding the duelist role in game. Tui said he was not comfortable playing as a duelist, and I assumed it. This change really had an impact on us because in theory, we're okay, but when we're playing, it isn't working.
I think for me, what I took away from this, that was like probably the worst thing, was that Sadak literally said, I think it was an extension of that interview or another one.
Wait, you already made it?
Basically that he cannot even
you're
IGL
crazy, Josh.
on
Let's
the
go.
duelist
Okay,
role.
be
And
right
I
back,
think
one
that's
sec.
the main thing that I was so like questioning, because I was like, well,
like what's going on?
There's tons of other duelists per se in other games, like CS has Kerrigan, who was most notably an entry, who would go in and then he would mid-round because he was the IGL of like all the rosters that he's been on.
Luckily for him, he doesn't have to play Neon.
But still, this is what I expected because there's so much gravity on the character of Neon. And his first showing, Sadak's first showing on Neon, he looked great. So he struck fear in the teams that he had to play against, but since he wasn't able to actually win through the IGLing aspect,
but I think the
he's
issue
not
is
the main duelist.
The macro has really taken a sharp downfall for Loud.
And it's a massive issue because, and I think this is actually a year-long problem for Loud because to answer the question down there, I don't think they have had a roster this year that can play a meta comp on all 7 of the maps that are in the pool. And when you look at these 5 players, like, all 5 of these players could compete for best in their role on any top team in the league. It is not a player problem. It is a team composition problem. The fact that at the start of the year, they had QCK in the team that played Jet on a few maps, but on so many maps where you have to be playing the Jet, they were locking in Phoenix because either he didn't feel comfortable on the Jet or the team wanted to go a different direction, to now basically Sadok being in a position where he feels he has to play Neon to make it work. Like, I think this team has much bigger issues than the 5 players, but it's a composition issue.
Which is, again, like they added Pancata back into the roster, which I think on paper is a change that seems good. He's super experienced with the team. He's still a great player, but it still just doesn't make sense in the roles. You have multiple world-class controller players on this team with Tuis and Kawa. You have Sadok who can flex any role, but he's being forced into this weird position because no one else wants to pick up that primary duelist slot. And I think that's especially hard in this meta, where there's an emphasis on Raze, there's an emphasis on Neon, some of the most mechanically difficult, movement-focused characters where you really have to be locked in on your crosshair and how you're pathing. It is so difficult to be calling a game while you are playing those agents, so I don't blame Sadok for those struggles, but really, there is a deeper issue with this team that is no one player's fault, but is accumulated together to allow that it's not getting wins.
The fact is, after Loud lost Ospas, they did not need a new Ospas to play for them, but they did need someone that played Ospas's role, and that is what they have not had all year long.
Yeah, and bring Pancata in, who we saw statistically, definitely contributed, played his role, right? But as you had mentioned, right, you just have so many tools at your disposal, but unfortunately, they just can't be used in the ways that they need to be used right now.
And the thing that's crazy is today they have to play against Ospas, that role that they've still been trying to fill.
Yeah, that's the sweet irony of this whole situation here. Now, of course, here, let's, as we dive into Loud's duelist situation here, here's an interesting head-to-head. Sadok versus Ospas, and hey, way to go. Way to go, Elder Statesman, looking pretty solid up there. But granted,
is that top stat a new one, the ASC?
I don't believe this. Is this real? Is this scientific?
It's the American Scientific Committee. That's the new stat up there.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. I personally can't believe it because Ospas.
But to be fair, Sadok has not been bad as an individual.
No.
Wait, you guys are both saying the same thing.
I do not think he has performed at a very high level on the Neon maps.
Okay.
Straight up. Like, the debut he had it, his first game looked good. Great. His second game was pretty miserable. Like, he was getting diffed by Jaw. But
but you were going up against Jaw.
I feel like when I'm watching the Loud games, I'm seeing so much of the issues with this team is like these late rounds, once they get set up into a position, like their initial idea doesn't work out. Instead of trying to find, normally you'd see Loud be a really good team. Sadok makes a call to reset the round. We find our next idea. We're resetting with our next wave of initiator utility. That stuff has gotten so much sloppier, I think, where players are kind of going out, taking some solo fights, doing things a little bit on their own. They're committing into sites sometimes that they probably shouldn't have been. The cleanliness of the IGLing has not been up to snuff as what it was before for Loud, because that's always something we've prided them on.
And Pancata's just sitting there in a 1v4 like every round. And then eventually he actually wins one, and that's their only saving grace to come back into a series. There's a lot that Loud need to fix up and clean up, and it does start with even just defaulting, because we saw a team just run through them on their defaults. They can't even default, get into places correctly. They're getting pushed to the brim.
Yeah, of course. Well, let's actually go ahead and send it back over to Geek Heavy. He's actually standing by with Les to get his thoughts on what's going on with Loud heading into this matchup against Leviatán.
All right, joining me right now, we have Les. I got to ask you the question. Coming off that loss against Furia, pretty much breaking Loud's streak that they had against other Brazilian teams. Where's the team's mentality today going into this match against LEV?
Cara, a gente tem pouca chance de se classificar, nosso time sabe, mas a nossa mentalidade é não desistir, a gente ainda tem...
Next year, Les answers the question in English, because he understood the question.
Yeah, we know that we have very
and I'll be here for it.
Go on to the playoffs,
I'll be
but
pogging the fuck out.
is not to give up and go after these little chances we have.
Honestly, best of luck today.
Can we place a bet on that? You want to fight? You want to do a season-long bet that in 2025 Les answers a question in English? Oh, bro, I would take that. I would take it. I would take that bet.
I knew it, but for a moment there,
I think he's gonna do it because he just understood that question in English. So he's like, he's put it in the work.
The numbers up.
Just to piggyback off of what you're saying, yeah, it is kind of sad, and I feel like they didn't have many options considering the fact that they didn't have.
But what? That he'll answer a question in English?
Like, in terms of players that were available that they could have picked up.
He doesn't do a lot of interviews.
On Duelist, there wasn't really many. The only notable player that I could think of that might have
just tell he's working on it.
Because you got to keep in mind that there's a bunch of visa problems going on right now, is maybe DG Zin. But there's so much baggage that people think of when you think of DG Zin, right?
And still, that means you have to decide to drop Pancata or Tui's or someone else on this
roster. I would take it as a dub. I'm not gonna lie.
Pancata was a great pickup. I mean, he's a great player, and he's putting up big numbers.
Win is a win.
He's comfortable on the stage again.
Locking it in.
Indeed, and I think that if Pancata can continue to do that, maybe he could be part of that, upward swing for Loud, but it's going to be very difficult, and they're going to need a lot more than that. Now, despite a poor showing at kickoff and Master Shanghai, Leviatán comes into this stage right now, #1 in Americas, and they're the first team that has clinched their spot in the playoffs, so they're going no matter what happens with the result of this game. But
I can't even believe
they're going to want
BNN gave me
continue each and every regular season game.
Actually, you didn't really give me that great of odds,
same way
truthfully.
they're approaching it. They don't want to stop the machine.
Yeah, this is our best regular season team in Americas, right? Dominated in the first stage and kept it rolling into the.
I just want to let you know, BNN, if you win, you have to give me 4 subs, which I'm gonna state now they have to be tier 3. But if you win, the pizza I'm getting you the smallest pizza with the least cheese you've ever seen. It's gonna be like fucking child pizza. But my subs, they have to be tier 3.
So scary. Tex, King, Mazzino have all been having great returns since coming back from Master Shanghai. Ospas is always Ospas, and Kami has been improving his own individual play.
Yeah, he said he's playing the best he's ever played before.
And that's kind of always been the case. But what they were lacking in playoffs in Shanghai was the fundamentals, right? Like, they looked like a team that was playing a lot of messy Valor, and I'm thinking of that lower final against G2.
Fucking leave you a fucking room temp pizza lunchable on your doorstep.
Against EG was just lovely. Every round, every retake, they have double swing set up. They're really taking the time to get the little things right, and that's so important.
It's especially, you can see it so clearly in post plants on either side. Post plants on attack, retakes on defense. It is so clean how they play and how they're always having 2-3 players holding one line. They'll just focus fire around 1 or 2 zones on the map where.
Hey, that's a new Ospas picture, right?
The other team
I don't remember that being.
They're heating up, and they're heating up at a point right now where you exactly want to be. But let's go ahead and set the stage here for what we are going to witness, because if Leviatán manage to pick up the dub here, they will guarantee themselves a top 2 spot. Let's not forget, G2 have now clinched themselves into the playoffs, so you got 3 teams locked in.
What's so important, though, is getting that top 2 slot means you're playing double elimination immediately. No single elim game, and it also means you are 1 match win away from making it to Seoul. It is a huge advantage.
Yeah, a massive advantage. So I know I said before that if Leviatán don't win this game, it's not the end of the world. Technically right, but also they want to win this game.
I mean, the world won't literally end, and I want to be clear to all of you watching, we're going to be okay.
We're going to be okay. We're going to be more than okay, because, folks, I don't know if you see the time. It looks like action's about to begin. That's right, folks. Let's go ahead and send it down to the stage and bring out our 2 teams. Got Loud versus Leviatán. See you in a sec.
Riot Games Arena, recebam o primeiro time, a esperança brasileira, faz o L pra Loud!
What's up, Salcon? Y'all see any duelists out there? Any duelist? Any duelist? I'll check any duelist.
Del otro lado, el monstruo marino quiere más victorias. Con ustedes, Leviatán.
I like both these walkouts, actually. Both teams have pretty banger walkouts. Snap finger move.
The stakes for today's matches have been high. For our first match, both teams wanted to pick up that win to try and lock in their spot in the playoffs. But for this one, Leviatán wants to secure top 2 so that they can avoid having to go through that
tried and true
matchup, and they'll be one game away,
bangers.
qualifying for champions. But for Loud on the other side of the stage, they want to
Can I just like pull up any VOD?
stay alive in this competition, and they have to win this game.
Lotus,
no
bro,
choice.
why are we watching so much Lotus? Haven, please give us 3.
Against both Brazilian teams, losing one of those for the first time. As we look at the maps, though, we are starting out on Lotus.
I think Loud changed their comms.
Probably gonna get the neon, and I think the big questions are.
I do think Sadok's playing neon here, by the way. I think Sadok's definitely playing neon right here. So I think the yesers are winning right now, for sure.
Xbox map number 2. I do not think really anyone in the league right now is taking that map off of them. So you better show up in game 1.
Yeah, Icebox is the king of Icebox. Right? Let's just say it how it is.
Frozen king.
So LEV are definitely losing Icebox after all this. After what is being said currently, they will definitely be losing Icebox.
Made EG look like a tier 2 team the last time they played them on Icebox, and EG has been really good.
Yeah, real. All right, well, I think we got a little bit of a spoiler on screen, but we'll talk about that in a second here. We'll see what we end up getting.
I just countered GG.
That being said, though, you're so right. That Icebox, we get to map 2.
Stop saying no.
Certainly going to be on a pathway.
What just happened? Why did Joshy type that and
but
Golden Boy said it?
Loud on the other hand, I mean, look, this is a team that has, we talked about G2's resiliency. I want to see that same resiliency here for Loud. You got veterans on that team, guys who have won championships. They need to dig deep here, and now you got no other choice.
Last time Loud played this, they were locked and they're moving away. Big fan of this change. Tui's will go into the race.
Solo controller. No duelist on Sadok, dude. No, he fucking had us in the first half. He had us in the first half. Y'all are mad. Y'all are so mad.
On the map right now that LEV is playing, they're great with it. Aspa showed how good he is, and the
no
stones from
duelist
were excellent. But damn, Loud, I think this is the right pivot to make if they want to save their season here.
It's time to see if Loud made the right call, or can Leviatán shut them down despite
who wins
the
map
changes?
1?
Let's send it over to your
Lotus.
casters. You know them, you love them. It's Van Silly and Rivington.
Loud.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. Indeed, this is going to be a very fun game now for Loud and Leviatán, Riv, because at the desk, they've prefaced this before, that Loud versus Leviatán has always been a loss for Lev. But today, this is also a refreshed Leviatán that has been making waves in this stage where Loud hasn't been looking too great with this lack of duelists that everybody's been talking about.
It's so much kind of timidness, this lack of strength from Loud that we know the innovation that they usually have seems to have almost kind of taken them back a bit. And now they're rethinking things. And yeah, Leviatán, you heard Aspas today. He's saying, you know, look, anything can happen, but it was so comfortable. Like Hakeem said, always so calm, collected, and they're like, yeah, well, let's just see. It's a few seconds until we get on the map. It'll be fine. So we'll have to see what they have. Leviatán will start on an attack here. 7-1 is their record right now, looking like one of the best teams in the Americas. And they are going to start off aggressive towards this A-Rubble. Vans making a lot of noise here at door to start.
But Tui's is the one that makes the first noise. changing into the role, back to the duelist, and gets the first headshot onto Tex.
Wait, is it going to be another Tui's
has also come out
classic?
with a different composition. Aspas on this Neon, on Lotus, and by losing on that first blood, they have to reassess how they want to work the map, especially now that Les has flanked from behind.
We'll have to see how Tui's continues on the raise. Starting off like that to get the showstoppers going is going to be a very big boon for the side of Loud, and as well this push here by Les, just so much information being relayed over to the team. Loud don't even have to move that much. They've already taken control of the tree area anyways.
Just by doing that fault line and keeping King inserted at this spot, it really rotates Loud around and weaken up the defenses for a bit. But now the trip gets broken. You have Loud getting ready to set up here for the crossfire, and Kawazima is trying to get contact. Aspas is down to 34. Now Aftershock, he avoids it for now. As he pushes through though,
oh my god, they didn't get that kill?
Answers right back here at the doorstep.
Oh no,
Pankata.
And by oh no, I mean
still the 3v2. Chip damage everywhere right now, Vansili. Nobody looking good for this fight.
Fucking what a haunt.
Did get some information from that haunt, but too little too late now.
Okay,
one stands and it's Tui's the ball, and Calm scoring 3 into the round. Allows Leviatán to pick up the pistol.
Really nice job by Leviatán to play within the utility windows. I mean, look at how much utility you have to deal with that in that Loud composition. You got the fade, you got the breach, and you got so much more that's going to be coming into the site. So they slowly creep up. Leviatán takes a bit more space, and in a moment it looked like Aspas was almost left out to dry over by stairs connector.
That's
but the team was still ready.
What the rules were.
They're just waiting for that next
no,
window,
we said
a lot of patience paid off there for
chat. Did I not specify the rules earlier? I specified the rules. I said 4 tier 3 subs in exchange for the smallest size pizza I can find in your area with no cheese.
Les though avenges his teammates, and that's the camera that
the
gets
rules.
broken.
You agreed to it, not me.
They still have an opportunity to pinch here with Kawadzin inserted right at the revolving door. They could also be ready for this fault line too if there's more pressure coming out from Leviatán towards the C-Mound. There he comes. Paranoia first. Haunt towards the back, gets the ping on the defenders.
It's over for you, Beaton. It is literally over for you.
The C side and stronghold it, and the last 2 players here for Kawadzin and Sadat, listed they were trying to flank behind, but too little too late.
Spike plant should be able to clean up these last 2, and Leviatán strat towards A, strat towards C, playing behind each other well, collecting the kills, being able to close out these last few as the ultimates start to come on.
This is what's happening in this series. This is literally. This is what you're rooting against. This is you. This is me. We are literally. You are going to be shamed by the end of this series for having gone with the opposite of Aspas. Whoever's against Aspas, you're going to regret it. You are actively betting against Aspas. Are you fucking crazy?
And continues here to set up Aspas in round number 3. Bonus round now coming out for Leviatán.
All right, so insta fault line. You can see it already counting down there for Sadak, seeing how they're trying to
3
use
maps.
We'll talk about those.
We'll get 3 maps if Aspas wants us to get 3 maps, okay?
I feel like sets up Loud.
Out of our control.
Better for that second, that re-hit.
It's on him.
We want to look for if they're using fault line right away from Sadak. So easy for Loud to keep their comfort positions here in that default defense. They did have.
I'm not gonna lie, I felt a lot better if Aspas was on the raise there.
So now Pankata is left alone to his own devices to try and stall, as he's going to need.
Okay, the wall goes up at C, he's denying all the lines. Gets past the trip somehow.
Still has Paranoia, but wants to keep it for the retake for Loud. Inside the C side as Leviatán overtakes it.
What did that get if it didn't get this?
There's that first contact. Aspas scoring first once again. Counter Paranoia. Couldn't wait for his teammates. Just tries to stay alive, and that's wasted utility for Loud's attack.
I can break these cuffs. He got out actually. Wow.
Trying to throw so much util in, but nobody's left the site yet.
Bro, what a post by Lev. What a... No, wait, we're unaware of that? Dude, that was so sick how they pivoted off a spawn. Bro, this is an amazing fucking Take notes, Chad.
You definitely could see it here. Pinching the last 2 members of Loud. Pankata just swings out, and Calm's just still once again trying to cut the rotation.
This round
will definitely go for Leviatán, but Calm
so smart.
Smart enough for that 1 kill. And wasting enough time for Mazzino to chase after it. And no weapons will be saved for Loud for the conversion of the bonus from Leviatán.
I mean, as we just fade out of this, you look at the mini-map, and there's 2 trips still behind Leviatán on mid and A. I was like, how is everybody in sight? Why aren't they even checking flank? And they don't have to. They have all the info they need ahead of them, looking at waterfall, looking at spawn. Aspas pushing as fast as he can into spawn, not even letting Loud breathe on the defensive side this round. And the last kills in spawn as they were chased down, blood in the water. This is from Leviatán is planned and calculated so well in the first 3 rounds there to get themselves this lead. We do see the shotgun coming out from Cowanzine. They're trying to set up some close range attacks here with 3 at C.
Oh, good jump spot. Great jump spot. That's their counter push play. Unfortunately, they're a little bit antsy. They were a little bit too quick on the trigger to dump their counters and show their hand. So I hope they have like a second layer stall for like later, because I wish they didn't do that. A fake fault line got it out of them. Didn't like that.
On the swing,
but it was very good. Just they won't do it again probably.
So comfortably in this position now, but they're not using the lurker just yet. They're all 5.
These jump spots are so good, dude. Good timing.
Possibly have that lurker.
Oh!
2 kills
what the fuck?
Forces the rolling thunder out.
There's a trip.
Towards the back of the side are Loud players.
Oh no!
Concussed, trying to stay alive. Sadok's able to get 1
a trip kill. Oh my god, these fucking trips.
The Bucky from Cowanzine comes up with 2 immediately, holding the sight down for the rest of the squad to come in. We've seen Pancata's share of shots already as he comes back into stage 2, back into VCT Americas, and a little bit of that peppered in from both of those players. Picks up a very, very nice low buy round here that Lev was not expecting. Everything has been working so clean.
That's the first one I've seen. Actually, no, I think I've seen one more. Ever since they gotten fast, you know, like
sneak in.
The stun noise.
Nightfall there. Less ultimate as well. Com is going to be able to answer back here.
The neon entry like that is so powerful with the haunt. Because just imagine if that haunt pings and you have the wall to just spray through.
Away from the team. They're not playing a ball of 5 anymore.
Same thing works in reverse though, right?
But they're still working towards A.
Oh, the team can drop a
What
haunt.
they've been doing for the first few rounds here to keep Loud guessing.
That thrifty you just got from Loud. Hands a little bit of hope here for them to keep the game close.
I don't really think about it, but they actually have a great chance to haunt on the other side of that wall with a fault line and a paint shell, and there's no way that they're gonna be able to break it.
Gun round for both of these teams. Nightfall activated to start on the attack as Leviatán seems committed to hit towards his B side.
Just right through the smoke.
And that's the star player of Cowanzine dropping first.
All right, so a new strat in the book that they haven't used at least this Loud scene this game.
With that kill, there's no Nightfall to answer back from the defending side. Tex now fighting.
Oh no, Pancata's locked out.
Pancata away, forced to reopen that sliding door, and actually both Loud players
4 on 3
on the extremities of the B side, winning their own battles. Advantage back in favor of the defensive side. Forcing now Leviatán to push out towards the spawn. King even wins the fight towards Hobbit. As now Pancata, the second one to come through. And as they flood win 1 by 1, the fault line of
nice retake. Holy fuck, man. That was super important. Look at their money. They absolutely needed this.
Looked like it was going to get very scary there.
This will be a buy because Aspas has ult. So I think they'll
just
figure something. They might take a timeout here.
Without needing everything that they would have on a composition they have full protocol on, I'm kind of looking at Tui's, right? The raise has been going down. They're not getting that util, so they're just back to kind of, all right, put up a smoke, make sure this angle, what are you peeking, where's your paranoia, hit a fault line, dodge a fault line. They're kind of just going down to the basics here to get these rounds back because it does not look like it's super, super clean, but the shots are hitting, and that's why we're seeing Loud come back through right now. That was a defuse. Another round, they're going to put Lev down on a low buy here with a Hero King rifle. Few ultimates there to be used on both sides. This is now a lot different from Lev to spread the map. They push up A.
And that's why you have King on his Vandal.
The C's at the end of that.
So they're faking this B side.
Yeah, they do the wall, they seize the end.
Looking back towards the front, he's still able to take one.
Damn, that is a scary ass split.
Just to delay for a bit and give a chance here for Loud to rotate back. And there's that flank from the back.
Oh no.
Oh my god. The adjustment on the second one onto Kawatine opens up the C site, but looks like Leviatán wants to pump back towards B. This is where Sadak is waiting. There's that first.
Oh my god, this game is so sick, dude. His aftershock could hit the spike off.
For Loud to fight.
These are some hot shots, man. What the hell was that from Tex? Then the answer from Sadak under pressure of everybody rushing the front side of B. Everyone on their toes now here for round 6.
Not a great trip. They get over that.
In the economy.
Spike planted.
If anybody can grab it and start to push.
Oh, we're trying to look around that shit, RL.
Coming up too, I think we're gonna get a
peek around the corner again.
And zero utility for Leviatán. And Les open up the door, and you know he's going to be good for that.
Bro,
fight.
Les has been shitting on people on these B retakes.
Inside that side, full util, not
oh my god, it's a masterclass.
And allows here Loud to tie the game 3-3 on the defensive side.
All right, so Loud are stacked with cash. This should be a buy. One more time here from Lev that Loud should be able to go for the throat on the defensive side and break it and start to take the lead. But we'll have to see.
Damn, how does Lev lose this round?
So well at this combination Leviatán's been throwing. That time it was kind of 3 towards B with a few towards the C side. Lev loved to play this open the door.
Yeah, they tried to just end that way too quick, huh?
Try to figure out what they can do. Loud also plays the open door game all the time, but that was more so when we saw Sadak on the Neon. So maybe they'll switch it up themselves. As we do get a timeout here, like we've been seeing, things are getting a little hectic from those first few rounds we saw from Lev. So see if they can slow it down.
Especially since that 50 round from Loud. They've been able to string these 3 rounds across, and Nito calling the timeout, realizing here on that previous round where it seems like Leviatán understood that there was going to be a heavy rotate towards the C site, and they could trust just snowballing back into B.
Yeah.
But they were missing a little bit of that protocol where they kind of were antsy, and they felt in front of the utility to allow for them to enter towards this B site. So you need now to calm the situation. Leviatán, they only need this single victory to clinch the top 2 spot going into playoffs, so they really want this as much as Loud wants to stay alive here for playoff possibilities on the Brazilian team.
It's coming down to the shots, fans. I think last round was a very good showing
display,
of
yeah,
that.
Definitely.
Display of the shots from Tex, and then Sadak had to pull his own out with all the util flying around. It came down to those kills back and forth to really separate the round, and I think it's going to keep happening that way. Loud doing a nice job, though, being able to cycle through these ults, but still have a few up. And
it's honestly been very impressive how Loud have scrapped through these 3 rounds.
Going over to the side of Lev does not,
but I don't know if that's like a consistent
round, so we'll have to see what
way that they've won these rounds. You know, like they were never favored throughout like the early parts of all 3 of these.
Try to take a little bit of control of this C
actually, I think this is quite clean.
As Leviatán looks like they want the same there. The trips go back to the same setup though for Leviatán. They knew that was working for him, where they could just focus forward and not have to worry about someone.
One way he'll get past it.
Someone's getting info from Loud on an extremity.
And for Leviatán, you definitely could see here they're kind of going back to the default protocols of working Lotus. A 4-1 split to kick things off, trying to create some noise, but actually not really inserting text towards the A side.
Whoa.
He's actually trying to work up towards the middle where Loud still looks pretty decent on these positions. 2-2-1 set up on the defensive side, and you have the line of sight on 2Es with the operators, so they could play this 2-2-1 comfortably.
God, with how fast Sadak has gone from tree to the left side, it's like he's still playing Neon, like back and forth on this map to try and get the fault line or the flash points in the right spot to deny the play.
Util.
A little bit of love towards a Rubble, just a bit of fake here. But there's a touch from Lev.
Oh, he spotted him just now. 2Es. I love that 2Es came back through that. Holy shit, he kept the line. Even though Aspa spotted him.
With so many
it's allowing the stack to stay in. This fault line is ridiculous. Actually, that's all.
Towards this C site. And it starts with the Rolling Thunder. That stops everybody in their tracks.
Oh my god, Aspas. No! He was like gonna ride in that shit like a wave.
Zeno, though, is able to walk through and get his own kill back onto Kawatine, even things up on a 4v4, but there's only 18 seconds left. So now Leviatán have to commit towards the C side. There's that haunt to come through. It does.
We're not breaking.
So nobody's breaking it. An opportunity now for
no
Leviatán to turn
way.
around, but
8, 7, 6, 5.
But there's Banter getting through right outside the smoke. There's no time left. And Loud will take the lead now on this first map.
Man, these rounds are wild.
Back and forth, and then nobody's shooting the haunt. You shoot it. Oh, you're gonna shoot it. I'm gonna shoot it. That cannot happen.
I think I did jinx them.
You have to have the communication there. You can't just be haunted. Simple abilities coming through, absolutely thwarting the LEV hold on the site, and allowed so confidence on the play. They took down a bunch of members of LEV on the entry, then the chip damage. I don't think they were.
Oh my god, dude.
There. The fans are loving that, and they said that's the round that was gonna. Really
they have the C hit coming in.
LEV scraped together one
Quad A play.
With low
Incorrect stack.
Zeros in the pocket there.
Now we're juggling the operator too, this time in the hands of Penkata. Knowing here that you have no more of that showstopper from Tui's from a couple of rounds ago, they probably want to leverage him a bit to take control of the
impressive that Sadak didn't use a single piece of util just now.
You see them working as a death ball, both initiators with Tui's trying to re-clear towards B.
It's going to be quiet once they get in there.
Honestly,
that might be more scary to not know where the members of LEV are
what
coming
the
from.
fuck? Oh, he couldn't.
Sadak though gets the wall bang. Now we're
Trade's favoring Loud here.
Towards the C side with the spike down, out in the open. Haunt thrown in, Les breaks it, but that gives the Yodio Q. Tex and Com, the last two players remaining here on the C side for Leviatán. At least they have map control, but they want to work together to smother less. There's that first peek, and there's that second one. Both denied.
How did he reset that? It looked like he panicked.
The play and the shots right now are so good for Loud, and I say that because they almost look disjointed in the way they're taking these fights, and we saw Tui's take a fight.
For a second, it looked like he panicked, and then he just immediately adjusted back.
They're still able to cover each other. So Mizzino takes out that first one, and then we see here the reload. Tui's is standing there, he goes down. You think that would be a poor trade?
Like right there, dude. I guess he just like kind of missed.
Doesn't matter.
It looked like he was like panicking, but I think he just missed.
And they do get a lead that's going to matter now. Low buy or low purchase here for LEV.
This is so calm.
And Loud is just throwing these shots back as hard as Leviatán wants to bring it.
God damn, he's good.
Hard right now for Leviatán to take map control. A 1-3-1 setup as Tex was trying to find where the pressure was, and it looks like he spotted
blind maybe here
on the pressure towards rubble, but once again,
oh bro, these are
a quick call by Sadak to stack the players back towards B. It becomes a good read for now. Paranoia to slow down Leviatán's attempt to move inside, and they breaks the timing. The wall comes down, and it's free reign for Loud to drop the players coming through. And that spike out in the open, and now covered by Loud.
Man, Sadak back on some initiator utility has such a great effect on the game. Just having that mind be able to stall and promote situations for the team is incredible. Leviatán don't even last the first 30 on that round. And Loud's going to pick one up at B.
It definitely brings back the conversation now of Loud looking at this roster, at this composition, kind of puts them at a best.
I don't know what to say, Chad.
Luis is looking pretty decent here since that piss around, but for everybody else, they are pulling their weight.
I don't know how they just turned it on all of a sudden.
Them as they're comfortable in these roles here for Loud, and it's making very troublesome for Leviatán to get any grasp of their attack side on a Lotus here.
You know, what we used to hear from Loud is that, you know, everybody play what you're comfortable on, and then Sadak feels like he can fill a role. And at some point, you just gotta be like, no, man, like somebody's good on this, you're good on this. And it does seem like they're taking a little bit more control towards that. As they push here, we're gonna get a 5v5 almost at Rubble.
They want to
oh my god, it caught him.
For one, both duelists falling down.
I thought he would have slid out.
Stopper also eliminated. Now more ults available, and Calm is able to get that pickup onto Sadak as the offshot missed by Penkata. Kautzine out in the open. Now covered, and also
incredible hold by Loud. Oh my god.
A 1 versus 2 for King. TP's towards the C site.
There's no way, bro. There's no way.
Gets the plant down, just 5 HP.
I could have killed him.
And and a moment to think about how this could go down. King been in the situation many a time, and he's worn the crown to come out of it too.
Now Cage coming up. There's that first kill, and Penkata just goes in,
85 years.
Makes that operator bang, and Loud converts once
Lev.
again another round in their favor.
Man, a string.
What if he dies that trip?
For Loud. Feeling very good on their pick here of Lotus.
Chat.
We see Tui's back on the Rays. Hasn't been since the summer of 2022.
We gotta flip it back to
And
red.
while it's not
We gotta flip it
huge,
back
it
to
is
red.
giving
The
Loud
Brazilian
that
barbecue.
presence they had
We're
before,
getting
behind
barbecued.
each other with the util.
We're
We
getting
see
Brazilian
these 3Ks
barbecue.
coming out, and the confidence that the players have in their positioning now to stay and not just a one and done, but basically taking out the other team. And Benkata being back.
I
in the
spoke
squad
too
seems like
soon.
it's 5-2.
Definitely big smiles.
When it was 3-0, they had us exactly where they wanted
three.
us, apparently.
All these rounds, these gun rounds after bonus, loud.
So Leviatán looks like they really want to answer back right away. Overdrive, but it's not clearing towards the left, but the Prowler will through the wall, and that allows here King, or forces the players to fall back. Should I say Penkata TPing away to safety. Trying to still get the Palpatine's hand outside the smoke, and no contact so far, but at least for Leviatán, they'll get the plant.
I like these waterfall pushes, like with that cage, the blind, the stun. That's the same one they did earlier on the bonus, I think.
Well, they don't have
this is the bonus round.
They'll have some util to get back in. I feel like this one could be Lev's, though.
Exactly, especially after losing Kawadzin. There's no back for the retake, but at least that util from Sadak still there. One more flash remaining, and it's a 1-for-1 at least for both of the Cyphers. Advantage still for Leviatán. There's that fault line fighting inside that smoke. And Tech steals that kill away now from Ospas. 4 versus 2. Last 2 players, you mentioned it, Rib. It looks like it's going to be a round for Leviatán.
The Loud players are really
loses
shooting.
the op. Clock is ticking. Penkata will also lose his weapon as Leviatán finally finds something to fight with here in round 11.
I feel like that they didn't want that operator once it became a site take. It's just slowing them down. They're still going to get another one out, though, because they are rich beyond belief.
I dug my own grave with that bet.
And you see this open up towards the left side of the map. A great push in. Lev really had to stop the bleeding here and get themselves a few more. The 9-3 never hurts, but a 7-5 looks so much better if they can get these final rounds here.
Okay.
All right.
We got the double passive trips over here on A.
It doesn't look like we're going to get too
The
much.
cam that will clear out inside tree if the door turns.
As Loud actually present themselves to the front side of B for one of the first rounds here with that many players. Slow on the door too. This is going to be wild.
He's got to contact so many players. And there's Kawadzin and free sliding up the scoreboard.
Oh my god, look at these assists.
Sadak gets that pick, and it's looking good for Loud to close out the map with the flawless ending. Will do so.
Dude, that was disgusting from Loud. And
wow,
where was this
dude.
confidence that we saw at the beginning, right? It was a few rounds towards Lev. I think Loud started to read it a little bit, and then they lose the bonus.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting cooked.
I'm getting fucking cooked.
Just a hiccup in the middle to give us this for the last one, a cherry on top for the first half. That was
bro, I don't want to ever see Sadak on Duelist ever again.
Brush off the cobwebs.
Such great utility coming out from Loud here on the defensive side. A new comp looking good, and we'll see if they can continue this after the break.
That was crazy. That was crazy. I'm gonna pull that shit up again. What a fucking clear, dude. They couldn't even get out with a neon. How did they? They were so fast. Here it is. Dude, they were so fucking fast to catch the neon. Okay, so they've got 3 front B main. They got the one over here at C. He pops door. He fade ults right away. The blind is cutting through with that. They paint shell in the back. He's fault lining it too, so that way they can't get out. They're just immediately double peeking the door. Bro, what a fucking clear. Those guys were so dead. And then Penkato's like lined up other side of the mound. Man, they're just peeking so well too. What a fucking hold.
Welcome back, everyone. In a situation we certainly didn't think we'd find ourselves in the half. Loud are up, but they're not just up. They are playing phenomenally.
There was no living if you're a mound.
Every corner, every turn that Lev makes here. But we have one of the rounds here, Mimi, that really you wanted to dive into and talk about.
I mean, this is the turning point. This eco round win for Loud, and I mean,
I don't think sound matters
night
right
and
there.
day compared to what we were
What
seeing
matters
through
is
the rest
getting
of
there
stage
fast.
Tui's looks
Because a
confident
pro team is gonna be like very aware of the mini map and shit. And in that scenario, like you just want to get the fight as quick as possible. And so fade ulting first would be like getting the fight slightly more delayed. It's not like they're gonna think that you're pushing them when that fade ult happens.
A good note that we all made a point of is that Loud.
That's crazy. They caught them.
Shut down Ospas.
I didn't think they could.
Bancada, it's like, how do we stop this guy from getting any type of momentum?
It's crazy. I mean, it honestly feels like the Loud with Sadak on Neon was some horrible fever dream, and we've woken up and things are reasonable again. Great breach utility, a great start. 8-4 on defense is excellent.
It really did feel like some Mirrorverse type of action there, but now let's go ahead and send it back over to your casters for the second.
Wake up.
Definitely here, we've woken up from that fever dream and definitely looking like a Loud roster that looks like that championship roster
we're pushing.
Oh, fuck. But there's still a big question mark about those satchels. It'll be answered later on, though, as we do have Leviatán trying to fight aggressively
He's got both.
his C-mount. And as we open
Wait,
wait,
this 3-on-3 is actually in Lev's favor.
Only a sheriff in hand, the wide swing out, and Ospas gets that pick, and Leviatán takes the advantage on the pistol.
This lurk coming through from last is crazy. Well, he's all the way in spawn already. And they're gonna know. There's like, wait, there's no timing anywhere on the map. Now we just have to think every angle is dangerous.
Last player
quick.
He had a really good route too.
The double face. Ospas gets the headshot onto
Damn, that's the benefit of doing that 3-2 push. Even though those first 2 kills go in Loud's way, they were stubborn about it, and they tried to like kind of keep going with it. And I mean, you just get traded out. Like, all of a sudden you end up in a coin flip round, and they know exactly where you are, and they're the defenders.
Leviatán actually comes out really strong towards the door. Like you said, last time we saw Loud play Lotus, it was the Neon, a little different comp, but they were playing that door a lot, so maybe Leviatán's trying to get in that game a little early. As the cam goes out, it's going to be a very
wow, look how heavy B is tripped.
You definitely want to play some range.
This is a wild Cypher setup.
So did less.
Super unique to put Breach Neon, and it's probably a sign of what's to come, actually. I bet Breach Neon are going to hold down C. They're going to leave a cam hidden here. It's actually kind of crazy. This is annoying as all fuck.
Comp's putting himself in a pretty crazy spot, but this is good info. Ospas
it's going to take Loud a long time to figure all this out.
So
what I'm saying.
What Lev is looking at, they know is true. Trips on
B. It's a very unique setup.
Looks like Ospas is about to have a party.
There's no fault line coming out though from Sadak.
Yeah.
It's on cooldown. It looks like Ospas did have a sixth sense, anticipating a push back from Loud as things stay quiet on the A side. Falls back, and now the second forward's picked up.
Off.
2E's now halfway through.
See, he's just gonna idle this shit. This is how they play Sunset.
Towards the A side. So nice little protocols from Loud, just to make sure here they put the most chances as possible once they get the rifle rounds in.
So Com has a seize off of this? Oh, dude. That's kind of crazy, actually.
C. The movement was towards A, so this hold here has been the call.
Fault line off of the door.
Too good.
Oh my god.
It's a fucking insane setup.
Just because Ospas, you could trust them solo holding this.
Exactly. Trust Ospas. He pushes out, gets more info. Mazzino.
Dude, that's like a layer 3 setup, too. That's what the crazy thing is like, that's like not even what the base setup is, or even like what happened here. That's like the reaction setup and what happens if the team pivots to A. They look really deep on this map.
Go further.
But Loud have looked...
Got to see a little bit more here.
Very impressive.
And what was that piece of
like the rounds Loud are winning show a lot of fucking teamwork and map knowledge. So they just showed the Neon. Ooh. They play so tricky. What the fuck is that? The Neon just shows that presence.
Ospas alerts them that that's his position, but he moves quickly. So they're just trying to get in the mind of Loud here as Loud reads the map themselves.
Damn, they
I like this patient play and re-hit from Loud. The way that Loud actually on Lotus mostly is they do love to do the fakes, whether they re-hit a site at 15 seconds, they'll be at C and then they BC. That's B site, not BC. Because they're going in here on the smoke, just slowly playing it.
It's dangerous too, though, that Sadak was the first one trying to peek out with the spike. Now finally, they satchel across, and the rest of Loud slowly meeting up with the 3 players entering the C site. And it will become, looks like a commit now for Loud to get this plant.
Thinks there's gonna be counter util, but there's not.
All spawn almost.
A little noisy on that waterfall push.
A little bit too early. They're trying to get waterfall on top of that as well and hopefully connect towards the spawn. But now that Leviatán are actually in a forward position in the back of that spawn, they're looking to fight back.
The stun was so good from Mizzino. I'm sorry, not Mizzino.
On the other right here, the Kong comes down towards the waterfall. A nice pincer maneuver for Leviatán to retake this C site. They're also on their bonus round looking to convert it once again. As now Benkata now sits alone on the top of the mound.
Good for mound, but they're waiting for the smoke. The smoke is in. There it is.
Not until the smoke comes out. Right in the dome, and a second one there, the 2v1 clutch in favor of Loud as Benkata wins it.
Oh my god, he just destroyed him immediately.
Continuously gets these clutches. I mean, I do, but the situations he's put in, the transfers he has to do with his aim and the crosshair placement is
oh my god.
Every time.
How does he just perfectly hit that?
Not just someone's defusing the spike, I have to shoot them clutch.
Dude. I mean, Mizzino was gonna swing like as he started shooting, but he just literally kills King the fucking second he taps. The second he tapped. That's crazy.
Want to move quickly here once again. Mount control for Aspas.
Unfucking-real.
Keeping Loud at bay. And a second smoke already comes out here on the defensive side in front B.
That haunt is getting a lot of value from over here.
Nice haunt being thrown at least though on the attack side from Kalanzine, so you can't play as aggressively for Leviatán towards the C entrance.
Slow walk towards A. If Lev can keep the game in this situation where they always have Fade and the Breach util to keep getting in the site, their retakes should be so good.
Does he think this guy's out here?
Doesn't allow here 2 weeks to move in. You saw the relay boats on top of that, and just from behind the execution behind the box. And Leviatán are just anchoring towards this B site with so many players, a 3-player stack.
Very well played. Damn, Khan is looking snappy too.
Inside this B site, despite them winning that round, only came in with 2 Vandals and pistols. And now it's Les left alone with the Sheriff against a full roster and a healthy roster of Leviatán. None of them hit by any damage, and they continue to survive with no damage.
Okay, 9-7.
They don't even need him. Like you said, a very healthy Leviatán.
Why have you said that?
And yeah,
no, I'm
really gonna be
getting
there,
cooked.
Right? Somebody behind the box.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting cooked.
Quick kill there towards
Lev's
B.
still losing.
And now Leviatán.
I'm getting cooked.
Have to think about what Loud can do.
I picked the worst team for sure today. 100%.
This one with the Sheriff.
Loud looked unstoppable out there.
They've been switching out how they've been playing this from the defensive side almost every time. Now it's King in Aspas to go off that left side instead of Mizzino. So really making Loud have to kind of do a little fact-finding missions to see where's the Breach playing, where's the Fade playing, where's the util coming from in the beginning of each one of these rounds, slowing it down ever so slightly.
Aspas avoiding the fault line, and a Boombot now definitely.
Okay, so they watched that util.
Leviatán are not afraid to fight once again towards the C control at Mound, so pivoting all of Loud towards this A site, but there hasn't been too much of an early rotation out of Leviatán on the defense.
What? They just shot that trip?
And a lot of that util was just used at C, so they're going to have to pressure into the site with contact on this one. Maybe a Paranoia. That Prowler. Oh, okay. They have the combo set. The protocol's ready, and they get the kills.
No. 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 No.
Les continues to be
no!
HP remaining on some of these players so far.
What is this?
2 players left alive for Leviatán, as Loud does have this plant towards the A
A
site.
tragedy on the A site.
Calm down just for a bit.
What the fuck?
That's the Loud back and forth we were just talking about a few rounds ago. Quite a bit committed to the front to see the fault line, the smoke. A bit of util, and they were already hauling ass over towards the A site.
And Sadok's already ready here with the fault line as soon as that spike gets tapped. Doesn't matter if there's a smoke coming in front of that spike rather. There's that fault line that's going to stun both players of Leviatán, and Loud are just slowly clumping into this TA site rather. But you definitely do see it here that Leviatán cannot get the defuse, trying to do at least some damage as King gets that pick before he falls.
Fuck that
but
King.
Loud will get that round.
Armor rebuys will have to come around, but Loud's not going to really worry about that too much. Rosbos comes through with a Vandal for himself, and it should be a buy there. Really great push into the site. Seeing the fault line and all the util used over towards C made me wonder how they were going to get in. Then you saw the Paranoia go right through the middle of the site. The Prowler checked the right side, and the Aftershock clear right behind that middle pillar of A.
Quad A push.
Really clean stuff. Nobody would be able to hide.
Ooh, must win, dude. Must win round. Oh,
fuck. To be sneaky inside. Very spread out for a default here, as it looks like an orb grab start for Loud. And pretty big push from Lev.
No trip on C.
On their buy round to try and stick a fork in something that Loud's doing here. Just put an end to these rounds.
They're staying in the high-low.
Les hasn't really activated his camera yet.
Just illness.
Here's Elise utility moving forward. There is that camera that's going to spot King taking control of top rubble. Now pivoting Loud to just aggress towards the C site. It was a weak side, a good call.
That's a quality ult.
By the IGL Sadat. As it commit now.
Yeah.
For this plant, at least for the tap to try to waste that utility. There's that Nightfall coming through.
Rock fucked that up big time, bro.
Aftershock at least trying to keep them at bay. As Mazzino's already in. Big flash coming through. There's
oh my god, he went through blind.
Hit by the Paranoia at the same time. Tex does manage to get slide for another frag.
That's so busted.
And that was a combo by Leviatán on that hold.
Damn, things are getting real cool right now. Loving these retakes. Leviatán there just said, screw your utility. We're pushing through
like
the
I'm
site,
sick from
and
that,
we will be there. Even I felt like it was
bro, that guy said no chance. That guy said no chance.
I was like, all right, so that flash kind of just allows them into the right side of sight. And then when we did switch observers, we're just in smokes because there's so much util in sight. And then you see Aspas slide out, and it's like everybody was attached to him by a cord. And you see all the kills start to come in. Just
all right, A play again.
Chaos that Lev's trying to create here with this Neon play as the retake.
Basically playing chain together.
Yeah.
And making it work for the retake for Leviatán.
Good thing we're not on Abyss. Oh, man.
I've got a lot of map control very fast, by the way.
As they try to put a little bit of strength on that B site. You could actually see Sadat was looking over towards A for a fault line if they had less find any fight. So thinking about the whole map still as Loud's getting their first pushes in and touch and go. Just to get Lev moving around, but it looks like they're happy to be solid in their starting spots.
Loud has had a hard time here getting their economy right, despite these rounds that they're getting in their favor for a bit on their attack side. You definitely see the best weapon that they have currently in round number 19 is this Guardian in the hands of Les, working together with Kawadzin, just to try to see if Leviatán really wants to try to push out. And now off the camera that got thrown out and instantly broken here, Loud are just going to continue to be patient and hold towards the spawn.
Loud just as worried about a Bucky. And they're like, they could do the same thing. Waiting for a low buy sneaky play here from Lev. But really, Lev's just wanting to figure out where Loud's coming from. Not too much sneaky stuff is actually set up here. But Loud's still going to run the map. They're not going to leave anything to chance.
It was definitely a combination attempt there from Loud. Or Leviatán, rather.
Right,
as he
they
had
took
that
in the
seized
side.
Aftershock. Now Loud with 10 seconds left. Have to move inside
Great
the C
ang.
site. Calm being an anchor at this point.
I'm looking real good today, man.
Becomes, once again, another stronghold. Thankfully for Loud, they get the plant to get the economy rolling.
Yeah.
Okay, 9 to 10?
It is big.
Wait.
Coming in strong, and I think that's a huge one, especially on the lower buy, right? Get a little bit more money across everybody.
Getting close here.
Able to chip too much armor off, but it's really just about hitting the headshots anyways, right? So let's see what they can do coming into this next round.
Loud's pick, so
and 13.
Hold up, let me check something real quick.
Right now.
Just gotta check.
Champion man, feeling like the best. I mean, what do you have, like 8 2Ks in the previous series? Just you know. You get 2, your job is done. You can say, I've done my job that round. And he has been absolutely getting paid for these rounds right now. Let's see this timeout coming in from Loud, I believe, as they discuss the hemorrhaging of these past few rounds here in the second half.
Love the handshake, at least between Calm and King, that we just saw the exchange there before this timeout was called. So the vibes are definitely good for Leviatán, despite it looking pretty labored.
Surprisingly, SDK actually talks a lot in their timeouts and shit. Even though obviously Sadat controls a lot in the team. Oh, I was just seeing how you're feeling about the scoreline and all. You know, just seeing. Just want to check in with you here at 10-9. Loud's last time out, so just wanted to check in.
more utility and potentially
See how you're doing.
around this rolling thunder that's available for Sadak, but they're still falling behind by the amount of ults that Leviatán
Good, okay.
They are.
Feeling good,
Absolutely.
okay.
And
Good, I'm glad to hear that. I'm super glad. Same here. Just want to check in.
He's not having a bad game, but to get that raise pressure in.
You hungry? Yeah, you hungry?
That orb still, we've seen them go towards C quite a bit of time to pick that up for 2Es. So still to actually be able to create the pressure from the
Don't you fucking hawktail on me.
I feel like Loud can do that too and just capitalize on these next few rounds. That timeout definitely puts something in the mix. We'll see what they have in mind. Like you said, they're going to have to work against the Rolling Thunder, but also have their own here. Does Leviatán go back to taking this A pressure, at least to insert?
Bring them down.
Or make believe that they did, as the rest of the map is worked here by Loud towards C.
Especially when the fast lane came out, the wall out from Aspas.
Huge player here. And this shit goes insane with this shit. So, but it's just, it's unlikely they even use that like that.
Can always get 2Es more in the following rounds.
We've been seeing this a lot with the Rays, but you don't have the paint shells. It's still a really good C's.
We see here they're looking for any of these players on both sides. The first one to make a misstep.
I know, right? They are like a totally different team. I am gonna stream champs, yeah.
Realize now that there's nobody towards the C site. Pressure will be coming in for Tex.
Is it going to be enough time, though? They're calling the rotation, but they're just one side away right now. They'll be on the heels of Loud for this take. And Loud are trying to take back the economy and take back the flow of the game right here.
And Nightfall confirms now that Tex is playing passively in the back of the A site. These two rolling thunders on both ends are going to be so important, and it goes out instantly as the spike was left to get planted. Pancata scores first, though, for the side of Loud. Kawazing still tries to get this planted,
on the left side
and they'll be able to do so down for Loud. Holding back on the outside of the A site. 3 players of Leviatán are already towards that back. Again! The drive-by on 2 players of Loud gets denied.
Fuck.
Advantage back here for Leviatán. King trying to find the information as the door gets open here towards this A site. Overdrive, though, denied right away. And there's that last player finally spotted. It's 2Es. Tests it now as his role as a duelist. The jiggle peek coming out from Com. The white swing from Tex. Gets 3 in the round. And Leviatán ties the game.
Just played so calm. Such good communication between those two as well. Com might have just been able to hold back the player, right? And then the defuse happens from a distance, but no. Teamwork, bring them both out, go for the double face.
What a round by Tex.
The kill. Both teams, I think, are playing for the for sure strategies right now.
Holy shit.
Pays off there for Leviatán again. Another back and forth from Loud. Fans, you keep doing the back and forth. Lev's going to read it that much better.
I kind of figured that you would kind of chicken out and go to bed, but I guess
really
good night.
Bringing the guys to the right spot here for the defensive spot as Sadak tries
just a gigabanger, but we'll be another. Don't worry about it.
There've been masterclass calls on the defensive side for both of these IGLs. Remember these calls from Sadak with these stacks too. Both teams so comfortable on the defensive side. And once again, a little bit out of the strat look here of Loud as you have 2 players inserted towards the C mount, but this time it's not Aspas because Aspas has the op.
100% sure.
Oh man, King is out there right now. Okay, double smokes go down.
That's crazy, girl. That's crazy.
You're right. That operator is out and waiting just behind the smokes. It sees how good it's going to be for a retake at A.
That's equally as crazy to go away with that.
And now a second test, an opportunity for 2Es on this raised roll.
We need to see it.
Showstopper is now out. The satchel in to clear out towards the tree, spotted by the camera.
No.
So this will be
well, dude,
easy clear.
I was like losing it. I thought that was an attack open all because I looked at chat for a second.
Just ready to retake.
And that's all it needed to be, right? Getting that pressure, and you have the raise. Use the raise's ultimate. They do get it online.
It's actually a hard retake shot.
Be the shots. This is one that Loud was not able to capitalize on last round with the shots from Tex
for slam.
3.
There's 3 people playing
They're already
long.
in sight, ready to defend.
This guy has to die. Pancata needs to die, like right here.
Push forward at the staircase, head-to-head against Mazzino.
That's a huge problem.
Advantage once again for Loud. They want to push across the smoke.
It's a huge problem.
On the defensive side. 3 players left alive for Leviatán, soaring back towards the A site as it gets delayed, denied on the defuse from the aftershock of Sadak. The second tap, Kawazing closes the door from behind. King now left alive on a 1 versus 3, once a 1 versus 4. But Loud is able to have a clean post plant hold.
more so post-plant as well with a breach utility. We haven't really seen him do that too much. It's been used within the round. They haven't been able to stall.
Do you even know what that word is?
That was a nice job of not fighting Lev, of being able to avoid them as much as they could until that time came when Leviatán was forced into the fight and didn't feel comfortable. I don't think we've really seen that positioning from the side of Loud here in the last few rounds. They've been behind and reactive. Finally in that plant, proactive. Towards A, all 5, and even a switch up from Lev here towards A.
Exactly, Calm came out with an Odin, did a little bit of a love tap through the wall onto less.
Dude, come on. Yes, Tex, yes, you're the GOAT. You're the GOAT, Tex. You are, I'm gonna fucking give Tex these 4 subs. Tex gets the subs if they win.
With the Odin ringing out from tree, causing even more chaos, less position.
But just because I'm petty, I want them in my account first, and I will eat the fees. I'll give the subs to Tex. I get the subs. You have to get them to me. Twitch gets their cut, and then I'm gonna take.
Now Penkat is alone. Back to another tied game as it continues to go back and forth. An amazing series that we're witnessing so far, and it's just the start between Loud and Leviatán.
Tex is insane today. Oh my god.
From the 7-1 and 3-5. On the Americas records right now.
Fucking hell.
7-1 Leviatán, 3-5 Loud. A timeout from Loud again, even after just a few rounds there, to make sure they're collected and pull it back in their favor after Lev tie it up again, like you said. What a back and forth. I feel like I just want to have an interview with Sadak and King after this and be like, what were you thinking on this round at this point?
I definitely think there's...
What did you do to get around
There's areas of Loud's game that I think they've looked weak, but I will say their like teamwork throughout the round in this state is way better than when Sadak was on Duelist. Way better. Like just how they retook those sites in the first half and use the initiators throughout the round to like prod into areas. I could tell he's just in control, right? He just can control things a lot more and has more of like a bird's eye view of what's happening. It is way better. Now, I'll say like they haven't played the situations perfect, but yeah, I think Loud has looked a lot better in this map than they had in the last couple.
The ones that are going in to just this absolute war zone and then being covered by the initiators and the sentinels, how it should be, right? You get
but we've said this so many times with Loud, right? Every time they bring in a new duelist, whether it's Husuke, whether it's Sadak, whether it was Tui's on Chet, they always look good at first. And then they kind of fizzle out on like
exactly what needs to happen.
The second it's so blind. Oh my god, he's fucked.
Nothing left in the round. Trying to close it out right here. And Calm.
Dude, you have got to be joking me.
Potentially on that third, but has done enough damage to get Loud to rethink the map control here.
Fucking
as they went
hell.
for 4-1 setup, and maybe a lot of it has to fall in the hands of the lurk now of less.
Easy clear. They know they still have a
I'm
bit
not
of
gonna
tree
lie.
control.
I totally forgot God was a fucking Us Boss fan. God would never let this man lose.
They're holding the original angles of the round.
This team has the aura.
Lev sees one.
As you mentioned that, Tex did put himself in danger.
Okay.
B-side open, Mazzino waiting just behind. There's a Nightfall with the fault line. Aftershock into the site. It does connect onto one as Loud are forced to fight inside that side. Running through, greeted by Calm once again with the Odin. Sadak now stands alone, hit by the seas. The paranoia on top of that. The utility continues to be overwhelming.
Bruh. There was 0 plays for that player. 0. There was nowhere he could have gone. There was nothing he could have done. That was insane. It was just perfectly layered, like one thing after the next. Like,
it's only been a few rounds. Tom's had that Odin and tree, right? So Loud feel close.
Like fault line, breach flash,
they weren't effective
spray.
Last time.
Oh,
well, there
done.
you go.
Oh, blind.
Literally just trips 2 people up with the Odin, and that was basically the round.
Definitely looked too that Tex potentially had that camera on the A side because there was one player pinged down trying to run away here as Calm gets the Odin spray. One thing to commend here on Calm's utility from last week into this week continues to be a pivotal initiator player for Leviatán's success. And now giving a chance here for Leviatán to close out the first map against Loud. on Loud's map pick.
Oh, we get the reclear, chat. Are you ready for the reclear? Here we go. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Here we go. They're trying to bait it out. They know it's possible. But this is where they're most vulnerable. Last round, baby. Let's go. Get him, Ospas. Fucking get him. No, these fuckers. They got away.
Paranoia coming out too on the attack side of the thankfully for Pakata to at least keep the players of Loud alive here. In the back of the sea, it looks like they were about to get swarmed.
This is the iconic re-hit.
No, you hate to see that, dude.
Wait out the clock. Get this.
You hate to see that.
Fault line's already ready, so they could go for something tricky to start.
And that first wave, that trap play attempted by Leviatán, doesn't give them enough utility here to try to hold back the attack on the seaside. At least the weapons will. King answering first onto Tui's attempt to enter the site.
30 seconds.
Double trips.
Goes back for
Oh,
Loud.
you are mad.
Trip onto one TP across.
Bro, why are we not shooting this fight? Bro! I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it, dude.
Calm just waiting here with the Odin.
I'm gonna fuck.
Feeling that it was two players pushing out towards the spawn against them. And they're still delaying all of these plans.
Les is gonna win the round, isn't he?
Les is able to get a sneak through, but Ospas still able to get two.
Nah, we got the goat. We got the goat. No, not on the goat's watch.
And Leviatán will get the defuse and the win of that one.
No.
They may make it a series.
That's what Ospas is saying.
Put a tarnish on that Loud record. But we will have to see. There's a lot
Yeah,
more
right.
game to
Could
go.
you imagine Ospas screaming, "I'm the GOAT"? Can you imagine that? There's like no world where he would do that.
Spots, but still falling a little bit short of the power that
Just gets up and screams, "I'm the GOAT." He's way too humble, way too chill.
Calm and Tax on the top at 22 and 23.
Yeah, it's like he knows everyone knows. Like, what's the point?
For both stages have been showing up.
Yeah, especially when they were questioned so many times where it's always the Ospas King or Mazina's show and the other one's falling behind.
Yeah.
They're definitely stepping up to the plate here to give a chance for Leviatán to close the series. Next map coming up will be Icebox to see if they can close it with a 2-0.
Bro, that's a handshake. What the hell is that handshake? Man, that's crazy. That's crazy. The set play of that handshake was better than Loud's whole playbook. Bean, where's my 4 subs? Where's my 4 subs right now? Can I redeem half of them now? Handshake. Yeah, actual handshake, Tiff. How about this, Bean? If you give 3 now, I'll let you back out. 25% discount. 25% discount if you fucking pay up now.
Gives you wings.
I'm like one of those like predatory like credit card companies like coming out of calm, dude. That was a pretty goated calm map, low key. Wow. He hasn't had a map like that in a second. BN is so mad. BN is so mad. He fucking had a game where literally Ospas bottom fragged and he still lost. It is actually Jover. It is actually Jover for B-Dan. The chances of... Wait. Zay gifted 5? You're the GOAT. And they're... What? Dude, my GOAT. Wait, they're actually tier 3s. Yo, what? That's actually crazy. That's I've never had anyone do that before. I feel like I have to give you a tier 3. Because that's actually pretty fucking sick. I was just trolling. That was actually pretty fucking cool.
Ocurre la mira de Aspas y Tex por ahora consigue la primera eliminación, la segunda también, la tercera va en busca de eso, quedan solamente 2 balas. ¡Ay, la paranoia!
What is that? Wait, what is that comment? It's like your actual dad.
Joining me right now, we have Coach Ito Pata. Now, congratulations on the win on map 1.
This guy's the go-to coach.
From the team to close things out on map 2.
I think we can expect to see a dominant game from us because Icebox is our map. We own it.
Since he took over as coach, chat.
Awesome. Can't wait to see it. Good luck.
And Leviatán manages to
no breaks on this LEV train.
Map 1 win, 13-11, and that's a sentence that I honestly didn't think I was going to say because Loud played an incredible game. That being said, though, baby, I mean, Tex and Com absolutely lights out in that map.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing is that when you think of Lev, you think of Aspas running around. It doesn't matter what character he's on. He's great at Neon. He's great at Ray. He's great at Jet, right?
Yeah.
But it was Com and Tex who stepped up huge, specifically on the defense. Tex was great with his setups. The delay game was awesome. The eyes, the Odin gameplay from Com. He looks like a whole new player. He had a lot of flack after Shanghai, and he's shutting a lot of the haters up right now.
Yeah, he most certainly is, and we're curious to see what can happen in map 2. You heard Ito Pata saying, going to Icebox, this is a map that's kind of home ground for them, so they could very well crush it here. But again, I really do feel like the story, even though Leviatán won, Loud, this is not the same team that we saw last week.
No,
feels completely different.
They looked so much better. I think these changes, even if they didn't materialize in a map win here, are absolutely the right direction. I think Tui's looked solid on this raise, and the biggest thing for me was Sadok looking so comfortable on that breach. The amount of impact he was getting from stuns, from flashes on the fly to set his teammates up was massive. And those little things, those on-the-fly pieces of utility is what I think was one of the big things lacking when they did these role changes, and we're putting him on the Neon. This looked like the Loud that we've come to know before stage 2.
For sure. It felt like they were able to not just like win the rounds necessarily like right at the starting in those opening engagements, but how they were able to rotate around the map and then on their retakes especially, aided by Sadok's utility in that first half, I thought was a very clear indicator that this comp by far and away better than what they had been running.
Yeah, I mean, these two guys as well. I think like Les and Pancata both really popping off super consistent anchors in some of those moments, especially on the late run on that attacking side. But the issue was that second half.
Did Loud play Icebox?
Really started to take away at them. I think we saw some of the post-fight protocols get a little bit weird. Lev was really on point with those retakes, and also Aspas started to come back online, have a couple more moments in that second half to help clinch that game for them.
Yeah, and I think ultimately, you know, it goes to show that Loud recognized these problems, went back to the drawing board as quickly as they possibly could, and addressed them in the best way that they possibly could. And I will definitely say that
Loud has a decent comp to do this.
Breathing a little sigh of relief, but
what do you guys think?
You
guys believers in this shit? This abomination? You guys a believer in this abomination?
Could not lose Lotus.
Omen Harbor, no Viper.
Slip away.
Think they run this again?
Lev on their best map. Good luck.
Yeah, you have to shut down Aspas on this map like you did in the previous one, right? That's your saving grace.
Actually, like, kind of believe it now a little bit.
Has so many reps on Jet against almost every single composition at this point on Icebox, so it's gonna be very, very hard to do. No one's really been able to figure that one out.
I actually kind of like what they're going for.
For sure. We'll see though whether or not
I don't
Loud can do
know if
so.
they go with that
let's
again.
actually head over to the Loud coach, see what's going on over in the Loud area for map 2.
All right, joining right now, we have Loud's coach, STK. Now, unfortunately, the team didn't win map 1, but it seems like the team is really in full alignment. So I'm kind of curious, what do you think the team needs to do in order to take map 2 and also push this to a map 3?
I think that in the first half on the first map, we had the control of the game, but in the second half, our communication started getting messy. I think that was too excited, you know, and confused a little bit our calls, so it was a little bit messy, so that's why we lost first map. So if you be more relaxed on the match 2 and control the game like we did in the first map, we can take it home.
Well, hopefully that happens, man. Good luck.
Coach STK there saying that if they basically do what they did in the first half of Lotus on Icebox, they can, they feel like they could maybe walk away with this win. But, I mean, we're talking about Icebox, Leviatán. This has been such a home ground map for this team.
I mean, I do want to focus just a little bit on Loud, especially what they have been playing on Icebox, because they've been playing the Harbowman comp.
Is it?
Harbowman. I love it.
And also the
Harbowman.
Yeah. The Gecko KO, the Harbor.
You know it's true. You're just upset, Hart, because it's true. That's the only reason why this upsets you. It just let it out. Just let the frustration out, okay? Like Ospas just punks all these old Loud guys. Like it's just he enters the server, he's just like, Daddy's come to collect his win. Let me get it and get the fuck out of here in a 2-0 fashion. That's just, he's just got to get his dub and get the fuck out. You know, like that's it. It's all there is to it.
Game plans
Don't hate
that
him.
LEV focuses on is their set retakes and their late round stuff when they're playing defense. Obviously, they're setting Ospas up. They want him to have those opportunities to get openers with the op and that kind of thing. But I think they have such good protocols
way more
that
flicky.
even if he's getting pushed away and they have to play
Ospas
a little bit more
is
passive, play
way
like
more
retake
calm
style
and
they're actually
deliberate
really
into
good
how
for
he
that.
takes
And
his
I think their
engagements.
comp is super strong for that as well.
Yeah, and just for the side of Loud, they have to really dial in on those post plants as well and their retakes of their own, because that last series, it came down to that. There was the discrepancy between retake win percentage and post plant win percentage for Leviatán. They just won one more round for both, for post plant and retake, compared to Loud. So it was very close. And that's why it was
13-11 scoreline.
So that's what I'm saying. So it came down to those two rounds. Loud, they need to be the ones that take advantage of their comp not having a duelist and using the utility to win those post plants and flood on the retake with all that utility.
Yeah, of course. We'll continue the conversation here, but I do want to let everyone know over on the floor had a little bit of a delay, so you're going to stick with us for a little while, and then once everything's all good to go, we'll jump on over there. But for now, we'll continue the conversation for Icebox for map 2 for the series overall, and let's take a moment here to kind of reset things and set the stage a little bit in case you're coming in for the first time. Welcome Leviatán, currently
Oh my God, I
sitting
still can't
at
believe the
top
5 gives you
of
2
our
3s.
standings,
Yeah, I
looking
can't even believe
very
that
good
shit.
right now. A win here will secure
Thank
them
God,
a
you're
top
the
2
goat.
spot.
Thank you.
They won't have to worry about that single elimination. They will go
Editor
straight into double
resetting
elim.
for 9
And
months.
one map is all they need to win, and they'll be punching a ticket to Korea. Meanwhile, on the other side, Loud need to win, plain and simple. Otherwise, their playoff dreams and hopes.
Has he not been? Has he been not been
in a
playing well?
heartbeat,
I haven't been
and
like
that is
very
something for
into
Loud.
him
That I just did
Is
not.
that true?
Yeah, I
foresee.
mean, it's
I
one
saw
thing to look
Navi,
at the
though.
year and be like,
Navi
oh,
is-
Loud, one of the two teams
so
that
painful
represented
how bad Navi's
Americas at Masters 1 after a kickoff isn't going to be even making it to playoffs in stage 2. It's another to say Loud is not making it to playoffs in stage 2. That is
even the context before that. They won last year in Americas. The champions there went on a great run. I mean, finishing
probably not
top,
his
top
like
3
peak
to end the year.
form,
And
but he'll
for it's kind
these
of
like
end
top
like
level
this, I think it would
players.
be a real tragedy
As long as you're not
considering the history of this
slumping,
team.
right?
The poetry of playing
Because like
versus
you
Ospas
can't
would
be
be
like up
yeah,
here.
it's exactly what I was gonna
all
say.
The time.
You stole
like,
words out of their
it's
mouth.
just impossible.
If
You have to like
Ospas is
pick
the
and
one
choose
that
your moments
knocks
to get
Loud
like
out,
very.
I mean, he's gonna feel amazing after that
very
for sure.
into the game,
But also from
right?
the
Like
side
you
of
can't
Loud, you're
just
gonna be like,
have
damn,
this
we really let him
infinite
slip away like that.
dedication. So ideally, you like find your sweet spots that way you're not dipping, right? Like you don't want to dip.
Last 2 champions
So you don't want to like overextend
one
and
of
then be
them
forced to dip.
in the top 4.
You just want to be like steady, 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 and then you can like kind of like rise up.
Guaranteed that they don't go to a champions this year.
Yeah, that is. Didn't think
I know
about
that sounds
one.
crazy,
and that
but
one
that's
is,
actually
that's a
it's
gut
actually
wrencher.
true. Like you need to like pick and choose your
Especially for all the
moments.
Brazilian fans that are out there, considering the situation with MIBR and with
choose,
Furia
but
as well. It's been a little
you do your best
difficult.
to plan
Tough year for
like your
Brazil.
outside
Yeah,
life.
tough year for Brazilian Valorant, excuse me. But we'll see though whether or not Loud can bounce back. I mean, look, it's something that I think we gotta reiterate. It's still Loud, right? Still like a team of 5 great aimers who can clutch up when they need to. We saw that happen in that first map. We're like, guys, it's still Loud.
The issue,
They did have control for the most part. I felt like it just slipped away. Go ahead, Mimi.
the issue I was going to say is that Leviatán also have 5 great aimers and 5 great players, but they have a team that I think has had a better time to form an identity. And when you talk about Leviatán's identity, it has really been defined on this map. Icebox, they've looked incredible this year here.
We have a change of a character, so it's not going to be the Get KO. We're going to have to find a new name. So, Sov KO or
Soko? Soko. I like Soko.
Sachi. But either way, I think the Sova will be better because I feel like the Gecko, they weren't really getting much value from it.
All right, well, this is it. Loud need to win this or else their playoff dreams are done. Meanwhile, Leviatán can lock top 2. Let's send it back over to your casters. It's Vansili and Riv for the call.
Backs now against the wall are Loud, trailing behind by 1 in this series, and now have to play against Leviatán's map pick on Icebox, where the death mentioned here.
Bro.
The king of what? The Frost is what GB was mentioning or something like
Chat,
that.
I went to Legoland, by the way.
Final boss at least.
On 4th of July?
I always remember
that shit was sick.
C9 recently when
Legoland's
he's flying
fire.
out of the rafters from attack side onto the spawn, defensive spawn side, still in spawn, doing more things. Like, man, there's sides to the map. He just doesn't feel that way. He plays either side.
I can't tell if you're being serious.
It's what's in front of him.
It's the whole playground. All right, we'll see where they start. Quite a bit towards B for Leviatán here. An interesting start. They're going to go ahead and just get the cascade game going over towards A with some of these walls. And that turret will watch mid, as we would expect. So
yeah, right? Right, Colonel? I was shocked, man. I was like, bro, this is insane. Like, no lines. This is a lot better than Disneyland. This shit's all interactive as fuck.
And he started off at a spot where he loves to play in his pistol rounds, but this time with the Sheriff, yes, does a lot of damage onto Kawadzin.
Legoland was insane,
all grouped up together, a 5-player attempt of a hit towards this B site. Dash still available for Ospas. There's that recon to come down.
Come on, go! No!
But he's getting walled through it. And that's first blood now for Loud. An opportunity to move inside this B site. But remember, they don't have a Gecko to play now for Loud. They have to commit inside this site.
The bait and switch.
Behind the B site. Text from the top gets that pick, and Les is now alone in a 1 versus 2. Who better than Les now in a clutch situation that can turn it back around for Loud? As he picks up the spike, he's looking to fall back.
All right. 65 on that.
30 seconds left.
Pretty healthy on the side of Tex here. He's been hitting all these shots as they'll play together. 20 seconds. There's going to have to be some running soon here from Les. But he chooses right. I think he knows he'll have the sight at least for this moment. So I think the idea is you try to push forward, right? But I don't think he'll have time.
Tries to go safe. There's a nanoswarm there. Boom, hits him. Down to 6.
Whoopsies, that timing. What is that timing?
At least he recalled the turret here and is able to get a little bit of information to play on both angles of this A site.
6 HP.
There's a frenzy
He's
hurt.
so fucked. Oh my, that's so unlucky, bro.
Bull players of Leviatán.
What if the wall did like 10 damage? He just drowned right there. He just ate the wall.
Tex with that timing on it too.
Fucking dies.
Start getting the taps on the spike and pull less out.
While Bezino still has the cove.
That seems impossible.
Very much difficult to get in. That's
he didn't even stop. Oh man, Lev just walking in there. I think he was glued to the spike, honestly. As Mazzino does go down.
I can't believe he stayed on it.
One nicely done by Lev.
It's like,
on the site, and I'd say, obviously, honestly, the Harbor Omen composition towards B first on pistols.
That's a good point with the molly.
Extremely tough, especially with that wall that crosses the site towards the right.
I guess he figured if he throws that molly, the likelihood of it getting broken by the guy in the cove is very high. He could have baited the molly and ran in with it. But I think if he throws the molly, it just gives away his spot and then makes things harder for himself, actually.
Straight towards mid.
But he could have baited it.
Nice cascade here.
Bro, Ospas is kind of struggling today.
And Sadak just surprises him by going towards the left side, and looks like Ospas wasn't ready for it. Wall comes down, and there's going to be 2 players looking for
my God.
Looks like Cum almost got caught with you.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
Kawadzin gets that pick. Still an advantage for Loud.
I'm
They
scared.
split it over to the A side. Not an opportunity to fight
Thank you,
yet.
Sadak. 33.
And now that time actually has turned around to give a chance for Leviatán to move inside the A site, but it continues to be back and forth trades. Lore weapons
He's
for
aware of
Loud,
that?
and they're still answering.
Really?
With Sheriff. Now the jump spot spotted. King. No second swing out from Pencata with
Wait,
the
we're going
Sheriff.
back, King? No,
He has
this
enough
is not the
fuel
play,
for this
King.
wall to come up. Now starts
I don't like it,
the
King. I
tap
don't like
on
it,
that
King.
spike.
Wait, I like it, King.
Off the rappel. And not let the shots are off the flares, and then Pencata looks like he ran it out of the woods. Thankfully,
Oh, gross.
With 6 bullets in the chamber, that saves King from what could have been a dreadful 1v1.
I did not know the first 2 rounds were tickets to the comedy show. The way these ones ended are just ridiculous. The full hold defuse on the last one and just the slow bro Tarzan play coming in on the last, or second round rather. All right. Yeah. Thank you for both POVs on that, observers. Thank you very much. Oh
no,
my
thank you.
gosh.
No, thank you, observers. We don't want to see it.
Like, what is happening?
We really don't want to see it. We actually don't, though.
Yeah. So, might get a little bit of a push from Leviatán on B here. Early harbor wall to shut things down and give positioning so they can get Aspas online with this outlaw again.
The knife forces Aspas to shoot both shots of the outlaw. They were trying to deny this orb here at the long B side, especially with the high tide that was thrown through. At least they got control of the A orb for Leviatán.
You can see a lot of damage done to Lev over these rounds still, so you get the Sheriff by. Loud will know that. Still is dangerous with the shots these guys have been hitting, especially on from Lotus. The mid lurk here could be big from Pencata if they just take their time to get into sight. That's a good enough time.
That's the second time as well that Aspas thought that he was going to land some sort of shot, and it just one misstep gets punished for it right away. And all they have left now for Leviatán are Sheriffs. But if they could do some damage just like Loud did, this could become very expensive for Loud as they flat down towards the B site.
Big pickup by Tex. It's going to be a weapon at the backside of mid here if the rest of the team just holds on,
Holy
but
shit.
comes blind and cannot.
The weirdest fights, yeah?
And neither can King, but at least Mazzino's there.
2v2.
What is Loud doing?
2. Reckoning available, but not sure if they want to use it yet. Still waiting for Tex to rotate over as he upgraded into a Vandal. Now he's left alone. Mazzino at least gets the information of where one of those players were and knows that Kawazin's towards the spawn. But he's still thinking that as Kawazin made it across towards the back site, wraps around Orange, and allows here Loud to get their gun round. 2-1 now as we have Leviatán still in the lead.
Nice damage from Lev. They'll be happy with how much they took away from Loud there, but Loud very happy to get us strike in the win column there.
Dude.
Ooh.
What?
That's
What was he
wild.
cooking on
The
that?
stuff Texas putting up.
What was he cooking on that?
Loud's going to be able to hold on Kawazin.
Thought he had him.
K on that one. We start getting very close to Hunter's Fury. Actually, a lot is on deck here in the ultimate realm.
He was fucking. He looked like he was having a good time until none of the shots registered.
A
Like,
quiet. Loud's
wasn't so
has
fun
not been
actually.
ready to fight it once yet. Oh my.
Lev has that's a high-low 2 kill and spike down.
This would be a crazy round to clap back.
Again,
Good
Orb
money.
denied on the A side as
3 of them
Kong pushed
broke.
forward to bring his Hunter's Fury up as soon as possible. But Loud now spread across the map, just trying to win individual fights or maybe even potentially just group up and save at this point.
And you got to think of the implications of what Lev is doing at B, right? If Loud even want that space anymore, it's going to cost them util. They can no longer walk into that. They're going to have to use early util, which
Loud are just going to try to do like a lot of econ damage here. Grind out the round.
Whatever they use. And it's just, Lev is getting in Loud's face so much to cause problems here. We'll just have to see how much it matters, because Lev can figure out a way around this with the brain of Sadak. Alert towards mid and still just be re-hit to come into
There's
play.
too much power.
They're staring down 5 barrels of Lev.
Yeah, as you're mentioning here, the calls from Sadak over at Loud, and
He's just double holding this lurk, by the way.
Some sort of B control.
Dude,
But they do
please
know that
lurk
there's
that
probably
less.
players watching every
Please
single
go up that too.
Not an opportunity for Les to be the first one to activate. Nice reckoning too. That gets information on 2 players, and they'll identify this late lurk, but Les still is able to commit and win that fight against Com. Meanwhile, though, at least both players just stuck at
That was a
yellow.
really good dash.
And with no time left, that wall comes up just to help Pencata escape if he can. The tap onto the spike as well, committed to run through. Questionable plays across, and that's the round for Leviatán.
I like the flood.
A great hold.
I
Honestly,
like the flood.
slowdown
Instead of
at
letting
B
them
has
have
just
that,
shut
to
Lev
flood
down
that,
so much.
it's way
With the fact
better.
that Loud committed so much to B, they didn't know what the A game was at Pipes, which has been pushed almost every round by Lev for the alt orb. So they had to consider somebody who was very far
But the
up there,
harbor
too.
roll?
And just Aspas.
I think they just felt very starved of info, and they felt like they just know each other very well. And I've seen Loud flip a lot of those 3v5s. Like when they get to those like advanced positions, think of it literally like a fucking like some kind of big ass cat, like ready to pounce. Like they are so ready. They almost know exactly where you are at that point. Because they have gotten so much ground for free in that 3-on-5. Like, it is a very scary round. So I was fine with the hard roll.
HP as the Cole finally comes up to commit to the plant. King just trying to get the spray. Shock darts! Oh, coming out from Calm. And that's now spiked down.
That sounded...
Just an answer to everything right now for Leviatán. Right here. And Loud. They have to go to no man's land to get this.
Lucky now upgrade, but answered by a shorty. Advantage still looms here for Leviatán. Outlaw knowing it's a lower buy. The cape out of the movement. Carrying spike. And 2E's is now left alone. A plant is the best thing you can get right now for 2E's. Is getting hunted down. The confidence out of Aspas. Almost he wanted to upgrade.
What do I think is Loud's issue since kickoff? I think just a very fluid, dominant opping duelist. You know, like, unironically, like if the team had Aspas, they would be fucking perfect. But they don't. And they have been missing something like all season, right? Their Breach Phoenix comp was fine, but it fizzled out. It didn't have the depth because they didn't have a star duelist that could make like flexible plays.
And that's the reckoning. That's going to get information that our players
like
that are
QCK did a really good job of doing what they asked out of him. But Aspas is so much more than that. Like, look at this. Like,
there, dropping 3, and that's the spike once again.
Like, bro, he's the player that's gonna step forward right there and not dash away. He's the player that's gonna be like, I'm gonna step forward and I'm gonna fucking get like 3 here. I can't believe they're gonna lose this round still though. Wow, they're really throwing this.
Tech's trying to push forward. He knows here that the players are just around the corner. He could break it, but this was forced to swing. There is that break of the lockdown, and here is both sets of footsteps. Gives him a chance to reset. 12 bullets in the chamber. Looking back on the first swing, the crouch under as Cowardine is able to save that round.
They brought that back, dude.
Losing 3.
That's crazy.
From Aspas, Loud still able to figure a way around that round.
Was a huge round to bring
it looked
back.
like it was going to go the way of the previous round, where it just was like the spike was in no man's land. There's no answer. Leviatán read the play too well. But no, Loud still has that option to slow it down, rethink the situation, and get a different idea going. Really nicely done there to slow it down.
Kind of funny off that replay that Penkata realizing he's caught with the full stance. The only thing he could do as the last man standing against Aspas was Hadouken that paranoia. But that was the Hadouken and allowed Cowardine
so they got the Cascade to deny this info. They got a smoke and a TP up mid. Just a lot of pressure over here, which is making Lev cheat towards that area. Meanwhile, they're starting to progress that area.
Exactly.
Counter aggression in mid to clear it out. The drone clears 2.
And they flex back to mid as Loud still likes A. The idea that they can protect it from the back.
Good time on that wall. They'll probably come over here and lock down.
Able to get in with the KO null command on this round.
Someone needs to help him though. Unless he's
going
to go heaven.
With the lockdown coming in from Lev in just a second.
Looks like they're going to all go heaven.
All of them looking to flood back from the back of the spawn. Our Leviatán. The code thrown out first. All this to protect the lockdown to start things off and push Loud away here at pipes. On the other end, you can definitely see less getting positioned for a really late lurk.
Little lurky turkey.
So these players have to stay alive, but it's not working out for now. 2E's is the first to fall, and 3 players left alive by L, by Pipes. Are just trying to delay here to give this opportunity for Les to get through, but the turret's gonna spot him no matter what. So Aspas on top of the screens, easy pick. Now the turret drops down, but he is able to get the pick onto Aspas as he falls.
The fuse.
But you definitely do see the rest of the players of Loud just falling one by one like dominoes, and that the fuse will definitely come through. And Leviatán giving no chance for Loud to string some rounds in.
Oh my gosh. Mazzino having all of his utility there, Loud was forced to start peeking and getting in a position that was just not an advantage, or was a disadvantage, I should say. He had a cascade that was just flowing, goes all the way out towards Belt, and then you just see that high tide come up and close off the rest. Look at the wall. Look at, they only have so many angles to look at now. Going as Loud, you have to peek out. You have to show yourself there. because you don't know where you can protect or trade with your teammate. It causes so much chaos. Lev's doing a great job of inserting that chaos into each one of Loud's strategies here, and it will cause Loud to call a timeout now.
When you're looking at the state of the game here, released from map 1, and something that the desk mentioned was it seems like Loud really had an answer onto how Aspas was able to play that duelist role and to isolate him and stop him from getting any type of opportunities here to score some points on the side of Leviatán.
I think next half should go pretty well for Loud.
After map number 1,
like as I'm thinking about it,
he's actually he starts at the right spots to do a lot of damage.
I don't know how many they need
Loud's
though.
attempt to get any type of map control. So
I'm just thinking about like some of their util on the retakes and shit, and just holding down these sites seems kind of strong. Like low key, they're gonna have one ways. They're gonna have harbor shit to like deal with floods. They're gonna have like the good wall going across for retakes. They're gonna have coves for the retakes. They're gonna have KJ set up for mid. They're gonna have an info gather. They're gonna have, dude, like a knife that can get a lot of scans early round by B and really like slow down hits. I feel like next half could be really hard for Lev, actually. A
lot of protection for this operator walk down. All right, Aspas, show us what you got.
Really drone too, so no recon. So the drone was to set up 2 players to fight through.
What are y'all talking about,
They
chat?
spotted more players here from Loud, but nobody through. So now Aspas can be anchored and cut the rotates, and that's exactly where Loud are going after picking up this orb.
And look at this, Kalanzine, dart, and drone down.
He doesn't have any more
area,
TPs,
just so they can know it's not a push against the Lev. It's not going to be something crazy, but it already is map control in mid from Aspas.
Holding a tight angle, that's spiked down once again, and no utility here to give a chance for a double initiator.
I'm liking the off angle. His alarm bot holding the other side. You see.
To be out in the open, to convert onto
Obviously,
a
you
kill
couldn't do that
I
off
feel like
of
they're
Guild,
reading what Loud wants to do here. Even in the positioning, jumping on pipes. Simple shots here for Lev. All right, spikes planted.
1-5.
High tide goes down. Getting ready now for the retake. All 5 members here as we watch Com get ready with the dart.
Definitely some saving grace now for Loud as they get the plant down. That's 300 credits across the board for the next round. On top of the bonus that we get from losing, unless... Yep.
1, 2, 3. As they found one of them, they found all of them, honestly.
I feel like this comp should be able to hold some of these plants, though, chat. That's... So while I did say, like, I think they'll have, like, a decent defender side, like, I also would imagine they should be able to stop some of these floods, dude. They could just have, like, Pancata chill with, like, Paranoia in his hand, like, right at 410.
They're supporting him so much
they
to
have
get
so
these
much
positions means they're comfortable probably to do more. And Loud hasn't even seen most of that yet, I don't think. So here's Sadak on your screen. We'll see what he can come up with here for the next round.
Yeah, I think they could just go A, like low-key.
Still available. Well, Reckoning is
like
on
just
board
keep
here, just
Pancata with a Paranoia ready, like right here. Because they don't have a, they don't have a lot of util to get out. Like once they use their first wave,
that's a high
I mean, what do they got? They got no flashes. Like,
not too sure here if they're going to be able to spot.
You just gotta get through the first wave of util.
That's hiding in that cubby, even stays outside of the radius of the KO knife. But it looks like they don't want that smoke here for Loud. They're falling back for the A side control, where Les was able to move up here towards L.
Good positioning so far. Maybe even gets a little bit of audio check. You can tell the team what he's hearing as they are getting prepared here. Loud's moving quite quick for the info they have. They're looking to get it on the fly and just hit the protocol they have ready.
4 years.
As soon as the high tide comes up, that's both nanoswarms just trying to run that timer down of the high tide to give a chance for Leviatán to
I didn't think they were gonna flood in. I thought he just broke the dart.
Off the support of that Reckoning of Tui's is able to get that first pick onto Tex, who falls. Con now dropping inside, that's definitely going to get hurt, and Pancata is the one that's lurking around it because Tex died. That's no turret. He's able to get that lurk if he wants to, but Kalanzine once again anchoring towards this A site. There's that lurk finally from Pancata. The Bladestorm though from Aspas now left on a 1 versus 2, trying to clutch this against the whole remaining roster of Loud. Tap once again. Pre-fired shots off the dagger, but it's definitely looking like it's going to be a round out for Loud.
I think he realized that.
He did spot the legs, the cape of Tui's of both Les. But you definitely see it right now. Round converted for Loud on the
gave him
attack.
respect. They didn't show him anything.
Loud slightly identifying there the retakes from Lev. Very
he wanted
heavily
it too.
Focused coming from the Rat.
Damn, that's actually sick. It was 3 players that have played together so much, and you can tell he was basically like, fucking peek me, like, and they showed him the respect. Like they played it really smart. Sometimes you'll see scenarios like that where like all of the players will be like, yeah, fuck them, like let's peek them. Like they almost treat that situation different than a different situation. Sometimes I've seen it. I've been on teams where it's happened.
Just to make sure garage is clear to the other side.
Be like,
they
oh, it's this
do
person.
Not like how B has been ending out here if they're not getting this first initial kill.
Onto Sure on the attack. Ooh, it actually does hit King. And because
of
that,
bye-bye.
No opportunity for Ospas to break the knife, so now he's hit by the KO knife.
Oh, dude, their movement's perfect.
No dash to fall back. Remember last time he was trying to fall back, he actually got spammed, but there's a gap now for him to hold that angle, despite King dying first. Push back from Leviatán. Towards the middle, no lurk activated for Loud. Just spraying across the high tide, it goes back and forth.
Oh my God.
We got one.
Surprised to see all the Vandal gamers with this much spamming Vans. Crazy stuff here. High tide finally goes down, and we get these angles back for Ospas, but man, Loud has been hitting the shots here to open up the site.
And there's still utility available now for Loud. Maybe they wait for the high tide so they could double smoke here and try to hit this so far.
For plant.
They are not budging either.
Possibility. This
what
knife
the
can
fuck,
tell them
man?
where a few are if they can get
Is he
a good
in
shot
range?
on it.
She
but
must
I don't
be in
think
range.
we've got a lineup
Nah,
in that spot.
hard to
Waiting
say.
game. There's now the high tide. Both of them being prepped up
Must
here to
be
throw
range,
that
yeah.
utility, and a knife will come in as well.
Oh, we did. A little bit of a lineup.
30 seconds left.
Lands now
Yeah,
on
he's
top
in
of B. Does activate and find information on the 2 players, but Tex is still able to get that pick from the back of the side onto Pencata. Attempt of a plant. You mentioned that Cove. The pop flash across.
That's tragic.
For 4K in the round.
Wow, that's unlucky.
Disgusting. Lockdowns there as well now for Tex. Ospas still with the operator as they continue to protect that. It's kind of an all cost here, right? King's just like running around. Ospas like, sorry man, I can't do anything for you in this situation. And this push mid to regain control of the map.
Texarino.
More than once that mid control has paid off heavily for Leviatán. We saw Ospas get pushed up there and then a double team coming in from Leviatán. They're working the map so well right now, just shoveling Loud into whatever position Lev wants them to be in. Let's see what they have here. We talked about that lockdown, but
yeah, stuff like that, Ors. That's what I'm saying. Like,
to make it that much harder.
A lot that happens a lot in these games.
Getting so much value in the
Like occasionally there's plays that don't make sense. I swear it's stuff. It's stuff like that.
Now he moves in. Lockdown activated onto the defense. Pencata on the top of pipes, a jump spot from Mazino. Now they know, at least for Leviatán, there's going to be a late lurk once again. Reckoning forced out on top of the lockdown, pushing everybody back towards A main. And here's the important fight.
Honestly,
because of that jump spot, though, at least Mazino has fallen.
Lattice had a really good approach.
This is a chance now for King to get that kill under pipes.
Never heard him fall.
That's a lot of unawareness
right there
though,
after
for
the shots.
Pencata.
Tex hits another one to clear this, and Loud has to rethink the round once again.
Damn, dude.
Just
Like, Loud
under
had such a
minute
good
left. Initiator
premise
there.
to start
Exactly
this
what we want to
round,
get into
and
a
they
site
pissed
to go
away their
B.
3 on
They could
5.
be able to cove this.
Got that headshot from Khaled.
Holy
but he was
shit.
jiggling across it. I think they found that timing for Loud to at least make
Khaled
it across and
got
get this plant
deleted.
down. Tui's has the operator. Sadak was the first one to pick it up, and he's going to leave it behind for Tui's as he goes for the plant. He gets denied by a beautiful snake bite thrown by King. 26 HP
Dude,
left
King
now
is everywhere.
for the IGL of Loud. Plant finally comes down, sprayed down to 10.
Jesus.
And there's the information on both.
He pinged him.
Wall bang
Yeah.
on the first, Tui's
Wow.
left behind. Pinged by the Aldrin earlier on a retake
Not
from
pinged
Kong.
by the
He's
Aldrin.
gonna
Pinged
have
by
to
the
let this one
player,
off.
bro. The player was pinging that shit.
Misses the first shot. A rare miss coming out from Tui's. And now Calm can commit for the full defuse. And maybe Tui's just trying to stay alive here with the operator. Jumps up, greeted by Tex. And that's Leviatán with 8 rounds of Icebox.
Man, this is almost comical what Lev is doing here. Loud. It looks like they have the right play. Plant's going down. Wait, Viper's bite out of nowhere. Here's a molly. And then they get the plant down.
This
and
is
you
feeling
saw
done
Sadak
and
just kind of
dusted.
stay. He's like, okay, yeah, you got me. He
I don't
didn't
know.
even move. He just smiled at the drone and knew he was going to go down. They're just being put
8
in
to
these unwinnable positions.
Even if this goes
that
8 to
Leviatán is
4.
creating. And they're doing it almost
Even
every
if-
round. They've only given 3 now.
I think we're
Or
seeing
let
signs
3,
of
I should
it.
say, go.
We're
As they
seeing
look to
signs.
grab maybe even a 9th here, feeling confident, feeling the momentum on the first half. 15 and 5 from Tex. top fragging with Calm last game, still feeling good in the second game of the series here. Almost a push in.
That is bold, King. That is fucking very bold.
Pencada, you saw the TP towards the back.
Holy.
Quick ADS right in the dome of Tex. Two-player advantage
so
now for Loud. Spike comes down and it gets planted towards B. Mazzino trying to stay alive, and that's a swing from Sadak on top of the ropes. Osbos going for the dash after getting the pick onto Pencada, and he's left alone one more time, 1 versus 3. But this time has to commit.
So it's like throwing a pop flash. That shit fucking goes way up to the moon.
Cloud burst, so that gives his position away. And Les is just ready. Great spots for Loud on the post plant. Osbos, first contact on the top of the bridge, tries to swing against Kawatsin, but Loud able to salvage the last round.
8-4, and that 4 is actually a big one for Loud. They go towards B with a heavy
I can't believe he got the first
round focus, first half focus towards A. But they do find that B worked for him in the end once they
they give him insane amounts of respect.
Getting that initial push on B long away from the Leviatán. Still, great half by Lev.
Exactly, a great half by Lev. Great reads that continues. And
do you think this actually intensifies Osbos baiting and playing for stats lore? What if they know something? What if they're like, yo, he's never going to go for it? If we don't peek him, we know it just won't move forward. The lore grows or what? Wait, why oof calm? I didn't even see. Is he not playing well this map? Oh, I'm just saying he's 1-7. He actually played a banger first map, which is crazy, right? Like, look. I mean, this is pretty rare for Lev. It might be the first time he's topped the scoreboard on Lev. It's normally like almost inverted, actually. It's literally upside down. It really doesn't matter. No, 1-7 doesn't matter at all if your team plays like that. Especially, it doesn't matter if you've lived to do the util that you would normally do, and your deaths were just like, ah, man, I was like in the pack, and then you traded me.
Map for them that we knew going into it, but now we're flipping sides here, and overall, I would say Leviatán playing as expected.
Yeah, I think the story of that half was the retakes for Leviatán. Loud was playing a really slow
I got Viper Molly shocked when I went to plan on Icebox yesterday in ranked.
I think Lev do a really good job on this map in particular.
Like lineups.
Finding the right timings to pull back, set up for that flood retake, and absolutely annihilate in these late.
And look at how they
I was like, bro,
the harbor wall.
It's fucking 11 p.m. and there's a Viper Silva doing shock mollies on plan.
Clearing the right side as they go back
dude.
to the side, clearing away the left as well.
No.
And then Loud are sort of stuck coming back into their own angles. They use a great job of using the harbor wall too to isolate those
we
angles.
don't have a fucking harbor. We don't have a wingman. All we got is like 2 fucking duelists. Me on Viper, a Killjoy. What the fuck? Dude, wait, that's the Fluffy Aimers pillow. Wait. I actually gotta buy that thing.
A guaranteed out for playoffs. Guaranteed.
I actually have to buy that thing.
Making it to champions.
That's right. You got only a few more rounds if you're Leviatán to secure that top 2 placement in the stage.
$45 is a
need to find a way to survive.
Fucking lot of money though. God damn it.
The pressure continues to rise now for Loud, where we know with this championship-built team, the ideas that
it's okay though. I got
behind this roster
just
definitely has what it takes against this adversity to.
I mean, I got gifted 5 tier 3 subs. I can fucking afford this $45. This shit's gonna go crazy on the tail behind me.
Since this second map here of Icebox, it's looking to be potentially a clean 2-0 for Leviatán towards the end. As now on the attack side, Leviatán looking for this early B control, and there's walls on walls just to keep these players isolated on yellow.
Yeah, double wall. I like that call from them.
Double Sheriff walking out.
Very confident in who they have at which site, though. Knowing this is going to be full well a retake round, I think.
Weird flex.
They push
very weird flex.
Here. They've avoided the util, but not less.
And by taking down less, they'll avoid the util at least.
Now they will.
All right.
Looks like Loud wants
I
to
thought
fight
these floods would be
very
good,
quickly.
but I also
Early
thought
util
Pancata would have
found
a
out
blind,
denies the
so
plant to come down, at
and that
least to
2s
start.
would have
Now
a
all of the
code.
players grouped up at the
But I guess we
staircase
just don't care
behind
about
the spawn
util over
for
here on
Loud.
Loud.
Ospas
Fuck
still
it.
looking to connect. Some
We'll just
shots
run no
off the
duelists
Sheriff,
and buy
just
no
wasting
util.
time for another player to try to lurk around. Players are
Yeah, let's
locked
play
in
no
passively.
duelists
Looks like
and
they're
just
ready
all
for
buy
it, though.
sheriffs on pistol and shit.
That's crazy. Just a family photo of Loud there on the steps.
Actually,
Lev.
30
fucking
seconds left.
chilling out there on the
that spike
steps.
back over as Ospas just holds to now put the same lurk King just had. Or less, rather.
That's a
just had.
very open plant.
Oh, it's definitely King here that got picked off, and he'll call that plant towards that B side, and Ospas, who's trying to get that lurk, is ready. And greeted by Tui's. Meanwhile, though, the fights are going down towards the B site. Somebody could just stick onto it for now. Actually, it's just a tap for Sadak.
Look at this
So
shit
all the noise will be
happening
heard
mid,
by
bro.
Carl.
Look at this.
Player standing.
He now stands alone on a 1 versus 2, but could just fight that.
Run, come run!
Now he's left alone.
Yes!
But he wasted enough time, forcing out Tui's to make so much noise.
I don't like this.
Sheriff's in his hand. Tap on that spike.
He's right.
I mean, he gets the kill, but does he not have enough time?
No, 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 no.
So much time wasted there. It's around for Leviatán.
Nicely done. The big frags inside sight after that plant to just slow
Bro,
it
there
down
was
ever
like
so
4 skirmishes happening in like every quadrant of the map. That was fucking outrageous, that round.
luckiest pistol rounds I think we've seen. We had
What was going on? That was crazy. The double sheriff lurk A.
Out pretty lurky. All right, a clutch there. Nicely done.
Oh my god, that was
Team is
insane.
on top of the scoreboard here as we get into our second round. Those 11 fans are ready to see that result. The Loud need to lock in here and get themselves some more rounds. A fast push forward. And it looks like already pipes control here for Leviatán. Oh my gosh.
The timing on that one, too. Les was looking at the window of the A-nest all along, and as he turns away, it's Ospas that spots him and gets the kill through the cascade. Advantage for Leviatán. An attempt to swing again.
One down.
And that's Sadak alone.
Plant the spike.
No double swing on a 3-2-1, and
By my
definitely knows that
fucking-
Kawazin's there, too.
And Lev ready for the lurk. They have somebody all the way at the backside of spawn.
fluffy
As
stuffy.
Ospas is doing work in sight. I think that's one of the biggest things we have to re-recognize or, again, look at for Lev is how much Ospas is given this space with utility.
Dude, after an Ospas bottom frag map, I wonder what percentage of game maps after historically he top frags the next map. Like, he bottom fragged on his team last map, and he's gonna top frag here probably.
The eye by power
I think I've seen
VC.
it happen multiple times.
But Loud looks like they're just looking to die to spike, and that's going to be no ace as Tex picks up that kill towards the back. Consolation at least, or 4K for Ospas.
Yeah, even a dart there at the end too, right? It's never almost just Ospas. There's something else there along with it. He's the one who gets to have his cake.
That was
eaten,
his
too.
first?
It's crazy.
You're trolling.
20
Is
and
it
9
really?
for Ospas right now. Again, Tex still having an amazing series there as they just continue to be some Bash Brothers at the top of the list. And I think we saw from them at Shanghai as well, just how well they continue, or how well Ospas and Tex played A site in anchoring. Rather. All right, they go towards B.
Chat, I've got good news. I've
The knife's
ordered
got a one of info.
the fluffy
Three
Emer
players
stuffy.
now pinged out.
I got it.
Now we'll know both the potential lurks from
Now that I've
Leviatán
told
are
you guys
in
this is
middle
where
of
it
B
is,
site. But the early knife that
you can
comes
get
out,
yours
knowing that
too.
it's a bonus round from Leviatán, they might want to commit into this with
There's
the lower
185
weapons and just
left.
fight back towards yellow. And that's where Loud is choosing
Gotta support tier 2.
to attempt their first
Even
stand.
if it
Three
means buying
players grouped up in
overpriced
that
stuffed
area.
animals that are just very cute.
Let's just work in that map. Looks like that shot missed here from Tex.
Honestly, it's
Will
just a fucking
Marshall,
dope stuffed animal.
Shots coming through as Ospas dies towards that B site.
That's
Just
very
trying to
risky,
stay
bro.
quiet
That's
across,
so
and there you
risky
go.
from
Any
Pancata.
type of lurk
Wow.
what you're trying to do here from Leviatán on both extremities
God
both
damn.
got denied.
He's lucky.
Last 3 players committed to fight towards this A site where, again, you have better weaponry for Loud.
We just saw the 0 point as
Fair
well.
enough, I take
Used
that
over
too.
here by the side of Loud, so they're just trying to clear space and get an idea.
As I say, better weaponry for Loud. There's still some good rifles in the hands of Leviatán. Mazzino finding the timing behind. Unfortunately, his teammate falls, so he's going to have to go in a clutch. There's that first pick, but Sadat swings out to get the trade.
It's a start.
Loud's able to convert here the gun round.
That's slow. Still touch and go, right? Lev's taking a round right now, and Lev just tear that round away from Loud. Loud get around, and it feels like they're tempered in the things that they're doing.
30 seconds.
I'm not too confident that that's going to be the right play. Here, good hold on A. Good call around this one, though. Pancata getting 3.
It's going to be so hard to make this comeback, dude.
Loud on that bonus.
That was like,
so let's see if they can keep it going.
Such a ridiculous amount of like things that happened out there.
Reckoning is up.
What is this set?
And Loud are actually going to stack towards A. We'll keep an eye on that for the rest of the rounds to see if they actually change this towards B. They're pretty in sight and not able to trade each other right now, though. Just looking at Loud spots.
That's kind of cool.
Oh, that was close.
Wait a second. Is that?
It's interesting.
I think it
kinda
was,
wanted
chat.
to hit it to see what Loud's defense there was. They seem very, very confident in playing forward in the site, which is unusual. We see a lot of Loud retake.
Paw Flash always ready here from Sadak.
That's true.
By
Good
screens
point.
on
Throw it
that
high.
aggression that could come out now from Leviatán. And now the Owl Drone does spot the Viper.
Booba
Not
smokes.
too sure if it actually did see Mazzino in that corner tucked up. But Leviatán still doesn't want to continue to try to sell some sort of fake towards this B side. They're working in groups.
This will get droned. Surely, surely this gets droned.
Yeah.
No, it's not getting droned.
Tom still has Owl Drone. Jiggles out. Cannot have the
Oh
Owl
my
Drone
God, he's
anymore.
gonna get away. He got
You're
away. He
definitely
got
seeing
away.
Leviatán looking to trade it instantly back towards
Holy.
the B side to avenge his teammate. Avenge their teammate, rather, as the Reckoning now puts 2Es.
What a play. He got out.
Forced to give that away. Plant will now come down from Mazzino under the cove.
Very chipped down for Lev here. It's going to be tough if they
4
try to
on
play this
5.
out in the open and Loud. Like we said, the retakes are where they come in strong.
Always good on those retakes. And that's
All
where it doesn't
3
matter if
locked
they
in over
don't
here
have a
alone.
duelist. They would always
Is he on
work in
11?
tandem as a group to fight back now against the post plant.
One-way smoke on the crate.
Leviatán, only 3 players make that 2, and
This
one of
is
them
done.
heavily wounded is Mazzino. There's that wide swing first
Closely.
before
I can't believe
they
they let him
actually
go.
break the dome. And now it's halfway. It disappears. Tex gets a second kill. Tried to swing on that third one, but there was going to be time at least.
That's
to
a lot
trade
of damage,
Team KRÜ.
though.
And Loud manages to survive in that round.
They
Or away
might
from tying this
buy.
one up. Loud are going to grab a bit of
These
that
2 won't be able to
momentum
buy,
now.
but the other 3
Feel
can.
good with the ultimates that they have. Pancata is actually, I love the way they're using the
Okay,
open
he can
ultimate.
drop.
It's almost just with the team to initiate into
They'll
the site.
buy.
If you see Sadak or whoever 2Es in the site, get yourself in there with Pancata. You have enough.
I think if Loud can get this round across the line, they're in a good spot to like start making this doable.
Don't see any
Like
operators coming
slowly
out on
but
the
surely
map
they're like
just
chipping
yet.
away in
Seems
this
like
at
Loud
this
wants to
lead.
keep it to rifles so they can keep the retakes fast, and
Oh,
Ospas being
no.
even faster with the knives.
And initiating that one.
Bro, they broke
with
that
the blade
so
storm on the
fast
first
for
blood,
him.
weapon upgraded as well. Dash across, just trying to catch another one. No avail. Players now forced back from Loud just to play the retake. There's Elise Cohen-Scene
Oh my
still
God,
trying to
sick
anchor
cloud burst
under
again.
the heavens. And there's the backstab attempt, misses the daggers, and Cohen-Scene still completes the kill. Kens with the rest of his teammates pushing forward, fighting back against Loud. A 3 versus 2. Wounded as
dude.
Sadak. Fallen has Sadak gone, and Mazzino picks up the last kill, and they answered
Bro.
very quickly off the back of Aspas's entry.
That was
It's so
crazy.
over
The
now.
retake.
Dude, I feel like they needed to get that one. 11-6. Now they have to play like a flawless half, and it's like, fuck, dude. 10-5 felt way better. Or I'm sorry, like 10-6 feels way better than 11-6. Fuck, dude. Because now just one of these ults is just going to win them around.
So they can't get themselves in the site that easily.
I'm
Looks
actually
like they might
literally
do it
rooting
again,
for it
right
there.
towards A, almost
Okay.
everybody on that belt side to start off here.
Especially with the economy that Loud currently has. They understand here that
do
they
or
can
die
add
for
that
Loud.
pressure.
Look at their money.
With the Guardians ringing across the sun on the defensive side.
Pinkata going with this way again.
Leviatán now knows that this is a forced buy coming through.
Bro.
Al drone, no punishment, but at least they get punished on the Kawadzin. Both players falling back, another ping coming through. And that's King trying to find the opener. Two players swinging out from the back of the dice.
Getting run down like dogs, chat.
Caught in the null command. At least he'll be a Cypher camera temporarily to see how many players are working towards the back of the site. We'll only identify. Calm for now. Under the rafters. Cascade blocking vision to give an opportunity for Loud to catch players off the rotate, trying to fall back here as the spike's planted for Leviatán, and you can definitely see it here.
This is feeling Joker.
Chances are not for the side of Loud. Only a share for 2-E's.
12-6.
Vandal for less, trying to do some damage, and they lose that rifle in the process. And Leviatán are looking well positioned. Now positioned at map and series point.
Yeah, never letting up, Vans. Even if they had a blip in a round, they pulled it right back, and they have just put the pressure on Loud constantly in these rounds. Loud's gonna go ahead and call a timeout here as we get back into this replay. So they'll be discussing what they can do next, but...
This is the mods right now going up to B-Nan.
He beat me. Straight up. Pay him.
Pay me my money. Give me my subs.
Pay that man his money.
Pay me my money. Pay. Give gifted subs now. B-Nan. 4. Give 4
but
now.
This time,
it's
Lev's
over.
Shots are hitting. The one
it's
duns
over.
Loud's trying to play are not one duns. They're just duns. And it's 12-6 for that reason right now. Lev is absolutely a train on the tracks.
He's getting the shakedown.
Moving quick.
And that was a round where you mentioned
He's fucking getting the shakedown from Mark.
Drone ping, they got a recon dart ping, allowing this push forward now from Leviatán to just overtake the A site. Again, it's looking like a map of Icebox here that's controlled from A to Z. Defense to the attack in favor of Leviatán on their map pick. Loud thinks or thought that they had an answer so far against Leviatán by letting this map go through. And by going back to their tried and true of what they tried to work with in the past year of Icebox with no duelist. And you can't find the answer, unfortunately. And off this timeout, you see here, worse for wear are Loud. Only 2 Vandals. I'm trying to find that.
Tell them to bring me my money.
Work that A side again.
Keep it going.
Tell him bring me my subs.
I think even if it does have a chip in it, you just super
Tell
glue it
him
and say
bring
it's
me
the
my
worst.
subs.
It looks good, fans. It looks good. They're looking to make it 8-1 on the VCT Americas record here with this round.
What's the context of that clip, by the way? Is he like on a contract here or some shit? What the fuck is the context of that coach saying that? That's so fucking hilarious.
And that may be able to fight back against the lockdown available for Leviatán on the post plant. High tide coming out on the retake. There's that
Dude,
lockdown.
no, please don't get
There's a
deceived by
double
Harvard
hunter's here
Viper,
that's
I
about to come
swear.
out.
It's
One
only
to break the
Lev.
lockdown on the
Don't,
defensive
no,
side.
it's
It gets
Ospas.
broken, and the one on the attack trying to get some kills, but it works out in the favor of Loud. Trying to stay alive in this game, they'll be able to do so. Lockdown available on the defensive side, but it's a 4-on-2 in favor of Loud. Ospas still holding his ground at the generator.
Not against
2 more
Argo.
kills needed, dashes away
me?
as
Got
the
her
spike
with
is still
this shit.
ticking. Off towards the A site. Smokes
Oh
dissipate.
my
There's that
God.
third one.
Get
One
out.
more kill to go. As less.
Oh
One set of bullets. Alphas with the 4K. And Leviatán wins and clutches top 2 seed in the Americas playoffs.
He's the GOAT. He's the GOAT.
And in a fashion that teams better be watching. Really nice consistency out of the team, despite no matter who you're looking at on the squad, honestly. And yeah, they may have gone against kind of a wounded Loud right now, trying to figure out positions. Lev get their win. They get that win. They create history for themselves, taking down Loud. Ospas said, maybe today. Yeah, we saw the calmness in his voice. It was today. Ospas went nuclear here. 25-12 as we got into Icebox. It was Tex and Calm on the first map. And they are looking poised for success.
And I could understand that from Loud's POV when you look at what they pulled out on their first map of Lotus, shutting down Ozpos on every single one of these.
Binan tried to go up against them.
Icebox,
He had to let Binan know. He had to let him know.
Icebox, and maybe Loud had it away
Tell
to
him.
answer on
Tell
how
him.
Ozpos was playing the defensive side with this operator, but this man was all over the place and just landing every single one of these shots.
Every single one of the shots.
Attack and the defense.
On both the attack and the
They had
defense.
built up, unfortunately, does not come true for Loud, and also
Yes,
their
the game plan doesn't work against the GOAT.
It does seem like Loud has found themselves from a position of being innovators, something that everybody looks at to play this and that, but then when they can't fit a role or they have to
Where is it at?
it's almost like a
Oh no, somewhere in my fucking
history
history somewhere. I think I just exited. I didn't save it. Fuck.
Loud is feeling too low on what's happening, but teams have them figured out, and we will see Loud again, right? They're still going to come back strong.
Unlucky.
They got firepower and class pedigree on that squad.
They've done that
I mean, this is good enough.
What were they known as innovators?
This is definitely good enough.
Catch up from
Yeah, exactly. It's a catch-up moment,
right? Exactly. And at this point, though, I do agree with you. They do have what it takes. Their leadership that they had, the firepower that they also brought in. Tui's had some good moments, at least on that raise on the first match. So it gives us some chances here to see what Loud could look like in the next year of partnership. And that's the crazy part. They're unfortunately out of playoffs going into this one.
Dude, Calm was really shooting.
Wild to think of that. A team of this caliber.
Calm played really well today. So did Tex. Tex had some nutty fucking rounds at the end of Lotus. Look, I think he actually. I was surprised he didn't top frag at the end of the Lotus.
Everybody, give it up for Leviatán! Yes, Tex!
Wow.
Congratulations, man. How are you feeling right now?
Good. Feels really good for sure.
Yeah, this is unbelievable. Y'all are 2-0 champions here at stage 2. Y'all haven't dropped a map yet. Now I gotta ask you, like, what do you attribute that to?
There we go, Binan. Oh, look at the little guy.
Like our family right now. It feels really good.
Yeah. Now let's kind of walk it back a little bit because it was close on Lotus.
Tell them to bring me my money.
Yeah. Which you all knew that y'all had Loud on the ropes.
Well, I wouldn't say we always knew we had him on the ropes. It was definitely a tough game, but honestly, once we calmed down, we were a little hectic in the start, and then after the first half, we really brought it together, just being calm.
Yeah, I mean,
Tex is always so fucking chill in these interviews, man.
Like, that's something that you definitely need to have, and it shows that y'all definitely were very calm, cool, and collected. Now, conversely,
8-1.
Y'all ran away.
That locks them in, #1 seed.
Y'all ran away with a little bit on map 2.
Locks them in.
What was the different play style that you noticed from Loud that kind of like?
I guess they could go
in your favor.
No, the worst they go is 8-2. 11 teams.
We just kind of analyzed.
So the worst they go is 8-2. They lock in #1.
That's really it. We just really talked about it. Once we loaded in, we saw it. We talked about what they're going to do and how we counter it, and that was it.
What are these two teams
and
they play each other for the bye?
Lev's map. There was something that I noticed.
They play each other for the bye.
Lev's been really consistent.
Oh, that's such a good match.
So, would you describe this as the playground other teams need to kind of be afraid of as it pertains to Lev?
Yeah, I mean, when you have Ozpos on your team, it's, he just runs around and just kills everyone. It's honestly insane.
That is true.
No, Lev plays. So Lev have the #1 seed locked in. They can only get 2 losses, right? 11 teams total, so you play 10 games. You're one of the 11, so you only play 10 games. So there's only be 10, which means they can only end up 8-2. All these teams below them have more than 2 losses, so they are locked in at the #1 seed. These 2 teams play each other for their last game, for their 10th game. And so the winner of this is highly likely to be the #2 seed.
We're really motivated.
And the way the brackets work is like something like this.
We're happy,
right?
but
where it's like,
yeah. Well, and y'all also have one more match against.
But like they play each other.
What are your thoughts? Worried?
I'm sorry, they play like a team that gets a bye.
How are you feeling? Going, in 6 days time.
So like there's 2 teams that get a bye. Like this team will be here.
Beating 100 Thieves,
oh my god, this is so bad. This is so bad.
I wouldn't say we're worried, but we prepare for every teammate or every team the same. Doesn't matter who we're playing. Doesn't matter if they're 0 wins in the league or if they're first. We prepare the same for everyone, and we're just gonna stay as focused as we can.
Well, you want to know something, Tex? The reason I love you, man, because you are very humble. You are very humble. Everyone, please give it up for Tex and Leviatán.
Super humble, actually.
Now we're going to send things over to the post show with the analysts who are standing by with King.
Oh, dude, I could definitely see Sen 11.
All right, thank you so much for
They're
that
the
one,
hottest teams
Akeem,
right
and
now, I
always
think.
great to hear from Tex. We're now joined by the IGL, the man himself, Babyface Twin. We got King here today to talk about things. Actually, I should say, come on.
Dude,
I knew the gag was going to come back one way or another.
No way.
Brother, congratulations on the victory, man. Hard-fought win for sure, especially, you know, with the way things had started in this series. Were you a little concerned that, oh, crap, maybe Loud did figure it out? Maybe history's starting to repeat itself again?
Yeah, I mean, we started to guess that they were going to go back to Raze, Jet, because of two things. We knew that Neon wasn't working for them, and we knew that they were going to change something because this match for them was so important that I knew they were going to try anything in this match. And also we checked Twist Tracker, and he was insta-picking entry every single match, like Raze, Reyna, Jet. So we were discussing, okay, they're for a fact going back to like they're gonna send Twist to Duelist.
Yeah.
And I
Damn,
mean,
they checked
our
the
guess was
tracker.
right.
That's so crazy.
Yeah, when that happens and you're like,
that's
they're
fucking
gonna do
crazy.
this,
They went with
have to do
tracker
this.
data.
And then you see it. Is that like, you're like, knew it.
Yeah, of course. We're like, hey, we knew it.
We're geniuses.
Yeah.
Gosh darn it.
Yeah. And yeah, obviously it was like also like a hard match because, as I said, they were giving their all to win that match. Obviously we are also, but I think they were showing that form of like the scary Loud that always clinches no matter what, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that was insane. The first map came down to like the wire. It was like one of the closest maps, I think.
Yeah.
And for a while, they were in the driver's seat. So congratulations.
I think
you guys
no,
got first
you
seed
shouldn't
now.
feel bad for
And
them,
I just
boss.
wanted to ask you,
Dude,
you know, you guys, you know, didn't play it very
the
well.
talent love that we get to
Yeah.
talk
But
to
you
the
had time to,
players
like,
like this
reset
now.
since you
Like
kinda had
just
to leave early anyway.
this is the
Even
only
though-
segment that's
even though
not like
Hotspots was over there
scripted,
stuck
dude.
for a
Like
while.
I used to
But still,
love
I'm
this
sure
shit.
everybody needed that break.
Like
and,
just
now the
getting the
reset
players
happened
in like
and you guys
free
got
flowing
coaching and
combos
stuff
like this
that. Well,
and
not
asking them whatever the fuck you
made a
want.
little change. Has that made a huge impact on
The
you
combos
guys?
are
Like that
so
little
good at the end of the
shift
broadcast.
coaching staff and stuff?
It's
That's
the
what I
best
wanted to
part, I
ask you
think.
about.
Yeah, I think both.
Plus, at the end of this, you have to
I think
do
was
a-
important. For
like a
example, me and
rundown
Lucina went
anyway.
To Chile to be with family.
Nice.
And I've always said how important to me that is. And at the same time, yeah, like we knew what we were lacking. We were
Please
missing
look at
a
him,
lot of things. And I think that with Ito like coaching, we were just like going hard on the same thing, like because every single person, even you guys are probably watching our games, are like, why are they overpicking? Why are they swinging?
Yeah.
They're throwing advantages.
I remember in Shanghai, yeah, that was rough.
Yeah.
That was a rough one.
We know that we were throwing a lot of advantages, and our fundamentals were like.
Was there a reason that was happening? Was it just you guys were like in your head?
I think
the pressure of the moment, being at a global event.
Okay, I think we were getting some like bad habits on scrims. I feel like we were doing same thing, like overpicking a lot. But obviously, when you're not under pressure, probably it's gonna go your way. You know, like you have no risk at doing it, and it is what it is. You know, so and it was working. You know, because we were not focusing that much on it, and we were just swinging. And then on high pressure situations, we saw that the bad habits come always under pressure. Like, there's no way you don't like start repeating those kind of things. So we're just like being really good at fundamentals on scrims right now. We're always swinging together, always going for stuff, like always going for the.
LEV are the best team in Americas right now.
Say it in a way, you know, and it's been working pretty good, I can say.
Yeah, that's like the evolution.
I think
teams.
center
feel like
number
you work on the
two,
fundamentals
and
when you
it's
first
super
start.
fucking
Yeah, then
close.
you start getting creative and you get a little crazy, and then you got to bring it back and hone it back. into
It's
fundamentals.
really close.
It's like the never-ending cycle of being a pro player on a pro team.
I think if LEV have like time to cook, they would beat Sen. But if they like grind through like lower brackets or some shit, they're gonna lose to Sentinels. Yeah, it comes down to exactly. Yeah, that's basically what I'm saying. It's like, what's the scenario are they in? What's the prep like?
4K you got? It was like
I think it was 4K.
4v2 or something.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah.
I feel like in a more prepped game, LEV is better. In a more
I know you guys,
like battle tested, we're in the middle of the season. Like we're just reacting. I trust Sen in those games a lot.
For you, having been in the iterations of Leviatán,
Yeah, like the Elimbra, yeah, like when everyone's showing their shit.
Okay, so the thing is that when I saw what Aspas was doing, because I died, like I got sit down, like I'm like thinking next round, you know.
Yeah.
I start seeing Aspas like just putting them down, like one by one. I'm like
putting them down.
I mean, 2v2. Then he goes for next 2 kills. I look at him, I stand up, and say, "You're fucking cheating, bro. Like, you're cheating, bro." I literally said, "Bro, you're cheating." I just go.
I can't believe he said that on podcast.
Bro, I cannot believe what I just saw. Like.
And what did he say?
So good.
He just went.
Yeah, he's like, "Hey man,
another day at the office."
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
He was saying like, "Today is a
Why
good
is
day."
such a big deal occurs? It's just because it's like a Riot product, you know, and
was a good day.
they try it.
Trash talk we'll get out of Aspas.
They have sponsors
that was a good
that
one.
are looking for certain
we do have a
things.
Twitch chat question here that came from Kitty Cat Yumi. Love pronouncing.
It's obviously their product,
how
right?
did
like,
you motivate your teammates during map 1 to get such a nice comeback? Great question. Thank you so much.
Great question, especially Aspas, who struggled. He struggled.
Yeah.
I
mean, I think that
I guess
we started a little slow. I think pressure was hitting us a little bit. We were giving a lot of space. We were giving them like all the info they wanted, like in attack. Like we were always a step behind. Then on defense, just like
it's a little different in Riot Games community where all the stuff comes from one person or one company.
We were just being so proactive as a team. And they were Corvin was getting insane kills. I was going, Corvin, you're insane, bro.
You gotta watch that one.
Yeah, they're going crazy. Ian also, like, everyone was just doing great. And at that high pressure moments, you just have to be like, doesn't matter the result, doesn't matter if you're about to lose, doesn't matter whatever is happening. Whenever the match is not on 13, you just gotta keep fighting. And we know that, and we just, everyone gave us a step forward, like, okay, I don't want to keep playing like this.
In CS, I think because there's like all these different tournament organizers, you could have like ones that do certain things and maybe push the boundaries a little bit more.
Gotten like way easier as well as you guys have become.
But here it's all coming from one area.
Because, you know, different backgrounds, different
so you have to find
experience,
something that kind of suits
like,
everyone.
Because I asked Calm the same question last week about you guys feeling like a cohesive team, not just a bunch of superstars getting together to be a part of an organization. No, but you guys are actually more of a team now.
Yeah, for sure.
Like if they were just out here fucking dropping F-bombs and just saying whatever they wanted, you got to realize like a large percentage of the people watching
team, you know,
this
like
broadcast,
we're
that's their only source of Valorant esports.
Is the same, like we're always,
unlike CS, you know, like there could be a different tournament next week.
We finish screens, we do things together, always like trusting in each other. And it's the same thing I always tell to my teammates, like it's simple, but it's really, really good. Like I trust you guys, and I know you guys trust me. So it doesn't matter what's happening. You know you're gonna have your teammates back, and your teammates are gonna have my back. So.
Yeah, well, that trust,
brotherhood,
you guys, clinch you guys the top 2 seed. You're guaranteed top 2. First seed. I mean, I can't see a world where anything changes there.
It's not possible.
But that, of course, has to feel very good for you, man. That's feel very good. All right, well, let's go ahead though and take a look at the standings and where we are right now with the first day of week 3 coming to a close. It's Leviatán sitting at the top of the standings, number 1, a plus 78 differential. And on top of that, you guys are just swimming beautifully in that top position there.
Looking pretty.
Yeah,
looking pretty.
You feel pretty proud of yourself, right? Given how
I chose not to do it this split because I really wanted to like co-stream all the games. I wanted to put a lot of effort in like just being able to watch all the games for a season, just see how it goes. Like I've really enjoyed it actually, like a lot. So I don't know though. I enjoy both aspects a lot. It's hard to split the time between both, so I wanted to go all out one or the other, and I chose to go this route. But it's not because of a lack of love the other side, But yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. Ooh. I'm gonna head out today though. I'm gonna grab some din-dins. Thank you guys for tuning in. Tomorrow we have some pretty good ones if I remember correctly, right? Who do we got? Yeah, dude, the NRG Cloud9 game is tomorrow. That's what it was. I think we get like one good game every day. This game is going to be crazy because this has so much playoff implications. Like Cloud9 need one more, right? You want that 6 win. You really want 6 wins. And if NRG lose, they're cooked. If they win, they'll be at 5-5, and at very least they'll have a chance. Like if they're 5-5 and say Cloud9 lose here to KRÜ, Cloud9 would also be 5-5. KRÜ would actually end up being, so it's actually impossible for both of these teams to be 5-5. One will have 6, which then means, wow, it's only 100 Thieves that could get snubbed. Ooh. So 100 Thieves wants NRG to lose? No, because one of these would have 5. Okay, I'm off the group. 2 teams will be at 5-5. One of these will have 6. Because I don't think Cloud9's beating NRG. Maybe I'm wrong there, though. Theoretically, Cloud9 could be NRG. KRÜ could beat Cloud9. They could both have 6. NRG does have a chance. It's just they need some shit to go their way. They would need EG to probably... I don't know what the head-to-head is. Like what... I'm sorry, what the first tiebreaker rule is. This new Loud looked pretty good. EG looked great. It's hard closeout. It's maps. Head-to-head first, then maps. Sheesh. But it wouldn't be head. So the reason why it's not normally head-to-head is because normally you're going to end up in a scenario where it's like 3 or 4 teams, and you can't really do head-to-head because the scenarios just play out in scenarios where like this team beats this team beats that team, but this team beats this team and that team, and like, or over here, and you know, like everyone's beating everyone, so you can't. It rarely works out in a clean way. This is the same shit that happened in my event, so they might have head-to-head be first, but it's gonna probably end up going down to map diff anyway. So that's, dude, it's still way up in the air. NRG have an outside chance, but they absolutely need to win. It's like they're not gonna get in with four wins, you know. So, whoa, wow, it's gonna get so good. It's gonna get so good. MIBR though, dude, this ain't real. This ain't real. They probably would need a 2-0. I mean, dude, it would be pretty bad. They're gonna be in a tie, so like, you don't know what the other team is gonna be at with their map win-loss, so you should try to go for the 2-0. Yeah, like they need all of the things. They need all of it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in today. We had some huge gifters in the chat, namely Bnan, and of course Egdol as well. But Bnan giving out 4 huge subs today. That's actually insane. All right, I'm going to send you guys some strong legs. I'll see you guys tomorrow for the 2 games. Peace.